Welcome to day 2, which unfortunately also happens to be the final day of Rising Stars. Yesterday, we saw a total of 4 best of 1s and 1 best of 3, with G2 Hell, the team that everybody wanted to see, unfortunately being dropped into the lower bracket. Clash, however, they're sitting very comfortably in those grand finals, and they're going to be waiting until 4 p.m. today before they get their first match. But we have more League of Legends coming your way, because I know first thing on a Sunday morning, what everybody loves to do is log into solo queue and play some solo queue. Or watch League, whichever one is floating your boat. I'm Ginny, your host, and joining me on the desk today, we have Black Blockster and Solari to start things off. So welcome to the both of you. I'm going to start with you, Blockster, because of the fact that simply you were not on cam yesterday. Well, I know you're watching. I saw your reaction in the chat, but you weren't actually here to give a little bit of your opinion on one of the finals that we saw. So it was Clash versus G2 Hell. So all in all, how did yesterday go for you?
Damn, I was so impressed with the way that Clash were playing, and really they looked like easily the strongest team out of all of them, which is kind of surprising because everybody looked at G2 with the big name brand recognition as well as just the ranks of these players and were like, yeah, it should be a pretty easy win. They got the bye in the first round just because they were that good.
Yeah.
No, Clash came through and they absolutely routed them. I was expecting, even if it was close, for it to be at least a 3-2, sorry, a 2-1, but no, it's clean 2-0.
Clean. I mean, we saw a couple of Barons. Was it like, there was too many Barons in that game to keep track of, so I'm not going to try and do that. But Solari, you were here for the entirety of the action. You missed a couple of games in the middle. So how did yesterday live up to your expectations?
There was there were 2 expectations that were not fulfilled, unfortunately. Okay. One is because I predicted a 3-1 for the last games as well. I think everybody predicted a 3-1 for G2 Hell, but I was not disappointed because the action was absolutely on fire. I loved the last game especially so much. It was a very close one, and there were 3 Barons, by the way. And 2 of them were for G2, so I counted because
this is why you're here. Because I have the memory of a goldfish. So thank you. I really appreciate it. But speaking of memory of a goldfish, I know I showed you guys the schedule yesterday, but I'm pretty sure everybody in chat already forgot. So let's have a look at it once again just to see what we can be expecting today. We're going to be starting off pretty strong. We have Lions Greed against Minecraft connoisseurs. We saw them play yesterday as well, some of the members from non-binary women's Newell tournament, and then it's just gonna be the winner of that game will go up against no lag female and then zero lag female. And yeah, so we're gonna be taking it throughout the day and see how it goes, but it's gonna be a little different. Yesterday we saw 4 best of 1s and 1 best of 3, but today we're like, you know what, we're gonna give you guys some free content. We're gonna do 3 best of 1s and 2 best of 3, so that's a whole lot of legal Lego coming your way. Guys, starting off with that first game specifically, I'm excited to watch it, but what are you guys expecting?
It should be a little bit closer, I think, than a couple of the games that we've seen previously. We've seen quite a lot of stomps, even from directions we were not entirely expecting it. Obviously, we were expecting some of the Masters players to beat on the Silver players, but actually we saw some of the very well-matched teams just get absolutely dismantled, and the kind of theme we've been seeing is teams that have been playing together for the longest seem to be doing their best. Lions Creed have had this roster for a little while, whereas Minecraft have not, and so it might be that Lions Creed are able to play together better, but that's not to say that Minecraft connoisseurs haven't been excellent. And as a personal note, really excited to see more of Gertrude the Pony coming from women's and non-binary Newell. So exciting.
I love how you mentioned some of the facts that yesterday were a couple of stomps and that did impact the bracket. So we're going to be having a look at the bracket ourselves as well, just to see what we're currently dealing with when it does show up. But until then, Solari, oh, there we go. For the bracket specifically, when we're looking at the way it's played out, are there any names here that you may have expected to be seeing or just didn't expect to be seeing at all?
SK Avarosa being in the lower bracket is something that surprises a little bit, considering that yesterday in the very beginning of the show we're talking about them along with the G2 Hell as maybe 2 strongest teams that would definitely exceed going all the way, maybe even through the finals, but here they are sitting in the lower bracket fighting with French Fries 2.0, so that's an interesting turn of events.
Yeah, I think SK Avarosa in the lower bracket quite early on as well. I don't think anyone really expected that, but Clash in general coming out swinging, to say the least. And as we can see, they're already sitting in the grand final. G2 Hell in the lower finals as well. So again, they have a chance to get back into the grand finals to get their rematch against Clash. But Blockster, realistically, which one of the teams that we're currently looking at do you think is going to be making it into those lower finals?
I think there's a couple of teams that have a really good shot. SK Avarosa haven't shown enough to me that I think they're going to be able to go that far. Minecraft Connoisseur, to be honest, have, and I'm quite excited by that team, but I think it's either going to be Humi or Zero Lag to make it back to face-off versus G2. Humi put up a really good fight versus G2, and I think they might have it in them to make it back, and possibly to flip the switch on what happened last time around, and actually take out a victory versus G2.
Yeah, I think yesterday specifically, Humi was the one who gave G2 Hell the closest match after, Clash were the ones to actually be winning. But let's talk about the teams that we're going to be looking at first. So Lions Grid against Minecraft Connoisseur. I know, Blockster, you've given us a couple of insights here, but Solari, in terms of these two rosters, what are you expecting? Who maybe are you expecting to be showing up today?
I am expecting to have a very close look at the jungle because yesterday Omulfin Fangirl was a very big surprise to me. I did not expect her to have such a big impact for how the team was playing around them. So definitely my eyes will be in the jungle, and I think we have quite an interesting matchup there as well.
Yeah, it feels like the jungle is kind of the matchup that we keep going to, but also the bot lane Blockster. Last match day, that was literally yesterday, by the way. Yesterday, the bot lane matchups were continuously proving themselves crucial and absolutely instrumental to winning and closing out some of these games and even making comebacks. So again, looking at Deja Vu, Melixtra, when they played the Caitlyn Soraka yesterday, is that going to be enough to deal with Lions Queen's bot lane in form of Tabby and Strato?
Yeah, Tabby and Strato, when we saw them yesterday, they were playing not the same sort of big push bot lane as the Minecraft Connoisseurs, and I think that the push bot lanes were kind of showing up a little bit stronger. Constantly having that pressure to push your enemy in and then use that to rotate around the map, get a couple of Drakes, that seemed to be the best winning strategy that we saw across the course of the day. Bot lanes who were able to push in, such as having a Caitlyn, which kind of automatically gives you a push. We saw a Varus Ashe as well that also got massive amounts of push. If you can play those kind of high range, high poke bot lanes that can get lane priority, that seems to be the best way to mix a good jungle performance with a good bot lane performance and turn it into a win.
Yeah, it feels like yesterday as well, Solari, when we actually saw the Nami Lucian, they were not able to capitalize off of that lane at all whatsoever.
Yeah, again, I said it yesterday a couple of times and I'll keep repeating it. I'm absolutely not a fan of this combination. If you take it, you need to be playing around it or else you're going to lose in the late game. If you take it, it's always a risk, and sometimes you can see teams going for such a risk on either of the lanes and it actually works out for them because you know that you need to be focusing there. So if I see anything like Lucian Nami happening today, I will have my eyes set on that lane because there is an expectation set.
There is an expectation set indeed, and yesterday the poke lanes were the ones that came out on top, and even the survival lanes where we had the Yuumi and the Soraka, those were absolutely terrible to deal with in team fights, let alone the laning phase. So in terms of bans today, Blockster, we mentioned yesterday Aatrox. Solari said it herself, she doesn't want to see that champion coming through, but do you think again today Aatrox is a must ban?
Not really. When you take a look at these two top laners, it's kind of more the tank matchups. I'm not expecting things to get too hyphy. They might get a little bit Celestial Lisa, the top laner for Lions Creed, does like to play a couple of the more interesting picks. But I'm expecting top lanes to once again sit on an island, even if you do have an interesting pick up there.
Yeah.
A Camille, a Fiora, or something like that. You can kind of still leave them alone, allow them to win by themselves, and then look at the rest of the map. In terms of bans, I think that the things like the Nami, the Seraphine,
Yuumi,
that kind of thing, the Yuumi, those kinds of high-powered enchanter bot lanes seem to be exactly what is winning out in these bot lane matchups. And since we're looking at it as a key lane, I think those are key bans that you might want to go towards.
Well, with the power vested in me by broadcast, I will actually give you guys answers to the picks and bans because I'm gonna let you guys cover those, and that way we don't have to speculate anymore. So Solari, Blockster, take it away.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you very much. Let's jump into the drafts again. My favorite part of the game. What else do we expect in the bans? If it's not going to be... Okay, Wukong, fine. I was going to say that you don't like Wukong blocks. I remember that. And it's going to be removed from this game.
Yeah, no Wukong, no lanes having to find ways to help their jungler out rather than the other way around. We'll see if there's going to be any more interesting bans that we quite like. Some more, get rid of the Aatrox, get rid of the Yuumis, things that we enjoy. This Zed is a jungle ban. Rao Emiko loves to play it, and so not exactly what we usually see. Also going to see that Malzahar come off of the board. So currently we're seeing target bans once again.
Yes, and that Malzahar, we saw already some of that Malzahar action yesterday. It's rather interesting how the mid lane has been throughout yesterday, serving rather of a helping hand, of a second support to the teams, rather than, being the main harbor carrier of the team. And I wonder if it's going to be the same topic today. Oh, Yuumi. Good.
There we go.
Yes.
Yeah, get rid of that Yuumi. You really don't want to see it. Now, depending on what this final ban is going to be, I'm expecting first pick to either be the Nami. We've seen Nami first picked constantly.
Yeah.
And that's the sort of pick that you can really blind be pretty happy to get, and is something that the support right here, Tabby, can play. But also, sometimes we do see those junglers being picked up during this first round of picks. And that's the other one. That's the other one that's a huge pick at the moment. That Encore has been winning games basically single-handedly.
And I love how she's such a big flex pick. That's why it's so safe to pick her as a first pick, because you can send her to the mid lane, or you can send her to the bot lane, to either of the positions, and she will feel rather comfortable there. Even I believe you mentioned yesterday her going to the top lane, though I haven't seen it myself.
All right, there we go. There's the Udid pick. Now, that's something I was going to highlight during the pre-game phase, was played just beautifully last time around in the jungle.
Yes.
It was just such a domination out of Fimfango, and we'll see if she can pull it out again with the Karma as well. That is going to be one speedy bear, man.
A speedy bear, man. I love that. And it's the choice between the two AD carries, and I'm not even sure which one I like less, but it looks like it's going to be Zeri in the end. Yes, it's going to be Zeri. I haven't seen her for a really long time. She has been going through buffs and nerfs over and over throughout the majority of the last season. But how is she feeling right now?
She's feeling okay, lots of mobility, scales quite well, but not as much lane power as you get out of that Caitlyn. I think I would have preferred a Caitlyn, considering the fact that you're now leaving that pick available for your opposition, and it can work so very well in the composition alongside a Karma if you want it to. That's a very high priority bot lane, exactly what we've been wanting.
Okay.
Oh no.
Zeri mid, AP Zeri mid lane possibility. Oh yes, we have seen some of those zaps dealing some absolutely absurd amount of damage, but this is going to be probably Jinx Seraphine on the bot, and here comes the Caitlyn you were talking about, going with Karma to the bot.
You've left the Caitlyn open alongside Karma. That bot lane has so much poke, so much ability to constantly take people down. Okay, it is a Zeri proxy. This is good. Thank you, production.
Good.
It's not actually going to be the Zeri in the mid lane. This makes a lot more sense. But either way, not taking the Caitlyn right here, it just doesn't feel quite right. When Caitlyn Seraphine, that's a lot of high poke in the bot lane, and Caitlyn Karma is such a good combo. Just a little bit odd, but still, we'll come into this next phase of bans. We're going to see the Hecarim come off of the board, and as well as the Syndra. Alright, so once again, we're kind of spreading the love in terms of these bans. No taking one player's complete pull out.
Now, my question would be, with the Karma being picked, we know that Karma, one of the main powers of Karma in the early game in the laning is that how well she can roam to help either the jungler or around the mid lane. Is there something that could be happening on the mid lane for mid lane connoisseurs? Not the mid lane connoisseurs, but rather the Minecraft connoisseurs that maybe could synergize well with her?
It definitely can be, and we'll see what this final ban is going to be. We're needing some junglers over on the side of Lion's Creed, whereas for these Minecraft connoisseurs, they're still going to need themselves a top laner and probably a mid laner, although to be fair, the Karma can kind of be flexed into your top, mid, or support role.
Yeah, it's the same situation as with Seraphine. You can just pick her as first and then decide as the picks go where you want to be sending her. So, all the bans are in, and Owen is banned out as well. Another ban that honestly I was expecting. Owen is just too good of a top laner, especially for talking about the love of the top laners in both of these teams, about the tanky top laners.
Yeah, and Gertrude the Pony specifically, that's kind of her signature pick right here. Usually the signature pick's something a bit flashier, but no, the Ornn's so good, taking that one off of the board. Expecting something still big and tanky, Maokai fits the bill perfectly. Was also played by Gertrude the Pony on the game that we saw of them yesterday, and so we know that she's excellent at finding those flank positions, using that Twisted Advance very, very well.
And you have very good backline with the Maokai as well to kind of stand behind whenever he throws his ultimate into the enemies. Very good team fighting composition already. And I'm looking at Heimdinger. If it happens, it's going to be quite a lot of AP, but it's not going to happen. Thank you very much. This is going to be the jungler this time, and it's going to be J4. I haven't seen him for a long time, but if we're talking about the possibilities of starting a team fight or starting a skirmish or very good gang setup post level 6, this is your go-to man.
Really is going to be, and I have a little bit of information for y'all. That Zeri, not a Zeri pick, that's a Cassante. And so we're going to see this champion, something that I've not seen at all in any form of competitive because he's come out far too recently.
Yes.
And to be honest, I've not seen very much of him in my solo queue games either, as Nautilus is the final pick to round out this composition.
This is going to be a little bit of a dark horse for us. I haven't really seen him too much myself as well. But those little bits that I have seen make me very excited for this game. I want to see a little bit more action around the top lane, maybe. Maybe the jungles would decide to rotate there just to please us and give us some Xante action.
Yeah, that would be exceptionally hype and would be a really good time if we can see a little bit of action towards that top lane, as Orianna is going to be the final pick locked in. And so you can see it's going to be a high priority bot lane, a leave your top lane alone on an island and your mid laner to just farm up by themselves. I'm expecting a lot of action towards the bot side from this Udyr. Exactly where you want to be looking, and you can see over here, there you go, Cassante,
yes.
Jarvan, Seraphine, Jinx, Nautilus. Now that is a team fight composition if I've ever seen one.
Oh, absolutely, and Jinx can serve as such a great hyper carry in this composition. She already has a very good and extremely reliable front lane for her. She has great support in terms of Seraphine, who will have very good targets to send her encore through to hit as many members of the enemy team as possible, and Jinx is just standing on the back lane feeling extremely safe and dealing the damage, doing, the Jinx things. The problem is absolutely the same thing can happen on the other side of the map. So in the last game of yesterday, we're talking about how important it is to be the team starting the team fights, because you usually have the upper hand when you do, and I feel like here it's going to be pretty much the same.
Yeah, both of these compositions have the ability for a big wombo combo if you want one. Obviously, the Orianna ball, that shockwave, is one of those premier wombo combo things. It's what you kind of want to take if you want to blow up an entire team all at once. But then you've got your Udyr to just go running into the backline. I really like this composition. You've got Karma to heal and shield up the backline. You've got two tanky frontliners to go sprinting in, and enough damage out of your Orianna and Caitlyn to make the work happen. You just have to make sure to not fall too far behind during the early game, because Jinx, Seraphine, that's the sort of laners that will scale really well, and Cassante, a little bit of a dark horse. Don't know how well, Gertrude the Pony is at actually playing against the Cassante, considering we haven't seen it that much.
From what I've seen from Xante, it's rather interesting how many roles he can fill in when to the team fights, and whatever he decides to choose, he already will have some of the team members doing pretty much the same, because he can just go all in and be the tanky tank, just absorb the damage, especially thanks to his ultimate and thanks to the fact that he will be stacking up a lot of armor, health, and magic resist. So just working there, taking the damage instead of somebody on the backline, or he can go in and try to get somebody out of the fight. And considering that you have targets like Caitlyn and Orianna on the enemy team, definitely you want to be getting rid of them at the moment the fight starts, or even before the team fight even emerges.
Yeah, definitely. If you can get onto any of these squishies and blow them up, get yourself into a 4v5 situation, you're definitely in a good spot. Both of these teams have the ability to find catches. I'd say that right now Lion's Creed has a little bit better of an ability to do so. With that Nautilus hook, you can sort of pick someone out of a fight and blow them up before they really have any chance to actually react. And the ability for lockdown CC as well out of this Lion's Creed composition is incredibly strong. But I really do think that we've got to keep all eyes on this Udyr, because, I mean, man, if Finn Vango is able to play it like she did yesterday, I really don't see a situation in which Lion's Creed can fight back, because it was such a dominant performance.
How do you shut down this Udyr then? Especially considering the fact that it's a little bit harder and a little bit maybe less, making less sense to go counter jungling hardly after all the changes in the preseason. What else can you do around Udyr? Do you maybe keep your focus on the bot lane? We've seen shadowing the bot lane just in being there, preventing the possible ganks from the enemy jungler being quite successful. So maybe that's something that Lion's Creed would want to do.
That's certainly something you can do, and the Jarvan is pretty good as a counter-gank champion. You can sit quite far back with that flag and drag. You don't have to be sat too far forwards. You can sit back and forth of war, wait for the action to unfold in front of you, and then enter into the fight. And also, Udyr wants to run around sprinting at people the speed of light. Put him in a cage. Nice little baby cage. It's not quite the same as a Veigar one, but if you can get him into the Cataclysm, all of a sudden your backline is pretty safe as long as the Udyr doesn't have flash. And once the Udyr has blown that flash, all of a sudden a lot squishier, a lot easier to take down. Really interesting to see what the build will be out of the Udyr, if it's going to be once again a bit more aggressive like we saw yesterday, or just big and tanky and rely on those base stats to be able to do the damage. But either way, once you're in a cage, there's not so much that can be done, and there is enough CC from your Nautilus Sylas and your Seraphine as well to keep the backline safe.
Yeah, it does feel like it's going to be the question of which of these teams has more CC to be able to control all of the carries and all the scary characters on the enemy team. As long as you manage to keep them standing in one place and not dealing damage to any of your, especially your squishy carries, you should be fine.
It should be okay. I think the early game is going to be really indicative of how the whole game goes. If we see, the Udyr getting to sprint around the map, get things done, find ganks, then great. But if not, and I do worry slightly about that not being able to happen because there's not so much CC set up for ganks, then all of a sudden things could be a little bit easier for Lion's Creed. I think they just need to survive the early game because the scaling they have with that Cassante Seraphine Jink combo is pretty ridiculous, but if the early game does go in the favor of Minecraft connoisseurs, then things are going to get a little bit more dicey.
So we're looking into so many possible scenarios here, whether we are playing from the early game or whether we're just sitting there and nicely, calmly and waiting for the late game. The scaling is going to be rather interesting on all of the sides, but if we're talking about a very nicely going early game, I would say I'm voting for Lion's Creed because I'm looking at that Jinx, and if there is somebody who can benefit from a very good early kills and very nice snowball, that's definitely her.
Absolutely, but there's no need for any more speculating. Let's get on into game of this first game of the second day of Rising Stars between Minecraft connoisseurs and Lion's Creed. See who comes out on top and continues towards the finals.
Let's go! By the way, I have never seen that beautiful deer there, that up close. That's really beautiful shots we're getting for the second day in a row, the second day of this Rising Stars tournament. I am very excited for this particular game, and ladies and gentlemen, everybody watching us, you should be too.
Oh yeah, this should be super exciting. These teams pretty evenly matched, very high-powered League of Legends that we're expecting to see. And once again, no more invades. I mean, I'm not sure. I didn't see any invades yesterday whatsoever. There are a couple games that I didn't see the very start of though, so were there any?
No, absolutely none. We have been waiting for them as well, but no, everybody is very calm in the very beginning of the game, just looking at each other. And usually we're not seeing too much early action in the early game in generals, but maybe this game will be a different one.
Yeah, we'll see. For the minute though, everything looks pretty calm and collected. Most of these games haven't exploded for a couple of minutes at least before things actually start getting particularly interesting. So, look at the little frog.
Oh, and this is Froggy this time, yes.
Yeah, it's Froggies for both of these champions. It makes a lot of sense giving your extra shielding. I think yesterday, though, we did see the Wolf for that extra movement speed.
Yes, exactly. That's why I was pointing it out. Yesterday, it was definitely a Kale matching situation, going with the Gastwalker, I believe. I'm still not very familiar with the names of these little things. A little blue fox, that's how we're gonna call them. The green frog, the blue fox, and the red little thing that nobody picks these days, I believe.
No, it's not particularly good. You would usually rather run a little bit faster or have a bit more of a shield. You can see the Udyr clears exceptionally quickly and is going to be able to move on with the pathing much faster than the Jarvan counterpart. This is exactly what you expect and should continue on with this little Anivia ulti that the Udyr can get. We'll clear these multi-camps so very fast, and then we'll be able to get towards this bottom side a lot quicker. There's no ganks on because your Caitlyn and Karma combo is always going to push the opposition in. But it means you have priority towards that Scuttle Crab and towards any of the drakes and things that begin to spawn.
But with the time that it takes right now for Scuttle Crab to spawn, because I believe it's 15 more seconds that you get until it's going to spawn, the first one is going to spawn on the map. What else can you do on the bot lane? I would say shadowing the lane, maybe making sure that there is no gank, because look at how far Caitlyn and Karma are, and I don't think they're going to stop and freeze anywhere soon, because they want to be dominating this lane as much as possible.
Yeah, they really do, just wanting to constantly push the opposition in, make sure Jinx's life is hell when it comes to trying to farm, and then be able to use that priority to rotate into other objectives across the map. You see Jarvan even having to skip that chicken camp in order to keep themselves ahead in terms of farming, and it just shows that there's pressure. But I like the adaptation here out of Miko to know that if they don't skip a couple of camps, they're not going to get to this bottom lane in time. Has now skipped the Krugs as well, looking for an early gamp. If Deja Vu and Nixtra push forwards too far, they're going to be in trouble. Now going to be spotted out though, and so this just puts the Jarvan even further behind.
Those were some two very good wards that Minecraft Connoisseur's bot lane put. You could see one that Jalen just removed, but also there is one on the bottom further bush from them. So even if he decided to go through the lane, they would still spot him on time to go back and still be in the safe position. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. Jalen right now is finding himself in a very uneasy and uncomfortable position. And here comes the Skullcraft we've been discussing before. So there is absolutely no way anybody's going contested. And Fangirl just takes what belongs to her now.
Indeed. Let's see. Right, Finn is going to pick up that crab. Now going to be able to head topside. This is going to be a double scuttle right here out of Finn Fangirl. This is exactly what we saw from them last time around. And I like this rotation out of Quiet Swan to make sure that your jungler is able to get this, especially because of the carry performance we saw out of Finn Fangirl last time around. If you can continue putting power into her back pocket, you know that she will pay dividends back to your team. And so just keeping it up, nice and calm. Finn going to go for an invade as well and going to be able to spot out Royal Echo whichever way through the jungle she decides to path. Now going to meet here though.
They're going to see. There is a recall, but not going to stop it, not going to do anything, just continuing to clear their own jungle. Okay, so we are up to... Okay, I just wanted to say that we're up for a very calm beginning of the game, but a little bit of exchanges here in the bot lane, though, again, nothing major is happening anywhere.
Everything for the minute is calm, collected, it's fine, all good. I'm not expecting this bot lane to really find 2v2 kills for the minute, possibly later on into game once the Caitlyn has a couple more items under her belt, but for right now, it should be fine. None of these lanes are really going to be looking at solo kills. The only particularly interesting lane is this top lane matchup, and that's mainly because we haven't seen Cassante very often.
Yes.
He can win in team fights that you really don't expect him to.
Do you expect him, though, to get some solo kills on the lanes? Again, it's really hard to predict with such new and fresh champions in League, but I wouldn't say that this also looks like a lane where he could score a kill unless there is some more attention happening from the junglers to the top side. But so far, again, the junglers have just been sitting in their jungle, but now, with the first dragon of the game spawned, it might get a little bit more interesting.
It should do. You are going to see a big push coming out from Deja Vu and Melitrix if they want to get this Drake, but the response right here, Raramiko knows what's happening, is hovering around, beginning to light up this river, make sure that there's no way Finn Fangirl can sneak it, and is just going to be looking to find a way back into this game because they are a little bit down in CS. Extra could go over this wall, decides not to. Things are going to remain calm for the minute. Everybody's sort of tiptoeing around each other for right now. We've only got a couple more minutes until this Rift Herald spawns. If you are Raramiko and you can stall until that Rift Herald spawns, that is your chance to then head back up towards the top lane, grab that instead of the first Drake, and just concede because your bot lane isn't going to win the push war, and so you won't have priority down there.
But you have slight priority around the top side of the map. The mid lane is a stalemate and has been like there for quite some time. But top lane is starting to look a little bit better now with the levels, with the level hit finally hit for Celestial Lisa. So maybe it indeed could be a good idea to just go there and capitalize on that priority.
Most certainly, your Cassante is going to be pushing in, so why not try to be up there instead? Sitting down here, Tabby taking a big chunk of damage, and Finn pulls the trigger.
Oh, Fangirl wants to go in. Finally, we're seeing some actions that we have been missing since yesterday, but it's going to be stopped because it's still Jinx, and she's still going to stop you with those little chompers. But it means that we have 4 members of the Minecraft Connoisseurs next to the Dragon Pit, and they are going to start it, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to stop them.
You can try if you're Aramiko, but you need to be very careful. The quick rotation out of Quiet Swan to get involved does go over into the pit though.
She really wants to go for it. Oh, but she's not going to be able to get anywhere close to the dragon. That was a beautiful angle there, but that's going to be the dragon and the kill. But in the end, that was the first blood in the end for the side of the Minecraft Connoisseurs.
Oh my god, Raramiko looked like they'd gone in way too far, but that encore out of Sea of Ashes, picking up 2 members right there. Beautiful play, gank in the mid lane, fighting in the top lane.
Suddenly there is a lot of action everywhere, and we're talking about how we wanted to see Xante in action, and here they go. That's a lot of damage getting out of them, and they're going to get that solo kill. Okay, our questions have been answered.
There you go, you can see in this top lane, Cassante managing to pick themselves up that solo kill. Beautiful play, but let's have a look back at this Drake. It looks like Raramiko's gone in way too far forward. Oh my god, Finn Fangirl taking a lot of damage, but this, getting all 3 members hitting the line through. Yeah, sure, Amiko dies, but it doesn't matter. Picking up that Drake, and it's a wasted set of time right here. Quiet Swan had tried to get something done, but And stolen away Drake. Now you're going to see a gank coming in here, but Sea of Ashes does get away from this one. Nice flash under turret, and just has so much heal and shield power on the Seraphine. Seraphine is such a priority pick during this game.
And look at that, we have even more action around the major objectives. And this is Fangirl this time jumping right into it and doing exactly the same. She's stealing that Herald. She's going to pay with that with her life. Exactly, Tabby is going to secure the kill, but that's a Herald secured for the Minecraft.
It's a steals game. Everybody's stealing buffs off of each other. Lovely play right there out of Fango. Now these kills are going one apiece simply because these junglers are having to run in and nick away the buffs. And unlike the stolen Rift Heralds that we saw during previous series, it was actually picked up as well. So Finn's now going to be able to use this into any of the lanes that she so chooses to give her team a priority lead. You can see the bot lane rotated up, and this is exactly what you want from your heavy pushing bot lane. Rotate them towards the bot side when you have a Drake up, rotate them towards the top side when you have a Herald up. They will get you priority and make it so you can walk into these objectives. Unfortunately, I think Deja Vu and Melixtra got up top a little bit too late, and that's why it had to be a steal rather than a straight take of that Rift Herald, but you can still see the idea behind it.
Yes, and honestly, it makes it even more exciting when you see a steal instead of teams just going up to the pit and fighting for it. And what is important is that it's an exchange of a steal for a steal. So right now, 2 objectives in the game, both of them have been stolen, and if that continues like that, that's going to be extra exciting. But so far, we're sitting on a 2-1 situation with Lenscreed in a slight advance here, and even advance in terms of gold. They have 1,000 more compared to Minecraft Connoisseurs, but the difference is not too big to consider it for now.
You can see for right now, things are still very even. It's going to change a little bit once this Herald gets popped down. As long as it's pre-14 minute, that chunk of turret plating is going to be lovely. I would like to see it put down into the bot lane, to be honest, to be able to crack this tower earlier on for your Caitlyn Karma, and then they can move on across the rest of the map with a little bit more freedom. But you can see, Rao Miko has been spending a lot of time down towards this bottom side, and these mid laners actually have been rotating to sort of cover, expecting more action down here, and it's a little bit worrying that in the top lane, things are going the Cassante's way.
No more solo kills for the moment, but definitely a possibility to go for one. There is still the ultimate available for Celestial Lisa, so if she decides to go a little bit more aggressive, even considering the fact that she's sitting quite close to the turret of Gertrude the Pony, it still could be a second solo kill happening there. But the majority of the action is still at the bot side of the map, still talking about the Herald sitting on Omulfin Fangirl, still talking about the possibility of giving some additional gold to Caitlyn, who I would say out of everybody on their team deserves additional gold and needed additional gold the most.
Indeed, it's all... Nobody seems to be falling behind too far right now. You can see there's a little bit of a difference in the top lane, but this bot lane is now going to explode for the favor of Minecraft Connoisseurs. They're going to pick themselves up 2 turret plates even without the Herald, another 2 with the Herald, and this is a huge injection of gold, exactly where you want it. If you can get your Caitlyn ahead, that is going to be absolutely massive for you come to these mid-game team fights, because Caitlyn really has such a strong 1-2 item power spike, and if she can hit that nice and early on, you're going to be able to destroy this bot lane and rotate that pressure around the rest of the map.
And that would be very good time to get a Caitlyn up and running, because we are talking about 20 seconds before the second Drake of the game is going to spawn. Can we please see what Drake it's going to be? Because I don't think it's going to be the second Infernal one in the game.
It shouldn't be, which means it's either going to be Hextech or Chemtech, because both of those are still bugged on the Spectator client. We'll see which one it actually is in the end. But, for the minute... See, there we go, Hextech. Okay, this is a great single Drake to pick up for yourself.
Oh, quite some. Finally, a shockwave released on the mid lane, immediately followed up by an Encore, and Fangirl, you're not where you want to be. That's too many tower shots you just got, and the Sea of Ashes still lives.
And no flash on Omagolf and Fangirl, and that means gonna be taken out very easily, way over aggressive on that play, gonna lose out, and that's right as the Drake is spawning, meaning that your bot lane priority doesn't matter. You don't have a jungler around, it's just gonna be conceded straight over to Lion's Creed, and that's now their second of the game, beginning to stack up these Drakes quite efficiently. We'll see what the soul is going to be in just a second, and if it's a particularly high-powered one, then that is a big blunder out of Fangirl.
Ooh, okay, that's not the worst one that could have happened, even though definitely could have hoped for something a little bit more exciting, but this one is good too, and I love that they have 2 singular dragons, and those are the ones that are going to scale very nicely. Look at that beautiful shockwave here!
Oh, it's so nice. And those plays, just beautiful right there, picking up that kill. And things are feeling a little bit dicey right now for Minecraft. They've been trying to get a lot of stuff done. They've been very proactive across the map, but in the end, it's not actually working out. A lot of these plays just going in the favor of Lion's Creed.
What is it that Minecraft connoisseurs are missing? Because they seem to be quite proactive on the map. They seem to be having all the right ideas in their heads, but something is just not clicking for them. Maybe something will click now, because we're talking about the second herald of the game, which is going to spawn in less than a minute. And Omolfin Fangirl is already on the top side of the map, maybe trying to see possibilities to go into it without a steal this time.
Yeah, it would be much nicer to pick it up cleanly. You can still pop it down and towards the bot side and fully pick up that tower if you need to. I mean, considering that the only people who have themselves fully completed items is Finferngo, Quiet Swan, and Sea of Ashes, things are still pretty calm. We're expecting these 1-item spikes to favour Minecraft connoisseurs. Now that they have level 6s and 1 items, that's the point at which things should begin to really benefit Minecraft. Once we're getting towards the 3-4 item points, that's the point where Lion's Creed are going to be a lot stronger into the game. Sea of Ashes is way out of position right here.
Oh, but has the flash available, so it doesn't really matter too much. But you now don't have the flash anymore. In fact, Sea of Ashes doesn't have absolutely any summon spells, which is not a great situation considering that there is a herald being taken by Minecraft connoisseurs.
Will Emiko be able to find themselves another steal? Hopefully not. You'd expect better from Minecraft. Going to be turned away, and this one should just go down nice and cleanly. No steals this time around, and that's a clean pickup right here. Cassante still pushed quite far up if they want to collapse on top of him. Just going to back off.
Yeah, that's a lot of people here, so it could have been a really dangerous situation for Xante, but Celestial Lisa is safe in the meantime. By the way, there was the first turret of the game picked up in the meantime. We're talking about the bot lane turret cracked open for Minecraft connoisseurs, but in fact it was their turret that was the first one to fall.
Not what you expect. You expect that Caitlyn Karma to be able to fully get that bot lane turret down by themselves. Unfortunately for Deja Vu, Melixtra has been called away many times, having to get involved across the rest of the map. And that means that instead their turret are going to be falling. That's now 2 turrets to 0, despite the fact that Minecraft connoisseurs have picked themselves up both heralds. That is not good use of those heralds, and not efficient map play.
Yes, they're still sitting on the second one, so maybe they'll find an opportunity to use it better on the map comparing to the first one. But they are not comfortable right now, because look at how freely Lion's Creed are moving around the map. This is their jungle right now, and it seems like they don't really want to give it away back to Minecraft connoisseurs. Okay, no, this buff is going back to where it belongs.
And we're just trying to steal it away. It makes a lot of sense. You'd quite like yourself a blue buff on the Jinx, can allow you to just spam those zaps a little bit faster on, use those rockets a bit more freely. This mid lane turret is also in danger of falling right here though, and that would be 3 turrets to 0, all of the outer turrets being taken down. You really are seeing just constant map pressure right now out of Lion's Creed. Their rotations are clean, they're constantly where they need to be. And Minecraft connoisseurs, they just need to find 1 or 2 fights to get themselves back into this game. The Caitlyn does have a decent amount of gold in her back pocket, and so you could play through Deja Vu, but you actually need to get her involved in these fights, and currently she's just on farming duty down in the bot side.
She really needs to be on the farming duty. She has been behind in terms of the farm compared to Jinx for the majority of the game, if I recall correctly. But also, if we're talking about Jinx, can you really afford to leave her around the turret, or can you really afford to leave Tabby around when Fangirl is running at you? That's a flash, but Fangirl doesn't really... No, she does care, and she's going to go back. That was a flash, but that was no kill in the end.
No kill, but the flash of the Jinx is absolutely huge, making it so that Stratospan is going to be a lot more vulnerable during these fights, and you need to be careful as a Jinx. Very immobile, very squishy, and you are the main carry of your team, and so now that flash is gone, you're going to have to be supported a little bit more strongly by Tabby. Might stop this Nautilus from being able to step quite as far forward.
You want to be stepping forward, because this is 13 seconds before the 3rd Drake of the game is going to spawn. Lion's Creed are sitting on 2 Drakes right now, so they really want to get to this soul point. But look at that, Minecraft connoisseurs are at the pit already, and look at the walls they have around. There is very little to no vision available to Lion's Creed this time. Will they decide to go for another steal? That is going to be my question, because look at Aimiko. She wants to go in. She's going to go in. She's sitting in the bush. Yes, not seen there. There is a herald pop up, but
Come on.
Oh, come on, come on! Oh, no, that is not going to be the steal, and you're going to be punished for it right here, right now, sitting in the pit. Oh, but an encore!
Huge!
4 people encore hit, not resulting in the kills, but you don't need the kills after that. That was a win itself.
Yeah, just managing to get your jungler out alive. Unfortunately, Rao and Miko was not able to pick themselves up that Drake, but you saw the Rift Herald was also popped, now going to make its way towards this bot lane, should take down this turret. That's going to be the first turret of the game for Minecraft Connoisseurs, and so overall a really big win. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to find the kill onto Emiko, but it doesn't really matter. It was nice setup out of Minecraft Connoisseurs. They had good vision, stopped the vision out of Lion's Creed, so they couldn't see into the pit. It just had to be a blind steal out of Emiko, and it didn't quite pull through this time around.
And this is a good moment for them to try to bounce back into the game. They have the objectives bounties running for them. With this first turret hit with the Herald and with the objective bounty, they got a little bit of extra gold. So if they continue to push like that, the mid lane outer turret, the top lane outer turret is still available for them. They could go there, get some additional gold, get their second, third item sooner, and maybe feel a little bit more comfortable in the upcoming fights.
Yeah, you're gonna need that second item, really. 2 Jack shows. Sorry, I have just 3. There's 3 Jack shows in this game. 2 on the side of Minecraft Connoisseurs, and it is exactly what you want, to be fair, onto your Udyr and onto your Maokai. Both of them going to want to be into the back line in extended team fights, giving you extra armor and magic resist. Going to make it a lot harder for the Jinx to actually shred through, and there's not a huge amount of true damage on the Lion's Creed team, making that item even more efficient. So I really like this pickup right here. You can see also one on Cassante going to mean that this champion is going to survive for a ridiculous amount of time and deal a truly horrific amount of damage.
That's something I really want to see more of. We have had our eyes on Celestial Lisa for quite a few moments throughout the game, but I really want to see a big on 5-5 fight and see what Xante is really capable of. Here comes the time of our guy, the Baron, spawning on the map, which means it's a good time to start having an eye on the top part of the map, having as much vision around the pit as possible.
You can see vision lines being pushed into the opposition's jungle by Lion's Creed. And it just means that they're going to have a good idea of where everybody is running around right now on the side of Minecraft Connoisseurs, and you're not going to be caught out all of a sudden. Currently, both of your top laners down towards the bottom side having themselves the TPs, and so will be able to get involved in these fights. But at 20 minutes into the game, I really don't think either of these teams are going to be looking to sneak a Baron. Instead, you're looking to win a team fight first, and I'm expecting that true team fight to happen more around the Drake at this point into the game, rather than the Baron.
The next Drake could potentially be, again, the sole point for Lion's Creed because they let Minecraft Connoisseurs take the previous one. Minecraft Connoisseurs, on the other hand, have an opportunity to stack 4 Ocean Drakes on top of each other, which will give them nice... Oh, no, they're just going to look at each other. It's going to give them quite some nice bonuses going into the game.
Oh yeah, imagine Finn right here on this Udyr constantly healing up. It would make taking out this Udyr so very difficult, and we know how good Finn could be on it. Wasn't quite as good this game as they were previously. Engage.
Going to hook here, and Deja Vu is immediately going so
Deja Vu survives.
Low. She survives.
Xante in the backline. Xante in the backline.
Bad situation. Xante in the backline. Why are you so far away? Because you're there to deal the damage. Orianna is going to secure the kill, but one is going to go to the Sea of Ashes as well. The action is so scattered by. Here comes the Celestial Lisa. Here comes the Xante. We so desperately wanted to see so much damage, and it's a double kill for Xante. Going for a triple. Is it going to be? Yes, it's going to be a triple kill for Celestial Lisa.
Celestial Lisa making this Cassante work. The TP right into the backline. We highlighted the massive amount of vision all the way behind the Minecraft jungle. You're able to use that flank TP to just scatter the opposition. It looked so good when Deja Vu survived the initial engage. Would have been able to stand there and lay down the damage, but instead Cassante is in the backline. Look at this. You can see Tabi just going forwards, catches onto Deja Vu. Exactly the champion you want to see. Rooted up, gets almost taken down, manages to escape the cataclysm, but then Celestial Lisa has teleported right into the backline. 4 members have to turn to try to deal. The Encore also managing to catch a couple. Celestial Lisa is just so tanky, constantly able to run through people, constant knockups, damage coming through, and just running interference, meaning the backline can't sit and deal damage, instead are scattered to the hills and picked off one by one by Lion's Creed.
What is extremely interesting here is that that's something we saw happening yesterday for Minecraft Connoisseurs. You could see Fangirl going so deep into the enemy's backline and being absolutely unkillable there, and because of that completely disturbing the front-to-back composition of the enemy team. Here, Lion's Creed are doing exactly the same with Celestial Lisa, and it's working so nicely for them.
So nice. The all-out being popped just means they're able to survive for so long.
Yeah.
Not able to be really displaced, moved around, have any big issues in being in the backline. Kind of a perfect flank champion. And this means that you can bully out your opposition. As you can see right now, Minecraft not able to get anywhere near this Ocean Drake. It's going to be sole point for Lion's Creed, mainly off of the back of this Cassante, a champion we weren't expecting to see, but has been working very well.
We kind of were not expecting to see. You're absolutely correct. Look at that. Sea of Ashes is looking for an opportunity to maybe go in. The ankle is again available for Serpent, and that's another hook. That's another. So Gertrude the Pooty completely caught out, and there is no way you're getting out of it. It's too much control with the Chompers and with the Nautilus.
Just going to get taken out way too far forwards. Gertrude the Pony not in the right position during that fight. It hasn't been a particularly good game for them either. And to be honest, this whole game is feeling a little bit like a stomp right now. Lion's Creed, they were able to weather the storm in the early game, and that's what we highlighted during draft. If they were able to weather the storm, things were looking pretty good. And Minecraft, they certainly tried to find things in the early game. They didn't sit back and relax. They tried to get ahead like their composition needed to, but it just never quite worked out. All of the ganks just went slightly wrong. The Drake being stolen away on that early play, kind of indicative of the way that this whole game has gone.
And now we're talking about a 9,000 gold difference between the teams. The gap is way too big for Minecraft connoisseurs to see any easy way out of it. The turrets are falling down because the Baron buff is still active for the Lion's Creed. They just took down the inner turret on the bot lane, looking to take the A1 on the mid lane as well, which will give them an easier time going into the enemy's jungle even more comfortably than before.
Things are just very easy right now. The turret control, you saw 2 heralds being picked up by Minecraft and they still were not in the lead of the turrets. That's just indicative of not having enough push, not being able to find actual ways into this game, and they're currently being run around. Celestial Lisa pulling out that 1-3-1 right now, Jarvan heading up towards the top lane, and you're just so safe. You have the ability to step this far forward and there's not really anywhere you can go. You need multiple members from Minecraft to take out even one member of Lion's Creed, and it means that they can't send enough members to defend any of their turrets. They're going to lose every single outer turret on this push, and this isn't even a Baron empowered push.
Not anymore. They managed to take down 2 turrets with the Baron, and now they're extending it to the 3rd one without the Baron anymore. But do they really need it if they're in such a great lead everywhere on the map, basically? We have right now less than 3 minutes before the next Drake is going to spawn. If Lion's Creed go and secure this one, this is going to be a solo for them. For Minecraft, there is a slight possibility to go and still try to stack these dragons on top of each other, but they're so next to their base right now. They really don't have much vision anywhere in the jungle, so it's so unsafe for them to try and go establish it or do anything around the map.
Yeah, they've taken themselves out. 1 turret. One singular turret, and it's not even the mid lane one, which means that they are just so pressed for space. You can't step out of your base. You're kind of just catching waves as they arrive to you. All of your jungle is off limits whenever Lion's Creed decide that they actually want it instead, and it just means that there's no real position for you to actually find the gold in time to make a comeback. Currently, they are down by 10k. That's an absolutely ridiculous amount of gold to be down by, and that's not really the goal. That's not really the kill score, that's the turret score, the pure objective control that Lion's Creed have shown off. We've not seen this team on stream before, but my god, do they look strong.
Yes, now I would love to see more of them, because it really seems this team is so well played together. Whenever they're moving around the map, you clearly can see a plan behind it. It's either to be around the objectives and take control of them, or to establish the vision, because we have been highlighting the vision from Lion's Creed quite many times throughout the stream today. But come on, look at the map. They see absolutely everything, and the vision is so offensive on their side.
Pushing it all the way into Minecraft's jungle, and it means that Minecraft just can't see anything. They are so pushed back that actually they really don't have any vision outside of their own base. It's going to make trying to fight for this Ocean Drake in a minute's time almost impossible. Every single brush you walk into is an absolute death trap. Sure, you have some pretty tanky champions in Finn and Gertrude the Pony, but do you really want to sacrifice either of them by trying to check your way into a brush? I don't think so, but there's no other way to do it because you have no deep vision.
Yeah, you don't want to sacrifice anybody, and you don't want to be going that far anywhere, even though it's really close to your base. Even this close is not safe for you anymore, because there's so much control on the side of Lion's Creed and so much damage that you don't really want to be meeting them. But you will have to, because 24 seconds before the Baron is going to spawn, the second Baron of the game, and 36 seconds before the next Drake is up, which again might just be a soul for Lion's Creed.
And once this soul is picked up, that's going to make the Cassante even more potent. It's going to help out with that Seraphine as well, because if people are able to just keep ticking up on the health, those shields are even more impactful. And next Baron has also spawned. You can see the split map call, actually, and I like this out of Minecraft. They've decided, hey, we know you're going to go towards that Drake. We're going to go straight for the Baron, but I don't think they have enough damage to take it before the members of Lion's Creed get here. They're going to be caught on this.
And there are absolutely all ultimates available for Lion's Creed, and so much control that they can just throw into the pit, and you being locked in such a small closed space is not good. Like this ankle, for example, hitting 2 people, and follow up with a Cataclysm, and Celestial Lisa is absolutely everywhere, taking kills, followed up by Jinx kills, and again, so much control you can't even run away from anybody, and it's the second triple kill of the game. Oh, we're still continuing. Quite Swan wants to get away, but Amiko wants to make this an ace, but no, Swan is too quick for you.
Oh, what a call right there. You could see Minecraft, they really wanted to. It was a true desperation call, and it does not pay off. They're going to lose the Baron, they're going to lose the Soul, and most likely they are going to lose this game. It didn't matter that there was maybe a bit of a catch right there onto Tabby, because the very second that this Cassante and Raramiko got into the backline, it was over. This Cassante dealing so much damage and able to just survive for so long. Healing constantly, shielding constantly, that Jack show giving so much power as he just sits in the backline, happy as anything. Celestial Lisa playing this new champion beautifully, and I think it's going to have to be on the radar of other teams later into this tournament as a priority pick for the top lane.
And it doesn't matter how many tanks you have on your team and how tanky they are, because this Xante gets right into your backline and your carries are so very squishy that the moment somebody gets close to them, there is absolutely no way they're going to survive through this. And your own front lane cannot be there to help them because they're busy fighting in the front lane or just trying to understand what is going on.
You can see just the amount of damage he can do with those Nontofo strikes, and
ooh, it's another Cataclysm on the Deja Vu. Deja Vu, oh, that was a lot of damage coming out of Jinx. You have quite some shields from Karma, but they're never going to be enough. That Jinx is so scary at the moment.
Look at this. This is a tanky champion who can also run fast, survive for a long time, has dashes with the footwork, and just kind of an all-round beast in the top lane, this Cassante. Final stand right here out of Minecraft. Will they survive in this tournament? Lose here and you are out. You're out of playing for those playoffs, Paul. You're out of playing for that prize money. Can you find a way back into this game, or is this going to be the end of the road for Minecraft?
Oh, definitely they are not going to give up here, but I think Lion's Creed disagree with me. Another Encore and another Celestial Lisa being completely unleashed. 1 kill, 2 kills for Jinx. Is it going to be? Yes, it's going to be a third triple kill, and you're getting 1 kill back, but Jinx doesn't care about that. Oh my god. Oh, there's a Penta. Oh, that's a quadra kill for our girl Jinx to complete this game. 18-4, and Lion's Creed are getting out of this victoriously.
Oh, Stratos Panda so close to picking up that pentakill, but either way, what a game that was.
What a game indeed. I know we said earlier that we're going to be expecting some of these games to be much closer than what we've seen yesterday, and we were proven right straight off the bat. Oh my goodness, the Jinx performance. We haven't actually seen a Jinx so far, Solar. So this is the first time that we've seen Jinx in a tournament today, and definitely living up to what we expected a hyper carry to do.
Oh, absolutely. If you want to see a definition of a hyper carry, look no further than Jinx, because the moment you give her 1 kill or any advantage on the map whatsoever, she's going to capitalize on it so quickly, blink, and you'll miss the moment when she's just running around the map, killing everybody, almost scoring a penta.
Yeah, and now they're going to be matched up against the second team that we have, and that's going to be Zero Lag Female. Blockster, how are we feeling about that matchup, considering what we've just seen?
Oh my god, what a performance right here out of Lion's Creed. We hadn't seen them yet today. We have seen Zero Lag Female before, and they looked pretty strong too. Both of these teams are going to be absolutely gunning for each other, and it's a really exciting look. I don't think you could give Celestial Lisa that Cassante again. I think that one has to hit the ban list. But beyond that, beyond those small little pocket picks, you just can't let Seraphine through on these pick and bans. Those encores have been ruining anybody's day who's come across it. It doesn't matter whether or not the Seraphine has had a good time in lane, a bad time in lane. She hits the encore and everything goes wrong for the opposition, especially when you're hitting 4 or 5 people like we've been seeing. There's been some really impressive Seraphine play, and I think that one either has to hit the ban phase or it's going to be a blue side's round 1 pick.
Yeah, especially we've seen with a lot of these teams, the way that they draft their compositions is for that wombo combo setup in terms of team fights. And we've been seeing that a lot yesterday. We've already seen it today. Straight off the bat, first game, they're like, yeah, you guys want some good League of Legends, we'll give you some. And Lions Creed, they're definitely showed us what they're capable of. But unfortunately, for Minecraft connoisseurs, this is going to be the end here. And Solari, you kind of mentioned a couple of things that we've seen that were still an issue, even though yesterday they were highlighted. So unfortunately, they didn't look like they had enough time to kind of iron out some of those wrinkles.
Unfortunately, no. And I think that's really something that Bloxer said right before we went into the game. It's about how well the team is sort of played together, how well everybody on the team feels their teammates. Yeah. And you could see from Lions Creed, they understand what each other is doing, and they have a very good communication within the team. And I think that's something that Minecraft connoisseurs maybe just don't have enough. But that's a skill that is acquired, so they still have a good future if they continue like that.
You know what else a skill that is acquired? Stealing objectives. I think that's definitely something that you don't just wake up and be able to do, are you, Bloxer?
No, that's something you've got to practice, especially when you're just flying into the pit kind of blind. This early dragon skill out of Rara and Miko, I think, is the beginning of the end right here for Minecraft. This 4-man encore, beautiful, and then it allows the exact right moment to be able to nick that Drake away. And it really did feel like things going just wrong because you had this early game draft out of Minecraft. As soon as you don't win the early game, that is not a good look.
Yeah, not a good look at all. But what did look good, however, was the Cassandre. And Solara, you highlighted the Cassandre time and time again. And for you, especially for you, we have something that we can maybe show and analyze a bit.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you very much. This is one of my favorite team fights of the whole day, to be honest, because this strategic teleport on the backlane from Xante, not the teleport from Xante rather, but Xante appearing on the backlane is something that completely turns this fight around, because you want to be fighting front to back very much as Minecraft connoisseurs, but here Xante is on your backlane and you're forced to being completely split, and because of that, nobody can be efficient in that fight anymore, and you're just being destroyed one by both Xante and Jinx.
Yeah, the team fights in general from Lions Creed were absolutely beautifully executed. It was very difficult for Minecraft connoisseurs to get onto the backline, which is something that we've seen them actually be able to do yesterday. That was kind of their bread and butter. They're especially into these team fights. But this time around, Lions Creed is like, we know your game plan. We've seen your VOD most likely by the looks of it. And they were really good at protecting that backline and just doing a bit of an Uno reverse and getting on the backline for Minecraft. Why do I keep saying minion connoisseurs? I know this is League of Legends, okay? I think that's the issue here. So, sorry. I do like minions. They give gold. And as an AD carry main, to be fair, everybody likes minions. We all like gold. And it feels like...
As a jungler, I love stealing them off of my laners.
Yeah, we're never playing together. That's all right. Like, you're absolutely blacklisted. But AD carries, speaking of AD carries, Jinx specifically, they had absolute game of their life, Bloxer.
Yeah, that was a beautiful performance, and you could see during these team fights nearly a pentakill. If it was played a little bit slower, it might well have been. And Stratos Panda's just able to sit back on this backline and not get touched. Look at the health bar of this Jinx. Not taking damage, not taking damage, not taking damage. If the only damage you take during a team fight is because you go into the fountain, things are going really well. Just not able to get that kill onto Melixtra. Otherwise, it would have been a pentakill. But overall, it was just a truly impressive performance out of Strato Panda, someone we haven't seen before, but I'm really excited to see in this next game.
Yeah, I've been bullied on a fountain before by a Blitzcrank, but never actually by a Jinx, so I think that speaks volumes to the amount of gold that was in this Jinx pocket and the itemization that they were able to get. Solari, it feels like the gold, it felt like it was very similar for quite a while, and then there was just a blip, and Lions Creed just got ahead, and they just kept snowballing.
I really think that Dragon Steal indeed was the beginning of the end for Minecraft connoisseurs. After that, they were not able to find themselves on the map anymore. They were mispositioning over and over and over. But yeah, the gold, I feel like the gold gap was there for the majority of the game, but we were even highlighting it in the beginning. It wasn't really that big of a difference between the teams until it just started to snowball.
Yeah, well, with the loss here and the amount of gold that Lions Greed have secured themselves in this game to close it out, there's going to be a little change to the bracket. So unfortunately, to Minecraft connoisseurs, that is their run. It does end here. So we do say goodbye to them. But Lions Greed, they're going to be advancing towards Zero Lag Female. And that's the game that we're going to be going to watch next, whereas Humi is going to be up against SK Avarosa. Now, SK Avarosa and Humi were both covered yesterday as well on the stream, so we're gonna see from Zero Lag Female against Lions Greed who's gonna be the ones who go into the lower semis, and then of course we have the lower finals and finishing it off with the grand finals. The bracket so far I think has been populated quite quickly, if I do say so myself. Floxer from the French Fries 2.0 against SK Avarosa. I know we haven't really had the chance to see the game, but were you expecting SK Avarosa to be the ones to go further?
Not necessarily, but I may well have accidentally fallen into the hype train that the French fans had been laying onto the French Fries roster. They were super excited about them. I'd heard just so much chatter about them, but we hadn't actually got to see any of the French Fries roster play. An unfortunate turn of events. I would have really liked to see that all French roster show us what they can do. SK Avarosa, though, they had some issues yesterday, but because they come from a big organisation, they've got coaches, they've got managers, and they're going to have been able to go over their film, see what they did wrong, and I'm expecting a new and improved SK Avarosa. I do worry for them slightly coming against Humi. Humi, who do not have a coach, have absolutely no support structure behind them, other than the fact that they're great players. It'll be really interesting to see who comes out on top of that matchup. We'll have to wait and see after the next game, but... yeah. Is it going to be the big organisation team with a support structure, or just a group of really talented players who come through? If it is Humi, once again, we're going to see this team that kind of took G2 to task, or if it's SK, there's a chance that we could see SK versus G2, which I think would be the most hype matchup we could possibly have.
That would probably be very lovely to watch, but it's all in the future. We're going to be heading to a break. We'll be back with the second game of the evening, and that's going to be Lions Greed against Zero Lag Female. Welcome back to the second game of the final day here at Rising Stars. We have Lions Greed going up against Zero Lag Female. Now, both of these teams have shown us that they're pretty good at making games a bloodbath, so we're expecting nothing less from the game that's coming up. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk once again by Bloxer and Solari. Now, we have seen both of these teams actually compete, so we have a little bit more of an understanding in terms of what we can expect. Solari, what are you expecting in terms of playstyle? Is it going to be the bot lane focus? Is it going to be a bloodbath? Is it going to be invading? What do we have on the menu?
I hope for a bloodbath. I always hope for a bloodbath, especially since today I'm filling in as PvP. It's very new and exciting to me, but I absolutely love screaming at the team fights, so I want to see as many of them as possible. Okay. But honestly, here I do expect the game being played around the bot lane quite again, because we see just how impactful this playstyle is. Yeah. And I, again, want to see a very big emphasis on the junglers, because here we're talking about two really good junglers who really want to be playing around the teams and around objectives as much as possible. So this clash is definitely something you cannot miss.
Okay, well, that sounds exciting. Bloxer, are you expecting the same? I see you like nodding in agreement, so I'm gonna say yes, but I still want to hear it from you.
Roughly, yeah, exactly. And also, we've been seeing so much boring top lane, so come on, Celestial Elisa, keep it up with these interesting top lane plays. I mean, in that previous game, her Cassante play was just beautiful, but her whole champion pool is nothing you could even slightly count as boring. It's things like the Irelia in the top lane, which is like, yes, please. That would be incredibly, incredibly good fun. And hopefully Wolfie can, you know, step up, take the fight as well. Unfortunately, Wolfie's champion pool is a little bit more standard for what we're expecting, more of the Ornns, the Sejuanis, the Maokais, but there's still the chance of a little bit more of an interesting top lane matchup. And clearly, you can't just pick a tank and expect it to be fine, because it's not going to be fine. In this situation, actually, you're just going to have yourself be taken to task. Celestial Lisa perfectly happy to kill a top lane tank, and then use that lead to snowball into the rest of the map.
Yeah, and I love how you mentioned a top laner for Lions Greed specifically, because we're going to be having a look at the roster holistically from both of these teams. Now, Solari, considering we've already seen all these ladies play so far, who's standing out to you the most in terms of their impact that we can be expecting today?
Oh, I still want to say Celestial Lisa, and this is definitely going to be the person that I'm going to be looking at the most. But also, I really want to see Apollonia versus Sea of Ashes. Maybe this matchup is one of the most exciting for me. Both of these players also really love playing around the team, and they are very comfortable filling in sort of a support-ish role. And it's one of the most impactful ones. Maybe not that exciting to see as some assassin flying around, but definitely one of the best ones to have as a teammate.
Yeah, and looking at the mid lane specifically, I feel like the more we're going into this tournament, Bloxer, the more the mid laners are becoming a bit more impactful, especially when we have the Seraphine locked in. Or the Syndra yesterday. Like, I love it. Or the Malzahar. We just have a like one champion, you just press R, and it's like, wow, you just single-handedly turned the team fight upside down. So, can we expect to see that again? Do you think Seraphine is going to be like absolutely permaban this time? Because what's going on with that champ?
I think quite possibly Seraphine gets permabanned, or it gets picked first on the blue side. All of these mid lane champions we've been seeing actually have been pretty interesting when it comes to rotating into the team fights. I'd say finally the Orianna that we saw earlier was kind of the most boring mid laner that we've actually seen, and that's a champion that's always exciting during a team fight. Yeah, sure, in laning phase it's not the most interesting, but has the ability to roam around constantly. I'm going to continue to say we're not going to see solo kills in the mid lane, but come these team fights or these skirmishes around Drakes and Barons and Heralds that we've been seeing so much, I think that's the point at which, we're going to see these mid laners really get involved with some big ultimates that can really help out. When you love these wombo combo compositions, as these teams have done so far, these mid laners with the big ultimates, the Encore, the Shockwave, all of them can be so impactful.
Well, whether or not we're going to be seeing a Shockwave this time around in the game, we'll find out shortly, as we're going to be heading straight into our picks and bans. So Solari, Bloxer, you guys ready?
Oh, absolutely.
Let's go.
Let's go into the draft. So we expect Seraphine, right? We still expect Yuumi because nobody wants to see Yuumi. What is there?
Take off that Cassante. Do not give Cassante over. Oh my god. If you do and you get beaten by it, I'm sorry, but you are asking for that loss. I mean, it was such a powerful performance out of Celestial Lisa. We're going to see the Zed come off of the board. This is a Zed jungle ban mainly, which is kind of insane that we're talking about that, but I'm still expecting to see a couple more of these enchanters in the bot lane to come off of the board. Win trading Kayn, getting their Kayn banned away, that also makes sense.
Yeah, Kayn is the champion that can be ridiculously strong, but with the recent changes, if you get Kayn right on the enemy team, you just want to FF immediately.
Indeed, and actually, we have not seen this yet before. We've not seen a champion pool being destroyed like this at all. We've seen usually like a top lane ban, a mid lane ban, one support ban being thrown in. We've not seen every single ban so far being targeted towards one role. 4 junglers off of the board already. Now we're going to see a Seraphine come off the board. Interesting to see if the Cassante is going to leave. Alrighty, let's see how this goes.
So, Wukong is also out of the equation. So again, you should be a little bit happy. It's the second day in a row that they're fulfilling your biggest wish to not see the champion in the game. So is it going to be AK? It's going to be Caitlyn. It's leaving quite a lot of interesting options available. Some of them, again, being that Xante may be available for Lion's Creep.
It could be if they want to pick it up for themselves. First pick going over... Other way though, this Sejuani is a flex pick, can go into either the jungle or the top lane. Both lanes pretty good and is good at absorbing pressure. So if Celestial Lisa is really feeling herself, you're not going to be in such a ridiculously bad position. See what these next couple picks are going to be. Are you going to return with another jungle pick, or do you want to take your whole bot lane right now?
You might want to, considering that there are quite some interesting supports and ADCs available to you. Yes, Caitlyn is out of the equation, but still so many good things, and maybe something snowballish like Jinx we saw in the previous game could be the answer here. It's going to be Evelynn, but this is not going to be the Evelynn, by the way. It's going to be a proxy, but now I'm not going to tell you just yet what it is.
Okay, we're gonna keep them on tenterhooks. We'll tell you once we come into the next round of bans, so that we can really feel out what's happening. It is going to be the jungle pickup, so we know jungle is taken. You now have the ability to take one more. I'm thinking you're going to want to take your AD carry a bit sooner than later, but
yeah,
I mean, at this point, you don't necessarily have to show your hand. You could just take your support. Okay, it is going to be the Jinx. It worked really well last time around, so once again, we're going to see the Jinx. Maybe this time, it will actually be a pentakill for Stratos Panda.
Maybe, because last time we were roped off a very good pentakill on Jinx. It was that close, but we didn't quite get there. So maybe this time it's going to finally happen. So we have a Misfortune. However, if this Misfortune is big, this is not going to be Misfortune, by the way. It's going to be Misfortune locked, but again, this is not Misfortune. And again, I will not just yet tell you what it is.
We once again just going to wait for a couple more seconds before we reveal what these picks are actually going to be. And we'll see, is this going to be now matched up with a support? I'd expect you to want to take your support relatively early on, give yourself a little bit more time before you have to take your mid lane and your top lane. And this would be a very strong bot lane. It gives you quite a lot of power and the ability for that wombo combo wave into bullet time combo to really rip an enemy team.
How do you want to answer it though? Do you want to answer with something engaging to have yourself an upper hand in the early game exchanges on the bot lane? Or do you also want to go with an enchanter? Maybe something that can scale better into late game to be more even better with Jinx? Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. If we're talking about something that scales well into the late game, yeah, it's Yuumi. But here we're not going to see her, so I am happy. It's going to be Karma. I like Karma much more. She's so good for the laning and she's so useful in the team fights later on.
She really is, can definitely help out, and we're now going to reveal a couple of these picks. So, actually, the Evelynn is Skarner, so for any of you Skarner fans out there, we're going to see that, which is so interesting. Not seen Skarner on this preseason patch whatsoever. See how this one is actually faring. And then we're also going to have this MF being Xayah. Xayah, Nami. It's not one of those premier bot lane picks, it's kind of a bit of a, hey, we expect you to run towards us and we want to be safe, rather than a pick you're looking at to get too aggressive with, but it does have the ability to once again wombo combo if you want it.
Yeah, Xayah is something that also falls in and out of favor as the season goes, and lately we haven't seen her whatsoever because she has not been in a good position, but right now we'll see how it's going to work for her in the preseason. What's happening right now is some more bans that I'm absolutely a fan of because Aatrox is out, gone, thank you very much, but also Xante. Unfortunately for us, we're not going to see Celestial Lisa on Xante anymore in this game.
I think that is certainly fortunate right now for Zero Lag, though, because that Cassante play was really impressive. We'll see if it's still going to be a quite aggressive top lane matchup, or if things are going to be a little bit calmer. Right now, the top lane focus is real. We'll see if this final ban is going to once again be targeted towards Celestial Lisa. I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea, to be honest. Plays a lot of the things like Riven, Irelia, Akali, all of these big, high-powered top laners. And if you don't want to deal with that, that would make sense. But instead, Syndra coming off of the board, I'm expecting to see, to be honest, the mid lane pick up right now so that you can counter-pick with your top lane.
Okay, yes, and it would totally make sense. With Syndra removed, there are still quite many options available for you, depending on what you want to be doing. You already have a really good support in your team. You already have quite a lot of control with Skarner, Jinx, and Karma together. What do you want to pair it up with? Do you really want to have a really tanky, good front laner who can start the fights as well for you? I think that would be a good answer. And if you want all of that in one champion, Ornn is your boy.
Yeah, Ornn is definitely good. It gives you a lot of scaling option as well. Because you've got that Evelynn as well, you can take yourself something AD in the mid lane should you want it. And so that's still
that's not
a pick available. And then, oh, sorry, not Evelynn, of course, yeah. My bad. Yeah. But you can still take yourself something AD if you want it. Let's see. All right, we're going to have a little bit of a hover towards this top lane. You're going to have to reveal both of your picks. So your mid lane matchup is always going to be a counter pick. Camille going to be locked in right here. And that is quite aggressive, really taking it to Celestial Lisa.
And this is extremely interesting. Camille is something that we rarely see on the top lane these days, but she is such an interesting pick and really good one if you want to be going for the early lane kills and if you want to be extremely efficient versus a single target in the team fight. If we're talking about disturbing the enemy team fighting composition, this is your go-to girl.
It really is. And we'll see what this final pick is going to be. The Yi hover, and it should be locked in right here because it's not actually a Yi. In case you were thinking that this was going to be a boring game, no. That is a Yone, ladies and gentlemen. Right there is a Yone pickup. Yone Camille, that's quite a good combo for being able to lock a lot of people up. And it's going to give you the ability to just have so much priority in the mid lane. We'll see what the response is going to be, because having a Yone against you is kind of terrifying, and most melee champions are going to lose out in that matchup, so you need something ranged, something a bit safer.
And this is going to be as range and as safe as it gets. Victor, who just want to be standing on the lane farming up and hoping that nobody comes his way to disturb his farming.
Yeah, alright, so let's have a look at these two team compositions holistically. Over on the side of Lion's Creed, yeah, they are not interested in this game about 20 minutes into the game. Once you hit 20 minutes and your Victor comes online, your ornaments are coming through, your Jinx has 2 to 3 items, yeah, that's the point at which you need to be terrified. And so, I mean, wow, you really need to be careful. You have to find a way to win in this early game. Otherwise, Zero Lag is just going to lose out later on.
What are the chances for Zero Lag though? Because you really don't want to be letting your opponent sit back and relax during the early stages of the game, because then you would naturally come out in a very difficult position later. What do you do? Where do you play around? Because I'm looking at that Yone on the mid lane, and if you want to have a winning lane that you want to be working around, this looks like the answer to me.
All of these lanes have pretty good gank setup. The mid lane is definitely who I'd want to get ahead early on. Yone's kind of the one that wants to scale the most, and so it's going to be pretty interesting what's going on right here. We'll see if the Sejuani is actually going to, get involved early game. That's what you want to see. The Skarner should be wanting to sit back a little bit later and finding a way to actually get involved once you hit that level 6, because that Skarner ultimate can be so impactful.
Okay, but considering that everything goes well for Lion's Creed and we get into the team fights, if they get to the good items where they feel very comfortable, is it going to be enough damage on the other side of the map, on the side of Zero Lag, to be able to cut through them? Because I'm seeing a lot of very good, strong AD, quite some true damage there. Is it going to be enough?
Hopefully. You can't let this game go late. You really can't. I mean, Celestial Lisa, who carried in the last game, is now on an Ornn, which certainly can still find a couple of ways to get a couple solo kills, maybe, but, for the most part, the Ornn should be sat back relaxed, and so, for the most part, there's not really any early game priority on the map. And so Zero Lag definitely have a lot of free reign during this early game. They just have to find the correct lanes to use it and actually find a way into this game. Because once again, if it hits 20 minutes and they are not ahead, they are definitely in a bad spot.
So for them, the biggest hope would be that they find some very good early game kills, that they control the objectives, that they control the lanes, that when the 20-minute mark finally hits, the Lions Creed are not going to be able to do anything because they're so far behind they cannot bounce back into the game. But as you said in the previous game, and I'll say it this time, this is enough speculating. How about we jump into the Summoner's Rift and see for ourselves how it's going to work out for both of them? Oh, this is beautiful opening shot. Thank you very much, production. I adore you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, everybody watching us. Oh, that's the second one. Look at that. Welcome to the Summoner's Rift. This looks so cute right now, but trust me, this is not going to look cute anymore after we start seeing some big battles.
Yeah, it should get really bloody really quickly. Exactly what we want to see. As we hop on into this game, I'm expecting both of these junglers to start towards the top side once again. We haven't actually seen a jungler start towards the bottom side, at least on games that I've been casting, simply because these jungle pets make your jungle clear much healthier, much faster, and the benefit that your bot lane gets from getting to lane early now outweighs the benefit that a jungle gets from a couple of extra seconds onto their clear.
We definitely saw one blue side jungle starting from the bot side of the map yesterday, but I cannot for the love of life remember what it was. So yeah, that was one, but majority of them are starting from the top side. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Now we're getting a second one. This is a Joanne walking towards her red buff.
Ooh, look at that. Okay, looking to move towards the top side. When you do have that Camille up there, you certainly can look for a couple of ganks up top side. It doesn't make the Sejuani's clear quite as efficient just because she does clear so much faster with those melee champions to help stack up that glacial proc. But still fine, still going to be nice and efficient, and it means that you're able to clear through without worrying about running into your opposition because you can be pretty safe in assuming Skarner is starting up towards the red buff.
So both of the junglers moving into two different directions, which means that if either of them is going to go onto their respective lanes for the ganks, there is not going to be any counter gank possibility. So both of the lanes, the moment they realize where the junglers are on the map, should be extra careful with their movement.
As things start nice and calm, we've not got anything too interesting coming through with any of these actual rune pages or starting items. Everyone's pretty calm and collected. We've got the little froggies being picked up as the first of these jungle pets, and both of these junglers, they're going to want to be big tanky. An extra couple 200 shield is going to be very useful.
Yeah, because who wouldn't like to have an extra shield? Plus, the cream pet looks absolutely adorable. All of them do, to be honest, but the cream pet just has something to it. And the way it looks a little bit like Gromp also makes it a little bit more exciting. But yes, so far we are looking at a very calm game. Maybe it will explode rather soon because again, we're talking about some laners here that want to be getting some extra priority and some early kills. But the bot lane seems to be the only lane where we have really big push and really big poking happening. Everywhere else, it's just, you know, sit back, relax and farm.
And this is exactly what you're expecting to happen. The Jinx has a decent amount of poke, but a Karma lane will always win in the poke war. The ability to shield and speed your opponents up, your allies up, pretty useful, but just the poke that come out of that Mantra-empowered Q can be ridiculously powerful during the early game. Getting this early push, though, does mean that this is not going to be the easiest gank right here for Rao and Nico. Just going to have to turn around and head back into the jungle, and it was never really going to work out, not when your lane is pushing that far forward. You can see the Camille getting a good push into the Ornn, also to be expected. Camille does a ridiculous amount of damage, and enough true damage to be able to make the Ornn's life a little bit miserable.
Oh, but here we look at the Sea of Ashes and Sejuani suddenly appears out of nowhere, so you have to invest a flash to getting away. But are you really getting away? Because there is a passive coming out of Sejuani, but you have damage as well. You're answering it. Sea of Ashes is the one getting out of this whole thing victoriously, or is she? Just look at that. That's another flash that was available in the mid lane. Yone gets a kill, but goes down as well because hello, that's a Miko on the mid lane.
Miko right on top of that soul of the Yone, gonna pick up that kill. It is gonna be first blood though over to Yone, exactly what you want if you are Apollonia. Sea of Ashes getting a little bit too high feed, manages to survive the gank, very well done, but then decides to walk forwards, continue harassing out. And you always need to be careful of a Yone because even without any items, just gonna have the ability to heal up for so much, and giving up a 400 gold early blood to Apollonia makes your laning phase that much harder in one that's already pretty difficult. Amico on the gank train though.
Oh yes, she still had the flash available, so going in, getting some stun going, some more flashes coming out because Nami really wants to leave today. And we have some more damage being thrown in all directions, but no kills on this lane this time.
See just how much damage being laid down. Alright, let's take a look at this play again. It's a nice gank right here. Good flash out of Sea of Ashes. Still gets stunned up under turret. When trading Kayn though, flashing under, getting stunned, nearly goes down. You can see why Sea of Ashes is walking forwards, feeling pretty confident in themselves. But the Yone just constantly able to heal up for so much, able to dash forward, flashes in, gets the kill, goes back though, and right into the waiting arms of Amico.
Yeah, that's the problem with Yone. You always have to go back, and there might just be someone waiting for you to return. We have a lot of members on the bot lane, by the way. What is happening up there in the bush? There is a little brawl, fist fight, whatever that is, between the junglers, but it's not going to result in anything. Sejuani is just here to make sure that her low health bot laners are not going to go down.
The gank out of Amico onto the bot lane didn't result in any kills, but blue flashes and heals out of the bot lane, making it an even more attractive gank option the later on into the game we get. So both of these junglers feeling very proactive. When trading Kayn though, a lot more pressure on them to get things started. This is a flashless Victor.
But this is also flashless Sejuani, but she has the Q, so she can gap close very easily. But Victor is just too far away. He was just on the other side of the mid lane, so he's getting away quite easily.
Yeah, there was no way that Apollonia could actually chase onto that gank without losing out on a ridiculous amount of gold. A huge wave pushed right under her tower. So in this instead, it's just going to be win trading Kayn, pushing Sea of Ashes out, and then returning back to the map. See this top lane. Amico, I think this is once again just another push forwards rather than actually looking for a kill gank.
Yes, it's just Amico walking towards the opponent on the top lane, and Camille is now stuck under the turret. There is again Kayn just looking around, making sure that if there is any continuation of the gank, she's going to be around to help, but nothing happens.
Not actually going to find anything in that situation, and for the minute when trading Kayn, she's kind of just following around this Skarner rather than actually looking for any ganks of her own in too many situations. We're going to have to watch this constant fight over these turrets for the Skarner. See if the Crystal War is going to be won by Lion's Greed.
Ooh, Apollonia going so aggressively again, but there is wind trading Kayn right at your back. Ooh. So you gotta feel safe. Yeah, that was a little oof situation, I agree.
Nearly going to be bad. Just lucky that that Q was stacked up to be able to use the dash over the wall. And considering how much action we've had during this early game, we've actually not seen many kills go down. Just one in that mid lane play, and for the rest of these ganks, it's been summoner spells blown, but kills not quite going over. This certainly favours Amico, simply because her team Lion's Creed is going to be able to scale much better into the late game. Jinx, a hyper carry. Victor loves to scale, and Ornn helps everybody in order to be able to scale. It's sort of a match made in heaven right here, a very good scaling composition, and so long as Lion's Creed don't fall behind during the early portion of this game, they are going to be sitting pretty coming into the late game.
So for Zero Lag right now, the biggest mistake would be to just continue letting the game go very calmly and peacefully. They need to be seeing more kills happening for their side. Apollonia would definitely like to have the second kill, at least the second kill in her pockets, maybe a little bit more to somewhere in the bot lane, for example. But you can see wind trading Kayn is really seen so many times around the mid lane, looking for opportunities to go in and maybe grant Kayn another kill. Not Kayn, sorry, that's Yone.
And that's a 2-level lead, basically, in that mid lane. Pretty insane. Celestial Lisa, oh boy.
Oh, yo, Celestial Lisa, you have the flash, so you're gonna be getting for quite some time, but there is also the Hextech ultimatum available for Camille, and if it's 3 members of the enemy team on your lane, not much you can do.
Hey Celestial Lisa, you had a good game last time around, but we are not letting that happen again, says Zero Lag. Gonna roam up the support as well. Darkdale on a long trip up towards the top side makes a lot of sense because there is this Herald here. Slightly nerfed Herald, doesn't deal quite as much damage to turret plating, and it's going to be returned for this Cloud Drake for Amico. And so overall, a positive trade for Zero Lag. But it doesn't mean that Amico is just going to let it all happen, still trying to keep the team within touching distance.
The Lions Creed have also rotated their own AD carry towards the mid lane, but have not decided to extend it over to the Herald Pit. They're instead pushing the mid lane turret right now, and if there is something that you don't want to see next to your turret, is the enemy team Jinx. She has done quite some damage to this turret, but even having 3 members of your team at the mid lane is not going to give you the sweet, sweet turret.
See all of this map rotation coming out. You're putting your Jinx basically in whichever position is going to get the most farm into her back pocket. Stratopanda had a beautiful performance last time around, got a quadra kill, nearly a pentakill under the fountain, which would have been incredibly hype. And so you're trying to just put as much pressure onto your Jinx as possible. This is risky.
Speaking of pressure, exactly, this is level 6 Xayah, so she could use her ultimate to get away, but doesn't even feel the need to press this button. But look at that, we have another fight, a fight on a fight. Hey, Miko, you're in the wrong side of the map, and you're getting stuck here by Yoni's ultimate.
Lovely little catch right there by Win Trading Kane. Raramiko just standing way too far forwards. Didn't even have a Rift Herald to pop behind the turret, so I'm not sure what they were doing there. Getting called out, punished as well. That's going to be another kill into the back pocket of this Yone. Apollonia in a nice spot during this early game, and this is exactly what you want to see on your Yone. A champion who really can carry any game that you want them to.
So we're at almost 11th minute in the game, and we have 2 kills on that Yone. Is it enough of a lead for Zero Lag to feel comfortable about the early game?
I think it's beginning to get there, but you're going to need a couple more kills. I'd like to see some pressure being put towards this Xayah rather than just sitting back and farming, because currently she's having to farm up against Sea of Ashes on this Victor, and it's not going so well. You saw the almost 100-0 chunking that happened. And so you just need to be a little bit careful that you don't let this Xayah fall behind too far, because Xayah is not particularly strong in the meta. Needs to be in a position where she's actually strong enough to fight on her own, and if you just let her farm up, it's not going to work so well. Need a couple kills, but I am enjoying the fact that Docdale has been roaming around the map, and so if you can find kills onto your Yone, onto your Camille, because you're sacrificing out a little bit for your Xayah, that's not the end of the world.
Yes, I mean, if you are only going to have one hyper carry in your team, and if it's Yone that is bad enough later in the game, that should be enough for you. And in this scenario, you can kind of feel a little bit better about not giving too many kills to Xayah. But speaking of what's happening on the mid lane, Win Trading Kane got themselves again in a weird situation, but that's enough health to survive.
Just about going to be able to get away, and everything once again has calmed right back down. This has not been a particularly bloody early game. Don't you worry, things will begin to step up in a little while. We've got 2 minutes until the next Drake is about to spawn. Currently there's no real setup. You're not expecting to see that until about a minute's time, when I'm expecting both of these teams really to want to fight for this. If you are Zero Lag, you don't want to be giving away a ton of these Drakes, because that really gives a win condition directly over to Lions Creed that you don't want them to have. This Herald still in the back pocket right now of Win Trading Kane, so looks like it's going to be put down in the top lane. You can see 4 members up here. This is going to be a big dive coming onto Celestial Lisa, who's not allowed to have fun this game.
Usually it's a bad idea to try to tower dive for something like On, but when you have so many members of your team right next to you, this just sounds like the best thing out there to do, and it's going to be the first turret in the game, popped on the top lane by Zero Lag. Feeling good so far on the map, and look at the itemization in the meantime. We have 3 first mythics being popped in for both of the teams, and this Camille is already sitting at the item that is most needed for her to start feeling very comfortable going into any fights, pretty much.
Yeah, that Divine Sundra, you're really going to need it versus an Ornn and a Skarner. The ability to cut through those big tanky champions going to be incredibly impactful. You can see that Heartsteel actually being picked up for Win Trading Kane, looking to be able to deal a little bit extra damage and just have a ridiculous amount of health. Exactly what you need versus a Jinx, to be honest. And the fact that you're having to itemize into both a Jinx and a Victor makes health incredibly impactful, simply because they are going to be both dealing a ridiculous amount of damage, and choosing between armor or magic resist is a bit of a difficult choice.
Yeah, you rather want just to have pure health and stack as much of it as possible, and that's the perfect item to do exactly that. But look at the map, we have 30 seconds, even less already, before the next Drake is going to spawn, the second Drake of the game. By the way, leaving us with some pretty excitement-soul options. Lions Creed, though, are already here. They really want to go for the second Drake this time.
Looking to find a way into this game and actually pick themselves up this Drake full.
Oh, that's quite some damage from the ultimate onto that Nami, and here comes the on horn. Oh my god, Amy, you are again in not the best situation. Sea of Ashes is on the back lane, not anymore. It's just Miko trying to run a little bit further, but the passive from Sejuani is going to stop them.
Wolfie behind.
Moving behind. Camille, do you want to jump in? I mean, who do you jump in this situation? No, everybody's way too far.
You're gonna have to jump in on either to the Victor or the Jinx, but there's plenty of CC around, as well as the Karma shielding to try to keep them alive. A little bit risky of a play. Apollonia dies in that fight, but enough damage was dealt by Acerus to dissuade any more fighting, and because Wolfie was full health round the backside, it did stop this Drake take from coming through. Now you've got 2 members of Zero Lag back in base, and so it's just going to be a conceded Drake, second Drake going over to Lion's Creed, and giving up the early 2 Drakes to the team composition that scales better than you do is a worry right here for Zero Lag.
Yes, exactly. Sometimes you want to be doing that when you think there might be a good soul and you feel very comfortable that you will be able to stack 4 dragons on top of each other, but not here, not in this scenario. We have the replay, and this is a great beginning of the fight, to be honest, but what happens next?
You can see it looks like it's going to be a pick, but then that Glacial Prison goes wide. You can see the full Ornhorn getting 4 knockups, and that Nami wave is basically just to try to stop the fight from going through. You can see though, the drag back of all of those feathers dealing a decent chunk of damage. Sea of Ashes is low enough that Wolfie would have been able to get on top of her and kill her out, and so have to back off. It only delays things for a couple of seconds though. Lion's Creed still win the fight, pick themselves up that Drake, and are sitting just 1k behind Zero Lag, which I'd say, considering how much better they scale than Zero Lag, is a win.
So they should be feeling very good about how the early game has been going for them so far. There is still Yone on the enemy team that you need to be worried about, but maybe not that much anymore, considering you got yourselves 2 very nice kills as well. Another thing you might want to be worried about is the Herald from the map. We are post the 14th minute, so it's not going to give you any more turret plates and additional gold, but at least it's going to do 1 decent boink into the turret of your choice.
It will be able to, and that is enough to be able to crack a turret if you can get it a little bit low, something that shouldn't be too difficult when you've got a Xayah on your team. Do manage to pick it up, not going to be stolen away. So, as it stands in this game, a 1k gold lead for Zero Lag. They are in a nice spot in the early game, but they need to find more avenues to get ahead, down 2 Drakes, and versus a team composition that scales significantly better than they do. I'm looking at Wind Trading Kane to find a couple more gank opportunities, really to continue putting Wolfie and Apollonia ahead, because both of those could carry the game. Rara Miko standing a little bit too far up. Could possibly be taken out, but everything is going to calm back down. And if you are going to put someone ahead, you want it to be this Yone, but for the minute, it's just sort of sit back, absorb farm. Yone still hasn't completed the full mythic. This should be picked up on the way back. Actually going to go with the Bork first. Makes sense, gives you a lot of extra healing. And so Apollonia really is online at this point in time. You need to play towards this Yone.
Is it enough though for Zero Lag? Because as you said, they're playing against the clock in this game. Are they being proactive enough on the map to make sure that they work around their early game advantages? This Yone, yes, 2 kills is a very nice thing to have. First item completed and a very good item for you as a champion. Nice too. But you're sitting on a very big farm difference between the mid laners, so you're behind in terms of the gold just purely coming from the farm. Oh, look at the Wind Trading Kane. You were talking about the Wind Trading Kane, by the way, just a little bit earlier, and about the fact that they're still sitting on a Herald. Is it going to be that bot lane turret? Because that would be a nice one to open.
It would be. You usually want to crack that mid lane turret first, but it's very difficult to do so, and if you're just able to put more gold into the back pocket of one of your solo lanes, that could still work out beautifully well. The only thing that maybe we haven't touched on quite enough out of this Zero Lag composition is that they don't have really any AP. You're sort of sitting in a situation where you have no true AP carry. I mean, the Nami has gone with a sort of AP item. You know, there's a little bit of AP coming off of that, but not really enough. And so you're going to be in a position where you have got to deal with the fact that your AD carries need to deal so much damage. Otherwise, an Imperial Mandate Nami isn't going to be able to deal enough to stop your opposition from just full stacking armor. You can see that Frozen Gauntlet has already come through from our Miko. Going to be plenty strong.
Something else is coming through, and this is that Camille going on with the Hackstick Ultimatum on Celestial Lisa. Oh my god, we have seen this already in the game. She's going down versus 2.
You can see Celestial Lisa not allowed to have a good game. Had her fun in the previous game. Now you just have to constantly be taken out. The Herald is going to go down towards this bottom side. You can see the returning push out of Lion's Creed in the middle lane, trying to take this mid lane turret. This turret will actually fall in the bot side before the Herald is able to spawn, so they should be able to get 2 for themselves. Fight in the mid lane.
Oh my god, that Xayah going in immediately with the ultimate, but this is not going to be enough because there is enough control on the enemy team and they have Jinx right next to the turret taking it down and taking Xayah down too, right? Amiko is very, very low looking at Nami, but Nami is looking at you as well, and there is withdrawn kill. Finally, it's hitting, the ultimate is hitting, and it's another kill.
There we go, another kill gonna be picked up right here for Zero Lag. They have finally found a way to get back into this game fully. This Herald might be able to get another charge off onto a turret. Will do. That's gonna be 3 turrets damaged, 2 of them fully taken out towards the bottom side. Another turret towards the top side, also taking a chunk of damage out of Apollonia. And although the mid lane first tier turret was taken, it's still a massive swing of gold into the back pockets of Zero Lag, now up by 3k. Those first items have now fully come through, working towards the second items, and this is more of the early game we were hoping for.
And this is such a good time to take down so many turrets on the bot side and completely clear it out for yourselves, because the third Drake of the game is coming up in 15 seconds, and you really want to go and deny the soul point for Lion's Creed. This is going to be a rather beautiful soul, giving so much tenacity, and you want to have tenacity as Zero Lag, because with all of the amount of control available for Lion's Creed, you need to have at least something to throw against it.
Indeed. Alrighty, let's see what's going to happen right here. If Lion's Creed get this, they're going to be on soul point already. You have got to fight this one as Zero Lag. Where is your angle? Yone is in the mid lane, going to be able to get a flank off.
Camille, look at Camille. There is another flank maneuver, and if there is a champion who loves being on the flank, this is definitely Camille. She's walking around, I believe, not being spotted so far.
Oh, they found the catch!
Finding the single target. They found Victor, and they immediately remove him from the game, and they can continue just like that with Throne Kane.
Apollonia on the back line!
Tommy is going down. Oh my god, it's another kill. It's Jinx down. You have taken down all the carries, and now you're just finishing the job. Double kill for Yone, by the way. Hey, Miko, you're not getting away. And on the other side of the map, Celestial Lisa goes down too.
Oh, what a team fight right there. You could see the flank out of both of your solo laners, Apollonia and Wolfie, from different angles, finding their way into that game, and both of them converging on top of Sea of Ashes. That's a huge amount of damage from the Lion's Creed composition taken out. They're scattered to the hills, surrounded by the opposition, taken out. It's now going to be a Baron and the Drake picked up for Zero Lag, and this game has just exploded into their favor.
When you're playing so front to back, it's so important to have your backline always secured, especially with the vision, because look at that, Camille. Yeah, you know where Yone is, so you can kind of expect him coming from that direction, but with Camille, you absolutely do not expect her, and because of that, it's an easy early kills of the carries.
Oh, the fate sealed out of Apollonia on the backline as well. And once you take out those big carries, you can see the 2 big tanks of the team just get melted out slowly but surely. And you're able to rotate that back into a Drake and a Baron. When the game felt so close for so long, this has been a massive swing, and exactly what Zero Lag needed. They were staring down the barrel of massive amounts of scaling, and they hadn't found success with their early game composition. The 1 to 2 item spikes had come online, and that's the point at which this composition was truly at its strongest. They needed to find something in that moment, and they did.
So look, we have 7,000 gold difference between the teams, approximately. Again, I absolutely do not count. We have the Baron on the side of Zero Lag, and we have finally at least one Dragon with them. Is there still enough time for Lion's Creed to go back into the game and have all the scaling hit him and to help him, hopefully? Not him, them.
They should still be okay if they can stall this game out a little bit more. Those 2 Drakes have put them in a really good position as, Sea of Ashes. Will they be able to get away from this gank? Because it's looking a bit risky.
It's Camille. She could have gone there, but that
could have jumped forwards. Decides not to. Everything is fine. You still have so much scaling on your side. You're not feeling too bad if you're Lion's Creed, but considering how close you kept the early stages of the game, you really don't want to have allowed this much of a swing to have come through. You're still waiting on that level 14. Celestial Lisa is nearly there. 1 more level before you can start laying down those ornaments onto either Sea of Ashes or Stratos Panda. Probably. We'll see which one actually gets that upgrade. I mean, if you can put it onto that Kraken Slayer, you're going to just be able to melt through anybody in front of you, tank or not. And again, putting it onto that Leandri is the burn.
Oh my god, what is the damage? That Camille is not supposed to be that
trading Kane's here.
Yeah, she's going to go down, unfortunately, because that is Skana. He does not want to kid around, and with throwing Kain, he's being slowed down so massively. And another slow instant coming down from Karma. You are getting away because you're Sejuani and you don't care.
Look at that, and look what they're losing for it. With the Baron empowered minions, going to lose a mid lane turret in response. Going to lose most of the health on their bot lane turret as well. And considering the fact that that started off with Wolfie getting a kill, that is certainly a winning team fight right here. Apollonia going to use that Fate Unsealed to try to get away. Should still go down, does go down. Big shot down into the back pocket of Stratos Panda.
That was a good attempt, though, of getting away, and it was still worth sacrificing yourself because now you have two inhibitors open, and in that scenario, you are really, all you're doing is waiting for the next Baron, right? Because 3 minutes and a half, even less, you get the next Baron. Two inhibitors completely open for you. Take your Baron empowered minions, go, take down everything else that is left on the enemy base. Yeah, here comes Apollonia being very aggressive here, really wants to finish the turn, getting away from the Onhon, but not getting away from the Own itself. Oh, the sniper shot.
Very nice super mega death rocket right there out of Stratos Panda, showing that still has a lot of power on this Jinx. But it's a worthwhile trade. It really is out of Apollonia. She had the decision, do I walk away and survive, or do I go for this turret? Taking the turret, I think, is the correct decision. You now have two open inhibitors. The base is cracked wide open for Lion's Creed, and you're in a situation where if any of these team fights do end up being won by Zero Lag, they can get into the base and possibly threaten to end the game much, much easier. Got a Drake spawning in 1.5 minutes. Currently, the vision score is a little bit even, actually. There's plenty of vision, but it's not pushed up particularly far for Lion's Creed is the issue.
Not for anybody, to be honest. I'm not seeing too much of the offensive vision coming from any of the teams, but right now I would say that it's a good time to try to focus the vision around the objectives. Yeah, nobody's going to get the soul out of the next dragon, but at least it's going to be the soul point for Lion's Creed and a good dragon to take just as is, so maybe an opportunity for them to do at least something on the map, because right now they're being stuck at their base.
Hey, you can't walk out, you can't go farm your jungle camps, really being pushed in. And Lion's Creed, in order for their composition to come online, you're really looking for that 3-4 item spikes. Your Jinx has hit 3 items. Currently, your Victor is not sat too far off, and Celestial Elisa did just hit level 14. And so this composition out of Lion's Creed is just about beginning to come online. But unfortunately, you are quite far behind your opposition. Mainly in terms of just pure map pressure, but there is a full 7k lead. Oof. You need another 10, 15 more minutes for Lion's Creed to get back into this game, but I don't know if they have that much time.
Yeah, okay, maybe they do have a little bit of time, because that Camille was completely caught here, and another ultimate from Skana. Oh, there was an attempt to go down with somebody else, but no, it's just a kill.
Apollonia going quite aggressive onto Celestial Lisa, just trying to find something on the back end of this fight. It was a lovely impale right there out of Raramiko. You've seen that Skana ultimate used to very good effect, but towards the top side, now going to have to book it down towards the bottom side if they want to compete for this Drake, but instead, just going to say, hey, you're only getting your second Drake of the game, Zero Lag. That's just, Lion's Creed, that's just fine. Just going to let it happen.
Yeah. Not even trying to do anything around the dragon, knowing for sure that it's being taken, but focusing their attention entirely around the top side of the map. Again, getting some additional gold from the objective bounties that have spawned for them. Preparing a little bit for the Baron, 30 seconds before it's going to spawn.
It's nice decision making right here out of Lion's Creed. I like the decision to leave that Drake alone because they got the first couple of Drakes. They put themselves in a buffer situation where you've bought yourself at least 15 more minutes until any of the big important soul point or even soul Drakes spawn for your opposition, so you can just let them have it. Yeah, it's not great to give over Drakes, but it's not the end of the world at this point. They have at least another 5 minutes until they have to fight, possibly 10 if they're willing to give up another one. And like you said, you can set up a ton of vision for this Baron. Every single member right now of Lion's Creed is making their way over. You've got G Wolfie down towards the bottom side, but does have TP. There's no particularly good TP flank wards this time around, so it might be a bit more of a straight front to back.
Might be, unless Camille manages to find just any possibility to go around and have the flanking maneuver again. With Camille, it's quite possible for you to just suddenly appear at the back lane of the enemy. But here, she is staying on the bot lane for the time being. Really wants to have an additional pressure, applied to Lion's Creed and especially to their base. Additional pressure, speaking of, with throwing Kayn, that's another Glacial Prison completely missed. But you have the passive, you have the stun from it, and you have the kill over to Nami. I guess sometimes you gotta
Wolfie's in the base.
Yes, she's taking down the inhibitor like there is no tomorrow.
Gonna be able to try a second one. And why not? Right now, this is Wolfie sacrificing herself just to be able to draw attention, try to stop any response because the rest of Zero Lag is on the Baron. An attempt to steal out of the rocket, not gonna land, still plenty of health on that one, and it's gonna be a confirmed Baron over to Zero Lag and an inhibitor as well.
Yeah, oh my god, is it now? Okay, Wolfie finally was caught there on the bot lane. Might just have to pay for her sins because this is a lot of stuns and a lot of damage out onto her. Yes, it's a kill. I need to teleport to the top lane in the meantime. Oh, that's going to be a nice push.
Yeah, it's a nice push picking themselves up that inhibitor. It's not ideal to lose out on the Baron buff onto Wolfie, needed to run away as soon as she got the opportunity to. It's a nice chase out of Lion's Creed. You would want that Baron buff onto your Camille because your Camille is one of your premier split pushers, and this composition really is built for a 1-3-1. Yone top lane, 3 members in the mid lane, and your Camille down towards the bottom side. But as it stands, you can now move your Camille in with the rest of the team, add a little bit more support if that's what you need. And instead, you can send your Yone all by herself up towards this top lane, perfectly happy because of that fate sealed to be able to run away pretty easily and use that Baron buff to push forwards. This is a lot of pressure right now. Zero Lag. They looked a little bit iffy during the early stages of the game, found their footing during the mid game, and now are transitioning this beautifully into these later stages. And if they're able to keep the accelerator up, Lion's Creed just aren't going to catch up with their scaling composition.
Apollonia was in the trouble for a couple of seconds there because you could see so many people of Lion's Creed trying to go and catch her. And actually they did with a flash from Celestial Lisa. They really want to stop Apollonia from getting away, but she had the flash too. She's just getting away like that. And speaking of Kayn, by the way, there is a gauntlet as a mythic item for him. Is it something new that you're supposed to build on Yone these days?
You certainly can go towards it. It's not exactly what I would choose, but we are up against a lot of AD, and the slows can really help you in those big trades. Considering a lot of the mythics that you would usually have gone for Yone are not that strong at the moment, I quite like it. Mid lane inhibitor going to go down. There's still a couple more seconds worth of this Baron buff. You can see once again Apollonia is pushing towards this top side, and the pressure just all across the map, the rotation between these lanes to bounce between, constantly getting damage onto these turrets. It's a real work of art to see out of Zero Lag.
And it might just be the last stand for Lion's Creed if only Zero Lag decide to push a little bit further. But oh, they found Wolfie again. They really want to catch her out, but this time she's going to get out. Look at the turrets at the Nexus. One of them is going down almost. There is only one other turret left on the base standing and protecting the last inhibitor that is still alive, but is it going to be alive for long? There is no more Baron buff available, so it might just be a good time to turn around for Zero Lag and withdraw for the time being to see what else they can do on the map, but they don't want to. They want to keep going. Here comes the Glacial Freeze onto Celestial Lisa, and Tabby is going down so quickly, but has the shield, fortunately going to get away. But in the meantime, Lion's Creed are losing absolutely everything on their base. 2 turrets down, the inhibitor down. Only 1 turret is standing between Zero Lag and their pass forwards. And oh my god, what a beautiful one we have here with Nami's ultimate, with a Hextech ultimatum at the base. Celestial Lisa, Sea of Ashes going down, but Sea of Ashes is getting a kill, but is it going to matter?
So low.
It is! Look at that! Miku is chasing, withdrawing. Kayn wants to get another kill. Oh my god, Nami is down as well. Double kill for Jinx. Here comes another kill, potentially, yes, because it's a root. And withdrawn Kayn. Come on, tell me, is it going to be a kill or not? Is it? Oh my god, yes, it's going to be a kill.
Little bit of an overstay right here out of Zero Lag. They thought that they could end the game. You can see why. They've taken down every single turret in the game. Every available turret is in their back pockets, and it's an exposed Nexus, but they overstep massively. They're going to lose a Drake for it as well. You can see the idea. Wolfie goes flying into the backline. The fate sealed across, kicks up 4 members, into 4 members going up through that Nami wave too. It looks so good, but Wolfie gets taken out in the backline. Members are surviving on low health, and you're constantly taking damage off of the turrets as well. Lovely super mega death rocket to pick up another kill, and then everybody's scattered to the hills. It's not ideal. You would want this kind of team fight if you are Lion's Creed to have happened quite a while ago, but as it stands, picking it up now is getting you slowly towards that point at which you are going to be in a really nice spot, but you have no base. All it takes is Wolfie slipping around through the backside to be able to end the game.
one little ward somewhere at the base of Lion's Crate, one little Camille teleporting and getting your Nexus down would have been the end of the game. At least Lion's Crate got themselves a third Drake, so right now at least somebody is sitting on the soul point, but doesn't really matter too much when your base is about to be destroyed, because look at the amount of minions marching towards them. It's a lot of additional gold, but it's also a lot of additional enemy team members going towards you. They want to take that and hit down because it's the last thing that you have on your base.
Got to be so careful right now that you don't get overrun. Gotta find that last stand fight. Ornhorn goes wide.
Yes, it's going to be the Glacial Prison hitting so nicely, and this is the beginning of
what Stratus Panda?
Fight. Oh, he's getting a kill. Look at that. This is Axic ultimatum on
what
the very
Stratus Panda?
Wolf is going to go down.
Gets a kill. Gets excited.
Again, they're so low on health and nobody is
She's
there
excited!
on the other side. Oh my god, she's so excited. Look at that. She's chasing with Drone Kane. She wants another kill. But Sejuani, is she getting away though? Is she? Yes, she is this time. But look at that. Only 2 members are alive.
Jinx is online. Yeah. You need to be so careful.
Look at it,
Both of these teams, they're going to find them.
Oh, there's another kill.
Oh no, this is disaster right here for Zero Lag. It's beginning to get harder and harder to actually find objectives in this game, to be able to actually finish. Stratos Panda is fully online. She was the MVP of the previous game, getting herself a quadra-kill, now with 4 completed items, as well as that Masterwork ornament. Out of Celestial Lisa, this Jinx deals so much damage, and all it takes is one singular kill for the teamfight to completely change into the favor of Lion's Creed. If they're able to win this game with 0 turrets and 0 inhibitors being up at one point into the game, that will be absolutely ridiculous.
That would be a big challenge. Like, you know, in single-player games, sometimes have really hard challenges to complete. This is going definitely to be one of those for Lion's Creed. If they manage to do that, they're my absolute heroes after that. But look at the map. We have the Baron already up and running. This is probably the only thing that would help Zero Lag to take down the enemy base finally. Yes, it's not really a big base. A couple of inhibitors and just a little Nexus. No turrets left, but you are not able to make this final push without some additional help. And this Baron would be that additional oomph that you're missing.
Gonna need to have every bit of help you can get. It only takes 3 members, and you can see just trying to take it out. But right now, Tabby and Stratopanda are around, but you can't leave the base too much. It should be easy to pick up. TP gonna come through as well from Apollonia. So, Baron up minions pouring into the base. 0 turrets alive. 2 inhibitors, 1 down in the top side. If Stratopanda can pull it out, this will be the most insane play we've seen the entire tournament, but everything is on them. We saw previously that a Hextech Ultimatum out of Wolfie wasn't enough. A Hextech Ultimatum plus Apollonia going in with the Fate Shield should be. But you gotta find that angle.
Yeah, we gotta wait for a little bit longer and see if it's going to happen, or whether we're going to have the most insane comeback that we've seen for quite some time now. It's okay, guys, it's okay, we still can come back, don't worry. We have absolutely nothing left in our base, but it's still winnable, guys. I'm telling you, absolutely.
You can hear it, you can hear we still win, we scale, and the thing is that they do. This composition right here, out of Zero Lag, they don't want to be grouping up. You want to send somebody topside, 3 members mid, 1 towards the bot side. Now you can see Apollonia top, Wolfie bot lane. This is exactly what this composition wants to do. If you group, you give the opportunity for Stratopanda to be able to find that fight, find all of those resets. Once she's excited, things could go so very wrong. The engage comes through.
On Horn, they really want to be the one starting the fight. The Glacial Prison was used on Celestial Lisa alone, so now a very crucial ultimate is not available for Zero Lag anymore. They are still trying to push through all 3 lanes. This time Wolfie is alive, so they have a little bit of an additional chance of doing something. No, they still cannot. They really want to take that and hit down Wolfie. Are you sure you want to be doing that? You're alone and you have 2 enemy members trying to take you down. If you die, it's going to be a disaster. The Execution is not going to save you. Apollonia, oh my god, the same here. Versus 2. Is she going to? No, she's not going to get out. Lion's Creed are still alive. They're still defending.
Oh, they got all 3 inhibitors though. They're gonna rotate back down, but then again, those 2 early Drakes picked up by Lion's Creed is everything. It's bought them enough time that they don't have to go and try fight for this Drake if they don't want to, but they may well do. A trap has been set. Zero Lag, they know what's happening. They know they're gonna come in for this.
Oh! With throwing giant out of nowhere, jumping right onto Sea of Ashes, going to figure it out. Look at that. Saya is down. Why was she so far, so close to the enemy? I guess we'll never find out because it's a dragon for Lion's Creed apparently.
It's gonna be so for Lion's Creed. They're gonna have to get back to base right now. There are minions pouring into their base. Gonna pick up Wind Trading Panda.
No, that was an attempt to take down somebody.
Minions
for the win! Minions for the win! Minions really want to win this one, but no, Celestial is going to stop them. Another breathing moment for Lion's Creed. I can't believe it!
Everybody, this is the last stand for both of these teams. If you lose, you are out. You are out of contention for the prize pool. Your day finishes right here. What a feeling it would be for Zeralag to have been so in control of this game, to have gotten every tower, every inhibitor, and you just can't make it. This Jinx is full build. I repeat, this is a full build Jinx. This is a full build Victor. Your team scales so much better than your opponents because you have that on, and you now have to run, if you're Zeralag, into this absolutely death machine of a composition from Lion's Creed in order to just kill the Nexus. It's so close. Lion's Creed are so close to being able to make the comeback, but Zeralag, they can taste the victory.
Can we by any chance have a look at how much health is available for On? Because his health bar seems absolutely ridiculous, which is to be expected when you're building hard skill on On. What else is going to come out of that? Look at Lion's Creed in the meantime. They're clearing out their base. All these gold being thrown at them constantly. For the last, 15 minutes, all Zeralag have been doing was sending a lot of gold towards the base of Lion's Creed. And Lion's Creed should have been very thankful for that because the items are finally all there.
Oh, everything's so tense. We're waiting for this. It should have been a last stand for Lion's Creed 10 minutes ago, and yet they're still standing. It wasn't a last stand, it was the beginning of the end for them. They want to start this comeback. Everything's online. They have everything that they need. They still have the ability to step out of their base, something you shouldn't be able to do with this many inhibitors down. You can see control wards littering their base as well. They don't want any TP flanks because that could be terrifying. Wolfie plus Apollonia into the backline when you stepped out would be enough to end the game very quickly. It's pixel perfect play needed out of Lion's Creed. If they misstep even slightly, they will lose this game. But these inhibitors will be respawning soon enough, and then they're going to have a tiny bit more breathing room in order to try to fight for either the Baron in a minute's time or for this Elder Drake coming up in 3.5 minutes.
Is it going to be enough time there? Are we even going to see the Elder Drake? Because Zeralag really want to make the final push. It will take them a little bit more caution this time. It should at least, because last 2 times something was just not working out for them anymore. But come on, this time it's just one last push. It must be so hard to see the enemy Nexus so close to you, so completely open and naked, standing there just waiting for you to go and do a couple of auto attacks on it. But you just cannot get to it every time you're close to it. You die.
At this point, the tanks and the supports are nearing full build as well. Everybody right now has an ornament in their back pocket, getting a ton of extra stats. It's so tense, it's so close. 30 seconds on this Baron. If you are Lion's Creed, you don't necessarily have to go and fight for this one. You've seen previously that even with Baroned up minions, Zeralag haven't been able to win the game. So you can just sit back, not throw everything, but if you want to go fight them, you're beginning to win these team fights so long as Apollonia and Wolfie don't get into the backline and take out Stratos Panda, then things should still be fine. Next time we see a team fight, watch Strato Panda. Do they get the first kill? Do they get excited? Or do they get locked up in that Hextech ultimatum, into Fate Sealed, into a Nami bubble perhaps? That's the situation where things will go bad. Rocket comes through.
It comes very much through. Look at Wolfie in the meantime. She's on the bot lane, not going too far away though, because right now we're 41 minutes in the game, almost 42. The death timers are absolutely insane. If you die, this might just be a game over for your whole team because you will not be able to join them for just so long. And as Zeralag, you would need to run so far away from your base as well that you just absolutely cannot afford to die anymore.
This is easily the longest game that we've seen here at Rising Stars so far. This one has legs in it, and it doesn't feel quite over yet. In just a moment's notice, an ace for either team would end the game. Even for Lion's Creed, they would be able to push through so quickly with this Jinx. Pulling the trigger, Darkdale might be caught.
Oi, Nami! Okay, Nami has the flash, she's getting away, but Skarner has the flash to impale, and that Nami is gone. That's a nice sashimi for Dina. -1 for Zeralag.
Oh, what a little catch right there. It looks like a lot of ultimates blown for only a support, but it doesn't matter. It relieves so much pressure. All of a sudden, that 1-3-1 doesn't work anymore, not without the Nami. That Nami wave has been crucial in both engaging and disengaging these team fights. It's a nice catch, and you haven't lost too much out for it. Your Skarner still has Hex Flash. Do have to be careful to get back into base and continue to catch these waves. At this point, the Jinx and the Victor, they're just catching the waves for funsies. You do not actually need any more items. Full build, just taking pots whenever they can get them, and your tanks nearly completing full builds as well. Basically, everyone in this game has every item that they are possibly going to pick up so far. So very tense. Winner moves on in the tournament, loser goes home, doesn't have a chance to play for the £3,000 prize pool at the end.
Look at that, 25 seconds before the Elder Drake is going to be up and running on the map, and this might just be the last thing that Zero Lack were desperately lacking to go and win those team fights, because they have been trying over and over to go 5-5 or just have something happening on the enemy space, and we're not able to find a win. Win! Oh, yo, Kain! You better get out of it. There is an Ornhorn, I believe. Yes, but it's going in a rather different direction. It's all good. Wolfie, you are in so much trouble right now. You better get out.
Zero Lag right now.
They're taking the Drake.
Oh, they're on the Drake. They're gonna get the Drake. Wolfie needs to just keep buying as much time as possible. This is gonna be the Elder Drake.
Keep running around. Keep jumping. Your Camille can do it. Yes,
gonna get
here
away.
Comes the Drake. They can turn around now. They can fight. Finally, they have a fighting chance. They have a massive bat running on them right now. They can go and have this fight and have this final push.
Oh, that's what happens when you have no towers up and available and a Camille who can shred through the base so fast. You couldn't afford to let Wolfie into the backline. You had to turn away from that dragon, despite the fact that that's exactly what Lions Creed wanted. They now have to commit the last stand.
Oh, Glacial Prison is going a little bit wild there, not really stunning anybody. Wolfie is again acting as a bait on the other side of the map, trying to get as many members of the enemy team paying attention to her. Nobody else as possible. Look at everybody else. They're taking down the second inhib. The third one is almost down. Wolfie's still dancing around it. 2 down. Only 1 is left with the impale onto Kain, and he's going down.
Doesn't die.
John is getting out. Look at that. Wolfie's still possible to go to the back lane. There is a kill.
Stratopanda.
Oh my god, look at that. It's so much happening at the same time.
What Stratopanda?
Kain is going down. Look at Jinx. Look at everybody.
Jinx has got this. Jinx has got this. Whoa!
What was that?
Oh my god. It took everything out of Zero Lag to be able to win that game.
I did not keep count of the Barons, but I do know that they tried to get that in all 3 inhibs down multiple times. I would say like 4 times they tried to end the game, but it wasn't enough for Zero Lag, and simply because of the scaling composition that Lions Creed had locked in, and the fact that it felt like there was no AP from the side of Zero Lag. It was just a full AD comp. We got some Glass Cannon Yode, we got some Glass Cannon Camille, Sejuani acting as a little bit of a front line, a couple of the ultimates going wide, and they really struggled against Lions Creed. They did not make this easy. I think we should all just like breathe a little.
I'm actually shaking really badly from that game. Oh my god.
That was an incredible game. It was insane, to say the least. Just the fact that how far Lions Creed has pushed Zero Lag and vice versa. Both of these teams didn't want to give up, but it felt like Lions Creed, they put on quite a good performance in terms of defending, but Wolfie, Solari continuously getting the attention away from their team.
It was such an interesting a pattern of baits, I would say, from Wolfie. Getting to the bot lane over and over and over, acting there just, to get some attention happening from Lions Creed towards her, and then running around. Couple of first times they were able to kill her pretty quickly, and that sort of gave them the understanding that they can go and do it again. Just go kill the base very quickly, go and see where the main action is. But the last time, no turrets on the base means that Camille can just run around, and you will be dragged around with her for as long as she wishes to be running.
Yeah, and talking about the Camille and the Yone, actually, these two were quite a deadly combo block, sir.
Oh yeah, once those two got onto the backline and locked somebody down, could just absolutely destroy. This is the moment at which this game went fully into the favor of ZeroLag, managing to get onto Sea of Ashes, take them out so quickly. Then Wolfie goes towards the front side, Apollonia goes towards the backside with that Fate sealed, managing to get right on top of Stratos Panda, exactly who you want to be able to take out. A deadly combo right there, managing to just win this team fight, and this was where the game went fully into their favor, and it felt like it should have ended much quicker than it actually did.
Yeah. Lions Crew did not make it easy. They were like, this is our home, we're defending it, this is our base, get out. Get off my lawn! But eventually, ZeroLag did manage to actually secure it, and they needed a Baron, an Elder, a distraction from Wolfie.
Another Baron.
The thing is, it's a lot of the times when we see the teams have already broken open 3 inhibitors, they're very much tunnel visions. They get okay, we have 3 inhibs open, we're just going to go on to the next one, we're just going to end. A lot of times we see people trying to split push. We see teams trying to just go for the backdoor, expect a special. But this time around, it felt like ZeroLag, macro-wise Solari, they perfected it.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it was... I don't even know where to start, to be honest, but they really okay, 2 times there definitely was a little bit of that tunnel vision, but all of them are going to the base, and you have Apollonia and Wolfie on the 2 different sides of on the 2 different lanes, and they get killed, and because of that you're suddenly 3 versus 5 and you cannot really continue. In that last fight, finally all of them were alive. Wolfie was there dragging attention towards her but not really dying, which was the most crucial part here. And then you just go all in, and in this fight so much was happening that I don't know how you can follow up, because there's just flashes, kills, the Elder Dragon buffs, everything. Oh my god, the Nexus is down.
Wow. Yeah.
Without that Elder buff, that would have been a 1 game right there for Lions Creed. They would have actually brought that comeback through. And that Elder buff would have been taken, or at least the fight around it would have happened, if it wasn't for Wolfie being so annoying.
Yes.
So annoying. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place, or in this case, giving up Elder and or letting Wolfie end the game. And you have to kind of make a decision in that split second. And it felt like Lions Creed, they had really good mental and really want to emphasize that, the fact that they were able to take the game this long. But then you get to the point where it's like, okay, do we send all 5 members to deal with Wolfie, or do we just go and try and fight the Elder? If you let Wolfie go for the base, you lose the Nexus. If you lose Elder, you lose the Nexus. So Blockster, potentially, what could have gone differently here for Lions Creed?
They just needed that fight to have not ended with flanks during that middle portion of the game around the Drake. I mean, the last stand was beautiful. Stratos Panda on that Jinx. It's such a shame that they've been knocked out now and we don't get to see that again. That's 2 beautiful Jinx performances in a row, but they kept the early game so close. It's exactly what they needed to do. We said if they can come into 20 minutes pretty close, they're feeling absolutely good. They're about 1k gold behind. That was it. Picked up those early 2 Drakes, which in the end ended up being the reason that things lasted as long as it did. And it felt good, it felt great. And then you go a little bit too far forwards, you don't have your flanks covered. Unfortunately, you lose your Victor. And from that point onwards, things began to fall further and further and further behind, and your composition, it needed time to scale. They could well have allowed that 3rd Drake to have just gone over. They'd picked up the first 2. You don't need to fight for it. Over aggression right there at a time when their composition wasn't powerful is the reason that Lions Creed have fallen down and unfortunately are not progressing in this tournament.
Unfortunately not, and that also changes the way that the bracket is being set up. Lions Creed now another team that we have said goodbye to today, and therefore it means that ZeroLag Female is going to be advancing against SK Avarosa to determine who is going to be facing G2 Hell in the lower finals. Now, you said it earlier, Blockster, we're all looking forward to G2 Hell against SK Avarosa potentially, but from what we've just seen, it feels like ZeroLag Female has what it takes to push G2 as well to their absolute limits. I mean, the lower semis are going to be coming up next, but before we head over, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break.
Thank God.
Get some water, have a little bit of food, relax, go out, see a little bit of sunshine. I know that doesn't actually exist here in the UK, depending again on where you live. As far as I'm aware, it's really dark outside, but like get some sunlight somehow, get a little relaxed, because that game, I know we all need to just like breathe a little. So we'll be back in a bit. Don't go anywhere, as the 3rd game is going to be coming your way. After that absolute nail-biting game from Zero Lag Female against Lions Grade, we're now going to be heading into another banger as we have SK Avarosa going up against Zero Lag Female to determine which team is going to be heading up against G2. We have a little change on the desk, but I'm still your host, Jeannie. However, in terms of the analysts, we have Bloxer as well as Soph joining us. Solari tapped out for a little break because I feel like much needed one. Soph, welcome. Have you had a chance by any means to catch that last game?
I did, indeed I did. Oh my god, I was getting ready for the broadcast, I must admit, but I was keeping tabs on the game, and I was just looking at the minutes going by, and the game going back and forth, and the base is getting destroyed, but they still defending so hard, and then it was 30, 35, 40, 45, and I think we approached the longest game in the tournament so far, competing with last yesterday with, I believe it was G2 and Clash.
That's correct. It was it's currently the longest one as well, and it felt like Zero Lag Female Bloxer, they struggled to close out the game, and it's mainly, I would say, down to their composition, because macro-wise, the way that they played it actually had such a big lead and were able to secure that Elder was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it really was a good look, but oh man, that game, it felt like sort of swimming through tar. That's the best way I can describe it. Like,
I don't even want to imagine that, but thank you.
Yeah, just an absolute uphill battle right there to actually get towards the end, despite the fact that those mid-game fights were so good. Overall, they were looking really, really nice. I'm impressed with the way that they played. But damn, I mean, it just didn't end well. If that game had ended 10, 15 minutes earlier, I'd be coming into this one like, yep, I'm gonna win. SK have got no chance, but as it stands, things feel very, very close.
Yeah, and also the fact that SK, as you mentioned earlier as well, Bloxer, they have an organization behind them. They have coaching staff, they have managers as well. So if anything, like yesterday after the loss that they had here on stream, Empress went and streamed some solo queue. Like, if that doesn't tell you how strongly resilient this team is, and I don't know what will, because solo queue is probably worse than playing the games here in an actual competitive tournament. So, like, you know, respect. But in that regards, it feels like on the flip side, it's Zero Lag Female that are coming after such a difficult game. Like, that game was mentally challenging, to say the least. It was so difficult to deal with, and so, you know, hats off to Lions Green for being able to push it through that far, but they've only had 10 minutes to reset, whereas, you know, SK Avarosa, they finished their game earlier. It wasn't as close of a game. So do you think potentially, so if they're coming into this more fresher?
I definitely would say so, but on the flip side, I believe that Zero Lag might be coming in just really, really warmed up, and that might be something that works super well for them, because we know how sometimes getting a bigger of a break makes us feel less in the momentum, in the flow of it. So I believe that we have pros and cons for both situations. But I think Zero Lag might be on the upper hand just because they're like, we're onto the groove of things. We are going to get there. We've just fought such an incredibly challenging game, and we can take down SK Avarosa.
Well, that is going to be a battle potentially uphill again, Blockster, simply because SK Avarosa, the games that they've played today so far, looking just at the timings, again, we haven't really had a chance to see their games on stream today yet, so this is going to be the first time we're showing them today. We showed them yesterday. Their games were very quick, very swift, so in that regards, it feels like potentially they've come in much more refreshed, and they're really feeling themselves today.
Really are, and it's exactly what you want. You want to be coming in with this kind of momentum as well. It's like we're saying, hey, we know right now the Zero Lag are feeling themselves. We just saw them take a win, but it's not as if SK have been sat here gathering dust throughout the rest of the day. That might be an issue for G2, who haven't played. We'll see them in the next round. Both of these teams coming in warmed up, ready, and as SK, you have got something to prove, because we only saw them once yesterday, and we watched them get put into the dirt.
Ooh, oh, wow. Okay, I love how you're putting that, but looking, okay, they got put in the dirt, potentially, sure. Yes, respectfully. I'm gonna add that to it as well.
Okay.
The roster from SK Avarosa, however, going up against the Zero Lag roster. So, is there any individuals that you want to highlight? So far, we've really focused on highlighting jungle and highlighting bot lane, but if anything, we finally had a treat in top this time around in the form of the Camille. Are you expecting potentially the top laners from both of these teams going up against each other to be an island, or do you think we might be seeing a little bit of a change in the pace of the game?
I think we might see something different coming into this one. I believe that when we get to semifinals and finals territory, teams are looking forward to being more challenging, to being more assertive in what they do, and sometimes the island is just too much of a waiting game to continue having it on the board. So if we have a look at, for example, SK Avarosa with Fang in the top lane, they have these champions like Cassante, Aatrox, Camille, Sat, Mordekaiser that can be put into play, that definitely do not belong in an island, unless it's Shadow Isles. But they're going to be bringing much more excitement, at least into the 1v1s in the top lane, and potentially bringing other engagers on Herald or TPing across the map. We have seen so little of it. We've seen more of mid laners getting TP and being more present across the map, so maybe this might be a different one this time.
So you're not really a fan of Farm Simulator? So
I am not. I gotta say, I hate any simulator game. I just think it's so boring.
But you like Yuumi?
Okay, come on.
That's not even video game simulator.
That's just Yuumi.
Stop. Why are you guys so mean to me and the cat? That's just not fair, okay?
Okay. Well, we haven't seen Yuumi yet today. When you weren't on broadcast, we did see the Yuumi. So, Bloxer, when we're looking at the composition specifically that we've seen so far, it felt like, yes, there was a little bit more of an emphasis towards the top lane, but maybe not as much as we've expected there to be.
No, it hasn't really. These big teamfight compositions have kind of been the name of the game. You want a strong bot lane, you want somebody with a big CC ultimate in the mid lane, your Orianna, your Seraphine, that kind of thing. And then your top laner can either be a big Ornn, or finally we saw something different.
Yes!
Finally, Zero Lag had a different composition. Everybody else who's been winning, at least, has been playing those big teamfight compositions. Hey, we're going to press buttons directly at whoever is in front of us, and we're going to win. It's a perfectly reasonable composition, and I still think they're probably the strongest, but a decent way to deal with a composition like that is by just saying, hey, no, we are not going to group up whatsoever. We're actually going to send somebody top, somebody bot lane, 3 of us mid, and then just push you out, make you run around the map, and you can't find a big team fight, which is what your composition wants to do. If Zero Lag are able to pull that off again, it's both more interesting in terms of we've got some different compositions happening on, and also a good counter to the compositions that have kind of been running the tournament so far.
Yeah, and SK Avarosa's composition specifically wasn't really what we were expecting to see, but looking up against these two rosters, SK Avarosa against Zero Lag, it felt like SK Avarosa, when it comes to their playstyle, specifically what we've seen on stream, is they were going for very immobile champions, whereas when we're looking at Wolfie and Apollonia, the Yoru and the Yone actually, not the Yone and the Camille, they were such just dive in on that back line, just go for picks, get individual play styles. So it feels like they're going to be clashing a little in that regard.
Yes, I think so too. And not only that, I think that will fit exactly how Bloxer pointed out. Just having a different style of comp that is going to try to avoid the 5v5s and instead getting those backline picks, as you just mentioned, Ginny, getting those skills in the mid lane and the top lane, and in smaller fights and smaller trays like 2v2s. And they're just going to be more focused on picking off instead of full-on fighting. And I think that would work well for Zero Leg in this regard if SK Avarosa maintains the sort of game style they have been doing so far.
Yeah, Bloxer, in terms of maybe must bans, we've said Seraphine is something that we don't want to see. We've said personally Yuumi is also something we don't want to see. So do you think that the Camille needs to be taken out of the equation here if SK Avarosa wants to stand a chance?
Not necessarily. If you want to play your big teamfight composition and you want a tank in the top lane, then yes, I think taking this Camille off the board is a very good idea. It's good into things like the Ornn, like the Maokai, all of those champions we've seen top lane, has the ability with so much true damage in the kit to just cut through them, really can run the lane, and just gives you so much priority whenever you do find a pick with that Hextech Ultimatum, because people can't get away from you. However, if you do want to go toe-to-toe with the Camille, that's where the Camille can begin to fall down. The Aatrox has been hovering along the bans, never quite stepping up. Aatrox can be decent into that Camille, give you a little bit more of a skill matchup. And so it really depends. Do you want to concede your top lane? If you do, ban the Camille. If you don't want to concede your top lane, then you can let it through and focus your bans elsewhere.
Well, whether or not top lane is going to be conceded, we'll find out as we're heading into picks and bans. So for the first time today, please take the lead on this one.
Hey, absolutely. Thank you so much, Eugenie. We're jumping into this one. So exciting, Bloxer. We have two giants on the board, don't we?
We really do. SK with all of this backing as well as this... I mean, what a matchup we have right here. Gonna see both the Aatrox and the Kayn coming right off the board. We saw the Kayn being banned last time around. Win trading Kayn absolutely loves this pickup. And then the Aatrox, we've talked about it. It can be great.
It so can be, and right now in the pre-patch, like in the preseason, it has been such a highlight in regards to getting into fights, dealing so much damage and still being able to sustain himself for so long. So it's definitely a very safe ban. We have Sion coming along as well. I think that's a little interesting. I totally concur with the Wukong coming up next. So both teams looking for one side the top laner, the other side the jungler to target for the banning.
Everything is a little bit top lane focused right here. Oh my god. No top laners are allowed. All of the interesting ones, it seems like currently, Zero Lag, they just want us to have an Ornn versus Maokai matchup, man. And you can understand why, to be fair. Why you would go towards that, considering the Ornn nearly ruined your day previously. Gonna once again go for this first pick Sejuani. We saw it previously. Wind Trading Kayn had a pretty good game on it. A couple of those Glacial Prisons could go a little bit wide, but it gives you a lot of flexibility considering it can go both top and jungle, and then it's just pretty good in both of these roles.
Look at that. Okay, I like it.
Sante is open, and we saw how good that was earlier today.
Maybe they're just going to secure the bot laner there. Oh,
this is the basic bot lane.
Yeah, it's so basic, isn't it? But it's interesting to see that they went for something safer in Karma instead of going for a Lux or a Morgana to combo in the lane phase for the Caitlyn and enable her. If we're seeing a Lucian, I will guarantee we have an army afterwards.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense to pick that one up just because it can give you some early priority. But the Caitlyn Karma has been one of those bot lanes currently that's really been showing up. It gives you so much extra push in your bot lane. It allows you to move around the map, constantly pick yourselves up Drakes in the early game. It's just beautiful. I mean, alright, MF being locked in right here. We'll see what this next pickup is going to be. You'd expect to pick up yourself a support, kind of to pair alongside with the Misfortune, especially considering you know it's a Caitlyn Karma.
Oh my, okay. Is it going to be Soraka?
Yeah.
Oh my god, Vlogs, I'm just so excited. I am casting SK again, so this is so thrilling. I've been looking forward to casting these teams. And we see also a matchup with the Misfortune. She's literally my main in the bot lane. I'm crying.
Misfortune Soraka as well, plenty of poke potential, and just the walking ambulance going to be able to make sure that nobody is going to die. We saw yesterday what a Soraka could do to a game. That Mundo is going to be locked in. It was hovered earlier. It gives you a lot of tankiness up in the top lane, and should just be A-okay to survive and give you that front line that a Caitlyn Karma needs to give them space.
Yes, absolutely. I really enjoy what we have on the board right now, but it does look, at least in regards to zero lag, that they might be going for something. You know, you have the poke in the bot lane, as you mentioned, Bloxer, but also you have a Sejuani and a Misfortune. You're looking for the team fights. You're looking for the Wombo combo. You're looking for the Glacial Prison into bullet time, and that granting you so much on 5v5s. So it's a little different from what we have seen before.
Alright, we see the Seraphine coming off of the board right here. It's been one of those priority picks, mainly in the mid lane actually. We haven't seen it in the support role too often. Another mid lane ban coming out with the Syndra. Syndra having a couple of changes earlier on, and just is ridiculously strong at this point in time. The amount of space that she can create around her makes it incredibly difficult to actually fight into a composition with that Scatter the Weak. Caitlyn Karma would love that extra bubble of space around them, and so taking it off the board makes a lot of sense. And the Fiora coming off as well, not giving Wolfie any of those hyphy picks.
Yes, they don't have any of those. Okay, they're also going for a Silas ban on this one. So, of course, we were going to see, since we didn't have any mid lanes confirmed so far, that the bans are going to be towards that mid lane. And in the case of SK, they have put as well that Fiora. It makes total sense, as you mentioned, with Worthy's playstyle. We have seen, as you said, so much of Syndra and Seraphine. So it's either would be a insta-ban on them, or insta-picking them. We can confirm that the Teemo pick is a proxy pick for Lilia.
Yeah, that's why nobody got excited about the Teemo.
Nobody gets excited about the Teemo.
No, it's going to be a Lilia right here. So you've got some big AP in the jungle. It leaves the mid lane open to possibly go with a little bit of AD. Could be another Yone, maybe a Yasuo pickup. Zed is still available. We've seen that one floating around. This Ornn is picked in, then Wolfie has well and truly been caged. Not going to be able to absolutely let the dog out. Instead, should just be a pretty chill matchup versus this Mundo. This Yi will be locked in, but it won't be a Yi. Don't you worry. The Yi is actually going to be an Ahri, and so it's going to be a Sejuani, Misfortune, Soraka, Ornn, Ahri composition out of zero lag.
Bloxer, looking at this comp for zero lag, I love it so much. I think it's so well rounded. You have the front line, you have the engages, you have the sustain, have the damage, and also have the Ahri to just make things even more well-rounded, because you're not going to rely on every fight being a full-on 5v5. The Ahri can get those pickoffs, can get those engages, can roam so easily, and that's going to allow for great plays in the beginning of the game, especially towards the level 6 for Ahri, and then enable better team fights towards objectives like Drake and Herald. And okay, the final is going to be Victor. We have seen plenty of him as well in the tournament, right?
Yeah, he's been really strong. We saw him in the previous game and what damage he could do to the opposition, although we did see the Victor being caught out in what was kind of a pivotal moment. Different player though, gonna be a new game. We'll see if this Victor can once again scale beautifully, and that's kind of what these compositions are once again. You're trying to win a little bit earlier on right now as zero lag, whereas SK, they're pretty happy to sit back and allow the game to come to them.
Yes, absolutely. And well, it's going to rely on them having a nice and safe early game, and I think especially in regards to the bot lane, that's going to work perfectly. We have the Karma, and in this scenario, not enabling Caitlyn to go in and be aggressive, but rather just protecting her, making some space so she can be very on the defense side of things, away from any fighting, so that she can scale. On the top lane, you have Mundo, so he's going to try to get the island going, so is Ornn. So they're going to be slapping each other's faces, but nothing's going to come much of fruition on it. But yes, as you said, SK looking to have a stronger mid to late game composition. Yeah. If they can get something out on the Caitlyn early game or on the Victor, amazing. They would love that. But at the same time, they don't expect it to happen, especially with the Sejuani, especially with how much the bot lane on the side of zero lag is also super protected.
Yeah, indeed. Both of these compositions trying to do slightly different things for themselves. We've got a small technical difficulty, so we're just going to go go into a quick 3-minute break, and we'll be back with the fully redone drafts and then into game as quickly as possible for you. Thank you for your patience, and we'll be back in a sec.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Rising Stars lower semi-finals. I'm Sofjan here with Black Bloxer once again. We're coming into this game pretty soon. We're going to have a look at the draft. But Bloxer, tell me, how are you feeling?
Oh yeah, super excited. After we've got our small technical issue out of the way, we're going to be right back into it, show you the drafts as they've gone through without any of those annoying proxy picks, so you can get a full view of what we're expecting.
Yes, absolutely. Coming right up, we have it, and it's going to be on Sejuani, Ari, Misfortune, and Soraka for Zero Lag Female, and SK with the Mundo, Lilia, Victor, Caitlyn, and Karma.
Yeah, these compositions trying to do slightly different things, and I have a couple of worries right here for Zero Lag. Who's dealing with the Mundo? You really don't have any tank shred. Misfortune isn't particularly good at shredding through a tank, not unless she gets very far ahead. Sejuani or Soraka, they obviously aren't. And Ari isn't exactly a tank shredding champion either. She's kind of looking for the charm to be able to find a pick. It's a bit more of a pick composition. But SK, I mean, a lot of their members are pretty good at getting away. You have a Karma to try to keep people alive. Lily is super fast running around. And again, who deals with the Mundo?
Yeah, that's such a good question, that Bloxer. And unfortunately for Zero Lag, as you mentioned, the Mundo is going to make it hard for Soraka to keep on healing. We have Ari that can do the true damage, but Mundo is probably going to be ulted at that point, so all the true damage that has been dealt, he's going to regenerate immediately. So yeah, I don't think there's much unless we had a perfect chain of CC onto this team, allowing for Zero Lag to combo the damage and not letting Dr. Mundo use any abilities. So we have to be very nice calculated.
Yeah, it's going to have to be very well played right here. It's a little bit more of a wombo combo composition that has been built right here by Zero Lag. You're looking for that Ornhorn into bullet time out of the MF. Really, that's kind of what you're looking for. On the other side, though, I mean, the team fight, it's no slouch either. If you manage to get a Lilia sleep onto multiple members, that could certainly win you a game.
Oh, definitely. Well, we're going to find out how it's going to happen as we jump right into the game. Let's get on to the Summoner's Rift for the lower semi-finals. So excited about this one. We have these two compositions here, right, Bloxer, that allow for a couple of similarities, but at the same time, they can also bring a place of very different gameplay, doesn't it?
Yeah, they do not want to do necessarily the exact same thing. Look at that little froggy, so cute. We'll see where these junglers are going to start up, because we've seen Sejuani, an exceptionally proactive jungler, looking to get involved across every single lane and find ways into the game. Whereas Lilia, you just farm so dang fast. This deer can sprint through the jungle looking to full clear, but she's a little bit nerfed at the moment because invading is not quite as potent as it once was.
Yes, absolutely. Starting off, we this cute little bean here. Oh, look at that skin, so gorgeous, and the karma pink as well. Oh, amazing!
Beautiful.
But yeah, so right now we just have both teams. Oh, all of them are so pretty. Thank you so much to our observer here, just giving us the beautiful images on this game. Both teams just look to be guarding that jungle. This one though, I don't think I have quite seen it. It's so pretty. Look at Caitlyn. She's a blonde now.
Barely looks like a gun in her hands at all. And now that we've seen all of these truly gorgeous skins, we're going to have a look at where these junglers are starting. Both of them starting towards the top side, exactly what you expect. We're expecting this Caitlyn Karma to push in their opposition. And so there's a definite gank opportunity for Win Trading Kane if she can get down there to get involved. However, the Lilia is going to clear a lot faster than the Sejuani, and so you do need to be a little bit careful that you don't end up in a counter gank situation.
Yes, and at the same time, we have both junglers starting on the same side of the map, so they're going to collapse together on that Scuttle Crab in the bottom river, and they're going to direct for that bottom lane, as you mentioned. The Caitlyn and Karma are going to be much more oppressive in the lane phase with the range, with the poking. So we're gonna have to wait to see how Misfortune and Soraka can be very protective about it, because they know that, exactly as you said, the Lily is going to clean up faster. She's going to be able to come in and get so fast into the bottom lane.
And we'll see how efficient this Lilia pathing is truly going to be. Most junglers just want to full clear at this time. Because of the fact that the Scuttle Crab now spawns later on, you have more than enough time to full clear your jungle before you get into this fight. Lilia is not going to win in a straight 1v1 versus a Sejuani. To be honest, both of them not particularly strong during these very early portions of the game. And you can see the Sejuani having a decently efficient clear as well. A little bit faster than you could have seen previously, simply because she did have that help from the Ornn earlier on, a melee champion that helps to stack up that passive on the E, meaning that Sejuani gets to clear a little bit faster than she would otherwise.
And it's working super well. Win Trading Kane definitely going for this one in the bot lane, since SK has advanced so much. They have a ward in a tri-bush, so that's going to help spot the enemy jungler pretty easily. Do they have... Yeah, they just decide to... They're scouting around. We'll see if they're going to try and engage on this one. Though it's a Karma, it's a Caitlyn, they have all the means of escaping. They know now that there is a ward in that bush. We have Lilia getting some presence as well.
Ahri roaming down.
Yes, not only the bot lane following up as well. Ahri coming is going to get that secure on the Scuttle Crab for Zero Like Female on this one. And since Lilia is retreating, resetting full base, Sejuani might even get both of them on the map.
You can see pings towards this Scuttle Crab, but unfortunately Win Trading Kane is just going to get there quicker. This was going to be a nice and easy double scuttle, entirely because the mid lane of Apollonia, as well as Acerus and Darkdale, decided to roam up towards that Scuttle Crab and just help out, and that's what you need to do, giving such a good level of clear right into the back pocket of Win Trading Kane, someone who played very well in the previous game on this Sejuani too. I'm really looking at those Glacial Prisons out of Win Trading Kane to see if this game should go well. Gank and and counter gank opportunity here.
Top lane is already going very, very fast. The Fang's health bar is going really low on this one. They have to flash away. The damage from Lilia is stacking on Windtrade and Kane. They might be in a bad position. Maybe they're going to get something out of it. Nice protect from G Wofi. And they managed to stay in front to get any access thrown on their face instead of that jungler. And the pressure is going strong in the top lane for SK. In the bot lane too, we have some damage going on Marcia, getting the help from Bijash on this one. The Ignite drops on Aziris. That's falling very, very low, but Misfortune still has a lot to be able to maintain herself in the fight because of Darkdale on Soraka.
Nobody ends up dying despite the fact that we have action in the top and bottom lanes. You could see the idea from Windtrade and Kane trying to get onto Fengdieri. In the end, though, ends up losing Flash, nearly losing their life. Empress with the nice counter gank. In the bot side of the map, you can see summoner spells being blown left, right, and center. Bijash now has absolutely no summoner spells whatsoever, making her a true target. The Karma has a couple shields, a little bit of a speed up, but that doesn't mean that she has enough mobility to survive a true gank. And with the Sejuani on the other side of the map, that could definitely result in disaster should Windtrade and Kane come down here.
In blocks, not only that, I think that on that trade in the bottom lane, it felt like it was SK engaging firsthand, and it would most likely be a win scenario for them because they have Karma, they have Caitlyn, but at the end of the day, the fight turned up against them because it was their support that had to waste the two summoner spells, as you mentioned. It was just a heal for a series on that one. Windtrade and Kane is scouting the area, just getting the jungle, probably some vision around the pit, because the first Drake has spawned. It's going to be Chemtech 1, right? Yeah, there we go. And the bot lane resets on the side of zero lag, as I know it has been fairly pushed, and it's going to be in a nice position of wave management there when they come back to the lane.
It's a nice little freeze right here. Mercer perfectly happy to hold this one just underneath the tower in a perfectly safe position, and it's something that you can absolutely do on this Caitlyn. With the Caitlyn Karma, you can push your opposition in if you want to, or you can allow the wave to come back towards you and just sit back, relax, and not be in a position where Windtrade and Kane can actually get in, unless you do this.
Unless you do this. Windtrade and Kane was in the fog of war there, wasn't spotted. Lovely, lovely setup for First Blood for their ADC series.
You've put yourself so far behind the tower just to be safe. Just to be safe. And then you walk up without knowing that there's going to be a Sejuani in that bush. First Blood going over into the back pocket of Asteris, and this is what you need, because if this Misfortune doesn't get ahead, you're going to lose out in the damage war versus a Caitlyn, and you're not going to have anyone to deal with this Mundo. There's going to have to be a Kraken Slayer out of this Misfortune just to deal with them.
Neon Horn trying to get people away from them. Windtrade Kane is coming around to help.
Oh, the CC!
Empress getting so much damage targeted from the tower. Bijash is getting herself away, but she's getting shoved really, really fast as well. Apollonia following up with the ulti on Fengdieri. She has been dealing a lot of damage, but so far it's not enough. Oh, what a flash comeback there. True damage, guaranteeing another kill for the mid laner. A total of 3 kills here in the top lane for zero like female.
And this is what needed to happen. This composition out of Zero Lag needed to get ahead early. Where have I heard myself say that one before? Now we're going to see a little replay of this fight down in the bot side. It's just unfortunate out of Mercer. If you like watching good flashes, avert your eyes. Yeah, that one feels a little bit bad. In response though, Zero Lag female, they're also going to pick themselves up that Rift Herald. They've now picked up 4 unanswered kills, the Rift Herald, and the Drake is still available if that's where Windtrade and Kane wants to go, and why wouldn't you? You've got plenty of pressure down towards this bot side of the map, and currently Empress is nowhere to be seen. This composition needs to find advantages in the early game, and so far Zero Lag female have been doing that perfectly.
Yes, and they have guaranteed everything so far in regards to Skirtle Carab Vision, in regards to the Herald as you mentioned, and we have so much pressure from them in the bot lane. This is going to be an uncontested Drake as long as the Lilia doesn't decide to go for something. She might go for the Ahri instead. She's still in a very good position. She knows the rest of her team is down at the river, so she's very safe, even though there was help of Empress and Bijash on this one. Another Fog of War scenario. Glacial Prison connects. The damage is on. They have to go over the wall.
Big sleep.
Flash is gonna land. Oh, the stun from Escape as well, getting the 4 members over zero lag female in a pinned up spot, just preventing any further engages. But Zero Lag has been very, very aggressive overall and guaranteeing so much pressure all across the map.
Really have been just the proactivity that we really needed to see, and this is the issue that Sejuanis have often been facing. They haven't been proactive enough. That is not what Wind Trading Kane is doing right now, finding ganks all across the map and using vision to do so effectively. You can see all of the control wards across this bottom side of the river. It just means that any time a member of SK decides to walk into this river, you're going to know where they are and you can set up a little trap for them right now. Just beautiful play, and the control it's affording them is so nice. Only a 1k gold lead though at this point in time. Once that Herald is dropped, that pressure can begin to turn into a genuine gold lead and advantage. But for right now, things are a little bit more even than they may originally seem.
And we thought that maybe it was just going to be a very pacifist top lane, but Ornn is doing a lot of damage on the Mundo. In the bot lane though, Wind Trading Kane has dropped the Herald. It's gonna deal all the damage. The platings are going to be shared. Just trying to get some disengage on this one. Caitlyn also trying to get the pacifier, the Piltover pacifier on the enemy champion. There's a series dealing the ricochet, the bounce damage on the enemy ADC too. Wind Trading Kane still in the bot lane. There is no vision. The sweeper is there, and so is the sweeper in the top lane. Empress was trying to get something on G-Worthy, but they're in a very good position to just keep on safe.
Yeah, this top lane matchup, it's a little bit of a wet noodle fight, as much as a... Oh, engage!
Oh, Glacial Prison blocks her! They're gonna be destroyed! The Q lands, and the series gets another one. Nice dodge, Darkdale, preventing that ace in the hole from going on to our pig rider, Sejuani.
Hey SK, if you can't see the Sejuani, she's in that bush and she's gonna hit you in the face with a knock-up or with that Glacial Prison, and it's going to ruin your day. That's another kill into the back pocket of this MF, an FF who we were slightly worried about because on hit build was just not going to work out this time around. When you're this far ahead, it doesn't really matter, gonna be a-okay. You can see just how much damage this MF can lay down so very quickly. And Trading Kane now up towards the top side. Fendieri has popped the ult.
Yes, G-Worthy gets the on-horn there, but the flash from Fendieri gets them away just for a little bit. When Trading Kane has all the stuns landing, and the damage is going to be enough to take down Fendieri. Goes back to base, and Zero Lag female guarantee. Oh, this chroma though, I don't usually. Oh no, this is the bunny skin. Oh, it's so pretty. I thought it was the ultimate one. I don't really like that one. But the bunny skin, mwah.
Beautiful, beautiful skin. And oh man, Wind Trading Kane has come to play today. In the previous game, it wasn't Wind Trading Kane who was the most important member. Dodge out of Apollonia. It really was Wolfie and Apollonia in the previous game running around on their Yone and Camille duo. This time around, Wolfie, Wind Trading Kane's like, nah, you need to look at me, and is showing up big time. This gank in the top lane is just well executed. You can see Fendieri manages to flash away from this Ornn horn and thinks, maybe I can get away, but with that passive procced already, it means CC is going to land, and between Ornn and Sejuani, you have so much CC. It means Fendieri just isn't able to walk away and finally does go down.
Yes, as you said, it was so beautifully executed. Fendieri, they tried to do what they could, which is the only escape possibility, the flash. Fendieri is very close on this one. G-Worthy dealing so much damage on her. And the turret also targets them. I think it was just one hit. But G-Worthy really showing, you're not coming here to just attack my tower. You're not farming deep on this lane. You're gonna get very hurt if you do so.
Yeah, gonna absolutely shred through on an assassin, obviously. He's a mage AD carry, an assassin, tank, all of the good things that you could ever possibly want. Next Drake is about to spawn. Zero Lag pick themselves up the first one and are well set up for the next. You can see all of the vision they've got, especially around the entrance to the river, around that mid lane side. And the Lily are nowhere to be seen. Emperor's not interested in getting involved. And for right now, picking up these early couple of Drakes on a composition who needs to get some things done early is exactly right, but it's not like in the previous game where Zeralag had to find all of the early success because they got so outscaled. They certainly have scaling options, especially from Wolfie with those ornaments later on into the game.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be amazing once you get the upgrades on the items. Empress trying to get some damage on trading Kayn. There we go. But one thing I like to mention, Blockster, you talked about the vision, how every spot is secured by zero lag female. And it's not because SK hasn't been warding, it's because on every opportunity there is for an objective to come up, Zero Lag has the sweeper perfectly in time. It's not on cooldown, it's there online for you to use, and they can clear everything and just protect themselves and secure an easy objective.
You can see it's so well lit up all across the bottom side of the map, and plenty of deep wards as well to just make sure that there's really no chance for SK to find picks, to find ways back into this game. They so far haven't picked themselves off a single kill, a single turret, a single Drake, or the Rift Herald. Right now, it's a perfect game, and if Zeralag could take out SK Avarosa in a perfect game, wouldn't that be impressive? Unlikely, to be honest, with the amount of damage that can come out of a Caitlyn. Victor, you're going to find a kill at some point in time.
Yeah.
But still, the way that this early game has been played is beautiful, and you can continue to accelerate this lead. You still have that Rift Herald right on the back of Wind Trading Kayn. The second one, you can crack the first turret, get that first brick, a little bit more of an injection of gold, and not allow SK a way back into this game.
Oh, nice dodge on the Glacial Prison,
no flash,
but it's going to connect with the damage and the stun from Wind Trading Kayn. I'm just going to say Kayn, I think that's easier for me. So, or maybe just Sejuani, she guarantees so much CC every single time. And once again, Zero Lag getting nice kills on the enemy not having enough vision and taking that vision away from themselves.
Not even going to need to drop this Herald down into the bottom lane in order to take this turret. First brick does go over to Zero Lag. They've now amassed themselves a 3k lead. The beginnings of items have come through. Almost everyone who really needs those first items has them. You can see Empress, Escape, and Mercia, they've all picked themselves up those first mythics to Liandry's, which is going to be a lot of burn damage, incredibly powerful versus champions like the Soraka, MF, and Ahri. And with that Kraken Slayer on that Caitlyn, you're going to be able to shred through those big tanks. I'm expecting, quite a lot of armor penetration to have to come through from Mercia, which could give you a little bit of an opportunity to survive a bit longer as Isurus or Apollonia, simply because it's not going to be a full AD on hit build.
Onhorn has dropped the flash from Fengderi once again, getting them out of the knock-up. Wind Train Kayn, though, is coming back around with the bot lane to back them up. Empress has been taking the damage from the ADC here, but it goes wide.
Oh, what a drop!
Sleep is gonna come on. The charm is perfect. The Q to finalize, and the ulti forward from Apollonia as well guarantees so much damage output from Zero Lag, and they push this one beautifully. 2 for 0 for Zero Lag, and a potential, there it is, tier 1 in the top lane.
And still that Herald has not had to be used. Kayn is perfectly happy to keep wandering around the map, picking up turrets without having to use that Herald yet, and why wouldn't you? Now you can drop it into the mid lane. You've picked up the bot lane turret, picked up the top lane turret, now you can use it. And it was just better map rotation right there out of Zero Lag. They ended up with 5 members towards that top side, and then we zoomed out afterwards and panned over to Mercia, just sat in the bot lane, farming all by herself and not actually getting involved. You can see the early stages of this. It looks like it's going to be good, and then another flash. Fengdieri has had to use the flash to get away from that Ornhorn every single time, but all 5 members of Zero Lag are on their way up, making their way through, and you can see it looks so good. That's a huge sleep, but there's no follow-up. Nobody manages to quite get on top of it. Apollonia comes in through the edge, lands that charm right onto the Lilia. You get to take down Empress, and from that moment on, you get to press the go trigger. 2 full kills, then you can turn it into the turrets and increase your gold lead massively.
Yes, and they've done that as well with taking the Herald here in the mid lane. They took down all the outer turrets of the red side of the map. The Drake is spawning 5 seconds from now. Once again, they have the vision. But now SK is also, since you mentioned they have the first mythic items, they would at least maybe try. I don't think they are going to. But
no, you can't. You can't step into this composition right now. You get one charm landing into your backline, which is happening quite a lot. We know how good Apollonia is at positioning during team fights. She showed it off previously with that Yoni performance, and on Ahri it's even easier with that constant spirit dash to just be able to move through those fights. And so as soon as a charm lands onto your backline, your whole composition is just falling to pieces.
Yeah. And looking at the numbers as well, we only have perfect KDAs. Of course, it's a 9-0 for Zero Lag on this one. They're pushing towards the top lane 4v2. The damage bullet time comes on. It's going to go wide because Empress flashes away.
Flash cleanse.
Was that?
Flash cleanse.
Oh, it was a flash cleanse too. Yeah, out of escape as well.
Huge amount of things blown right there for just one ultimate, no summoner spells, setting themselves up beautifully. This Baron has now spawned. You can see the top laners pushing around down towards that bottom side of the map. Vendiere does have the teleport, however, Wolfie does not. And so if you want to pull the trigger on a top lane fight, you're missing a huge amount of your team fight power, that Ornhorn missing, and just the beefy front line that Wolfie can provide.
Oh yeah, and looking at Zero Lag, I don't think, as you mentioned, there's not going to be a good opportunity in a 5v5 scenario for SK. Very less much so if you have an outnumbered scenario. The knockup lands, they don't have flash on this time around. Azir is dealing the damage as much as they can, but the healing from Feng is going to be enough to get them away out of dodge. But we have seen this over and over, haven't we? Every situation there is a SK member that looks to be in an advantageous position. They are there. Zero Lag is there to come back up, to counter or engage. Those landings, it's going to be wide for this one, but Empress was cornered.
Doesn't matter.
There was no escape anyways, it just doesn't matter.
Jungler dead, and that means the Baron is going to be the call right here for Zero Lag. With no jungler available, the chance of a steal is dramatically reduced. You have all 5 members on their way over, and you can see SK, they know they've lost out on the Baron. Empress just getting caught out in that situation. And Empress just decides to go this way, manages to dodge out with a nice little sidestep onto the ultimate, but still it doesn't matter because Apollonia on this Ahri is making work happen. They pick themselves up the Baron, and Zero Lag are in an incredibly strong position, and right now I don't know if SK are in a position to mount a comeback like we saw in the previous game.
Yes, it's looking very, very hard for them at this point. We have more than 5k gold lead for Zero Lag. They have the presence in the map, the wars, all the objectives so far. They have secured the two heralds, the 3 drakes, the first Baron of the game, and a 10-0 kill score.
Fine. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that happen. Anyway, it's not a perfect game. SK, they may not have got themselves a kill, but they have certainly picked themselves up a tower down towards that bottom side of the map. Small mercies at this point in time. We are sitting at a truly ridiculous gold lead, about 6k. That's huge right now, especially we're only 20 minutes into the game. Baron's up, minions barreling forwards. You've got a 4-1 composition going on right now, and it works perfectly well because your Ahri is so safe and able to leave these fights as soon as she really wants to. Just gonna let this cannon minion do the work escape, not really able to step up far enough forwards to be able to look at this real MVP of the game.
And the cannon we trust. There we go. Oh no, I wish it was just a cannon. It was just one hit away.
Managing to pick up the turret though, and that continues the squeeze that Zero Lag have on this game. They want to meet G2 in the next round. They want to find themselves into the finals. Prize pool will be unlocked for the winner of this team.
That's definitely something to fight for, and you're looking like Zero Lag is very much aware of it. And unfortunately, I would say for SK in this situation, we have seen previously in the tournament squeezes like this happen, blocks up. But when the enemy team tries to go for a split push like this Mundo has been doing, like not having the Mundo in any of the team fights and just Zero Lag getting everyone like picking off all the time. The damage, the minions is gonna take them down.
Burns.
It is not. Oh, it is. What?
Yeah,
what did
goes
that happen?
down.
There was no more damage. What? It was Leandri though from Ari. Aziri is going up to Josh. They have the escape route of getting away. They do not. Aziri denies that with a lovely auto attack to finish it off. And once again, Fengderi is nowhere to be found. It's just a top lane island again, and it's 24 minutes into the game block, so I don't think that's the best scenario.
No, right now you're needing that beefy front line because your back line is so squishy. Emperor's getting caught out again, not having a good game on this Ari. It's an absolute destruction at this point in time. Wolfie's able to sit back after the excitement of the last game, relax, and just keep getting the waves, stop Fengderi from being able to push into the game, as the rest of the map is just won by her team. Getting picks with this Ari, it's what we said, it's a pick composition right here. You're looking for a pick with either that Ari charm or with that Glacial Prison coming out of the Sejuani. Either way, once you land that onto somebody, you have more than enough follow of damage to be able to take them out. The sustain that comes out of this Soraka means that in extended team fights, they're still absolutely fine. And overall, it's just a chokehold that Zero Lag have on SK. And SK, they need to find a way back into this game. Currently, their best shot is this Victor scaling up slowly but surely, doing pretty well for themselves, alongside what is a decently strong Mundo. But the Mundo either needs to keep pushing and actually find turrets, or get involved in these team fights and be able to find a way for the team to have a little bit of space in the backline for Escape and Mercer to actually deal with damage.
Yes, and unfortunately for Mundo, the Ornna has been doing so great at defending those pushes and clearing out the wave, pushing it backwards. That's why we have it right here, and it's going to be a 1v1 turned into a massive 3v1 with Wind Trading Kane. The series following up the flash once again from Fengderi is going to try to make an escape. Oh, the lovely engage. There's nothing you can do. Ari has the recess. The instant cleanse from escape is going to make themselves alive for a little longer. But the girls from Zero Lag are relentless. They have taken the turret here. They have forced many summoner spells. They're pushing for another one. The Ari doing as a good Ari does, picking people off, getting the shutdowns as a nice engager assassin that she can be, and Apollonia being amazing on the roll.
I sometimes worry about Aries in this kind of composition where you're trying to go for a big wombo combo because she doesn't have that potential. If you're trying to...
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Bye-bye!
Oh, the own horn into bullet time. This Misfortune doesn't even care about cooldowns.
Nope.
It's still 50 seconds for the Baron. There's still plenty of time for that ulti to come back. Apollonia, though, being cornered by Fengderi on this one. The Q is not going to land, so damage from the true damage is not gonna be there. But lovely dodge, as you said, blocks her on the axe, is gonna make herself very comfortable, and she's going for. She's feeling a little confident on this one.
Well, she's got backup arriving, and you can see the longer that you make this Mundo sit around towards the bot side, the more time the rest of your team have to get things done elsewhere. But just needs to be careful here. No Glacial Prison up and available for Wind Trading Kane means that was unlikely to turn into an actual fight. And all that Apollonia needed to do was to hold Fengderi, make sure that they weren't able to get any damage onto the turret, and wait for Wolfie to get back, because Wolfie's the one who's actually supposed to be dealing with this Mundo and dealing with them relatively effectively. Mundo is slowly but surely getting these turrets down, finding global gold for her team. The only reason probably that things are staying within touching distance, but barely. It's a 10k gold lead. Soul already picked up for Zero Lag. They're looking for their second Baron of the game, and is there any chance that SK can even try to go in onto it?
Yeah, I don't even think so. We have to be available from Worthy as well if it was necessary. There is no hard CC from Mundo that would deny the TP. That is not even needed. Zero Lag gets the burn for herself. The second of the game, they had all the objectives 1v1 down here. A little miss from G. Worthy gets an emote back from Feng. It just looks like, unfortunately for SK, that they've just did the island, and that transferring the island from top lane to bottom lane, and that just having the two giants fighting each other, that is working much better for Zero Lag than it is for SK, I might add.
Zeralag are playing this game with a lot of very clean map rotation, as well as clean macro and micro play. The plays coming out of Apollonia have been beautiful, and we saw great performance on that Yone in the previous game. Once again, looking nice and clean. That sleep could land on a couple of people, doesn't end up being taken. That's going to be the turret taken out. Inhibitor going to fall in just a couple of seconds. You can then rotate that down towards the bot side. Feintieri needs to be careful.
They really do, but I don't think that they're going to even try to defend this one. Maybe just the inhibitor. I also don't think they have enough to do so. The damage from Azirius from Apollonia is a lot on these structures. Empress will try to get a nice sleep. Oh, great redemption from Darkdell, healing people up. To be fair, she was the only person who needed it. The rest of the team was already so healthy. They have the Soraka for themselves. Apollonia gets some damage there. The Leandri is ticking, so it goes down to about 60% of her health bar on Ari. They're going to push for the top lane. So, as you mentioned, Blocks, are just lovely macro rotation and guaranteeing everything on every side of the map. Apollonia going in, they get the damage, they get the charm. And there we go, once again, nice flash from Escape. Get herself the escape on that one, because it was going to be a certified kill if it went wrong. And there we go, once again, Windtrading Kayn is going in for those stuns. Azirius is so confident on the damage of this Misfortune. She gets the finish off on the enemy champion. Empress is gonna go down. The Nexus Stars are going to go down. Nexus is going to go down. And this is the most perfect game that we've seen here in the Rising Stars tournament. Zero lag getting herself into the lower finals, Bloxer.
Oh boy.
I feel like I have to put my glasses back on because when I was looking at the scoreboard, it looked like there were 0 kills. Now,
that can't be right. No.
No, that cannot be right.
It feels bad.
Was it? Wait, was that? Am I not blind? Was it actually 0 kills?
Yeah, that was 0 kills for SK. A LEC backed team. They got dismantled. You all were like, ooh, when I was earlier saying about SK getting put in the dirt, but this was a true stomping. And right now, Zero Lag, they're looking like one of the absolute strongest teams, putting themselves into 3rd place at least in this tournament. And God, I think they might be able to take it to G2.
That is concerning. To begin with, the fact that both of these teams have actually managed to make it this far, but it's still so one-sided when we're looking at the games from Zero Lag. It feels like this is a completely different team than what we've seen yesterday. The way they're executing their team fights, the way they're setting up their laners, the way they're setting up for objectives. So, can they do anything wrong?
I mean, we haven't seen it so far, especially not on this game on broadcast, because, oh my god, Ginny, I was saying, there was one point in the game where it was 99.9% perfect, because as Bloxer said, there was one turret that SK had taken out at that point, but countering that, we had all Heralds, all Drakes, and 3+ turrets for Zero Lag against SK, and it was around, I don't know, 20 minutes, I think it was. So how I don't think I have an answer to your question, because they have shown that they haven't made any mistakes on this one, so they really need to keep this up, because this is grand finals potential.
It is grand finals indeed, and I think one of the players that we really have to highlight is going to be the Sejuani player, both this game and last game from the side of Zero Lag. It feels like continuously they're stepping up to the plate, Bloxer.
Oh yeah, really, really impressive performance out of Windtrading Kayn. Just beautiful Sejuani play in both of these games. The first game that we saw on this Sejuani, it wasn't quite as proactive, but this one, this is what I want to see from our Sejuanis. I want you to be ganking every single lane with every second of your time. If you're just sat in the jungle farming as a Sejuani, you are not using this champion correctly. You can see here the gank up into the top lane. There were ganks down towards the bot side, making sure Pajush could not get away. And although the Glacial Prisons, which is something that has been a little bit of an issue for Windtrading Kayn, aren't always landing, just the tanky frontline ability and the constant CC that can be given from Sejuani from every single ability, it just shows how nice Windtrading Kayn can play on this. I do worry slightly if these Glacial Prisons don't start landing once we get into the upper echelons of this tournament, if that couldn't be the difference between a couple of things.
Yeah,
but the gank potential, the early gameplay, beautiful.
The upper echelon, it's only G2 left, and then if they manage to take down G2, it's going to be Clash, which is one of the teams that, to be honest, completely also blew us out of the water in terms of their ability to just consistently show up in the games. They made it a quick 2-0. So when we're looking specifically as well at other players from Zero Lag, it's not just the jungler that stepped up, it's not just the bot lane that we've seen, you know, oh yeah, bot lane getting kills, but for the first time as well, it feels like the mid laner Surf, they were like, yeah, I'm in the game, I'm gonna get you guys picks, I'm gonna make sure this is so easy.
Oh my god, Apollonia though, she was playing as if she was a Kayn or something, because she was everywhere, dealing all the damage. Look at that, all the charms landing perfectly. She got those flashes back to secure the true damage from the Q as well on the way back. Everything, look at that, so proactive. Having, oh look, that's the combos from Zero Lag were always on point. As we mentioned in the draft, we wanted to see Zero Lag having the chain OCC work perfectly. And I don't even think we put Ari in that consideration. We thought about the Glacial Prison, we thought about the Ornhorn, and then all of a sudden, Apollonia was the player maker, and she was popping off.
Yeah, she was really good at getting picks when they needed to be picked off, especially going for the squishies. And again, it really helps against a comp that is running a Lilia, a Karma, a Caitlyn. So it's much easier to get some of the... Yeah, they're much easier to get. So, Bloxer, when we're looking at the next game, so we're going to be looking at Zero Lag that's going to be going up against G2 Hell. Based off of what we've seen from both of these teams so far, you were able to see some of those games. How are you expecting this to go? Because if I'm putting this mildly, last game was a bloodbath.
It really was, and I'm expecting to get another one of those. I'm really interested to see the way that these solo lane plays actually go. Zizia is so very good at being able to find a couple solo kills, the same with Tifa. But these solo lanes out of Zero Lag, they are not scared, they're not going to sit back. This is a play for getting into those grand finals. A rematch for Clash is exactly what G2 Hell wants. They are clearly not happy about being taken out 2-0 previously, but Zero Lag, they've had an absolute run through, and Hell haven't played yet today, so they might not be feeling quite as warmed up.
Yeah, they could have potentially gone for a scrim, but again, we've seen Zero Lag, we've seen their explosive playstyle in best of ones, but remember, this is going to be a best of 3, so it's not going to be a sprint, it's going to be a marathon, so it's going to be in regards to whether or not Zero Lag are able to control some of that explosiveness and carry them from game 1 into game 2, and potentially, if they have to, game 3, whereas G2 Hell, they've already had that experience, they've already played that best of 3, they've already, you know, gone through those challenges that you have to go through mentally when it is going to be a longer series, so could this be an advantage for G2?
I think in this case, yes, because we have Zero Lag coming from quarterfinals into semifinals into now, which is going to be at least a 2 game because it's a best of 3. So it's 4 games in a row, potentially 5 that Zero Lag has to play. And if they do beat G2, is another 2, potentially 3 that they're gonna have to win in a row, and that sums up to 6, at least 6 games in a row. If we think about League of Legends and this sort of gameplay, it's either going to be super one-sided, and I don't think that would happen in the grand final whatsoever, or in the finals itself. I think G2 can get a very nice response to Zero Lag, especially because they were watching. If they were smart, they were watching Zero Lag play today, and they seen how basically, I don't think you would let that Sejuani be on the hands of Win Trading Kane once again, because it was so great overall. I'm sure that she has other champions that can go and fill up that spot and how they played in regards to jungling, but there's just so much that Zero Lag has to put up in regards to pressure and in regards to mental and physical, you know, strength to go on to this one. While G2, as you said, they're nice and rested. I would hope they have scrimmed, they have warmed up, they're not going in with cold hands. So yeah, it would be a little harder for Zero Lag on this one, but I still think they are going to put up an amazing performance.
Yeah, it's gonna be G2 fresh and ready to go on to the game, whereas Zero Lag looking to make that lower bracket run. Already played so many games, many more to go if they do get victorious. So we're gonna be heading over to a break because we all know that we need a little, and we'll be back with G2 Hell versus Zero Lag Female. Well, G2 Hell is something that you guys have requested time and time again, and we've given you as you please. And now they're going to be heading up against Zero Lag Female, the team that we followed quite a lot this morning. But if there's anything else you guys requested, it's called Pixel Perspective. We've seen you chat and we heard you, and you're gonna get exactly that. I'm Gina, your host, joined on the desk once again by Bloxer and also Soph. Now, both of you are actually familiar. Oh, Solari. Hi. Sorry.
Hello.
It's been a long weekend, okay? I'm really sorry about that. At least, Bloxer isn't eating a crisp. So we got that going for us. So, Pixel Perspective. You guys know the rules, but if you're new here in Twitch chat, how it works is there's a pixelated image, and you're going to have a guess at what champion it is. It could be a base, it could be a skin. You're just going to have to type it in the chat and see whether or not you're right. Now, we're going to be jumping straight into it. Solari, I hope you've had a good break, because I'm going to start picking on you first this time around, because we did miss you. I can tell that you're shocked by how pixelated this picture is. I have no idea what that is. Production knows, but they're not going to leak it unless we're right. So it's going to be a skin. That's all I can tell you. Chat, as I said, just write it in chat, whoever you think it's going to be.
Oh my god. I knew what to expect, because we played this Pixel Perspective yesterday, and yet still I'm very shocked. I have no idea.
Would you like to
what
give it a go?
Could be. This is something very dark with a little bit of yellowish tones going on. But if this is a skin, I have no idea.
Okay, so
maybe one of those steel skins, like Garen and Lux, something like that.
Okay,
Steel Legion.
Oops. Steel Legion. It's not Steel Legion. I'm gonna go for Arcane Caitlyn, and then if that's incorrect,
that's a good guess.
Let's go to the next stage.
No.
It's not gonna be Caitlyn.
I think it's that Vi skin. There is a Vi skin. Is it a Vi skin?
Is it Vi? It is not Vi. So, Solari, would you like to have a guess?
You know what?
This is not getting easier.
Yeah, it's
not.
absolutely not helping.
Well, Solari, you wanna have a go?
I have no idea what's going
on. No idea. Okay, is this going to be BMO by any chance? It's not Teemo either. Well, can we go to the next stage, please? Have it, like, less pixel... Oh!
It's Vi?
No, this is Yi, Project Yi.
What?
Wow.
Good job. Look at
guys,
you go.
You guys are making this more and more difficult. But let's go on to the next one.
Let's go.
Oh, well, this is
something
very...
Spirit Blossom or something Star Guardian.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it Spirit Blossom or Star Guardian? It is a Star... No, it's not a Star Guardian. We are wrong. Is it Nami? Koi Nami? No, it's not.
Oh,
Nami.
no. It's the Brazilian-inspired Nami skin.
It is not Nami. So,
No.
can we go to the next stage? Okay, there we go. Solari.
It's arcade. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
It's okay, go.
It is arcade. You can finish the guess. Who do you think it will be?
Oh no.
Misfortune. Arcade Misfortune.
Yeah.
Is it Arcade Misfortune? Yeah, it is.
Yay!
It does look. I mean,
Teamwork.
I didn't even know if it was. I'm just saying it is because it does look like it. But let's go on to the next one. This time I'm gonna pick on you first, Soph. Looking at the color scheme here, please just give us a random guess. Just throw it out there. It doesn't have to be correct.
The arcane, the Caitlyn.
Is it Arcane Caitlyn? No.
Yeah.
Solari, would you like to have a go next? Just whatever comes to your mind. Don't think about it. Just throw it out there.
Arcane Vi.
It's not Vi. Let's go into the next stage. So I'm gonna come back to you. Oh, yeah. Okay, go for it. Is it a bug by any chance? Is it a jungler?
Oh, Kha'Zix.
It's not a jungler.
It's not
a jungler.
Sorry, guys.
Oh
I'm
my
giving
God.
you fake news.
Fake news.
Okay.
Is it Malzahar?
Is it going to be Malzahar? No. Let's go to the next stage. Have it a little less pixelated. Okay. What is this? Okay.
What?
Oh. Surf?
Is it someone with a sword? Is it
someone who has like an eye?
Oh, it's Vel'Koz.
Is it?
What?
It's not Vel'Koz. How is it?
How is it not Vel'Koz?
Not production telling me most people have eyes. Thank you very much, Alex. I really appreciate it.
Oh, it's Kai'Sa.
Is it? It's also not Kai'Sa. Okay, can we have it less pixelated, or is that just gonna reveal it?
Is it Bel'Veth?
It's not Bel'Veth. Okay, let's just reveal it then.
Oh my god!
Oh, that is so hard. That's even a limited skin, isn't it?
Is that Mordekaiser? I don't even know what that is.
It's Darkstar Mordekaiser, yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's pretty nice skin. Okay, let's do one more. If you got this correct, chat, like, dang. I am impressed.
Big brain.
Okay, next. Thank you. Oh, well, Solari, whatever comes to mind.
Nami. You know me.
Okay,
it's going
Nami.
To be
Okay,
Nami.
so 3, 2, 1.
Messi.
No, it's not you. Let's go next stage. Come on. Let's get this rolling. What?
Oh, Nessus. It's Nessus. Basic Nessus.
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
yes, it
how
is.
did you see that? Okay, so well, thank you for participating. You win. Congratulations, chat. Thank you for participating as well. I know you're trying really hard, and that's all that matters. Okay, when you try so hard and only get so far. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. This time around, it does matter, okay? This time it does, because I'm proud of you. Thank you for participating. Aww. But we have an absolute banger coming your way. This is currently not the right teams. We're not going to be looking at these two. We're going to be looking at G2 Hell against Zero Lag Female. Now, Solari, have you had any chance to catch last game? Or should So fill you in on how incredibly crazy one-sided Esquiavarosa versus Zero Lag was?
Yeah, I mean, I did see the game, and I saw the final kill score, and I guess that's all that matters.
Yeah. Well, let's look at the rosters. Let's have a look at the players that are going to be going head-to-head, toe-to-toe this time around. Hopefully, it's not going to be that one-sided from Zero Lag Female, because it feels like every single game, there's at least 1 or 2 players from this roster, this lineup, that are just showing up. Whereas yesterday, when we were looking at G2 Hell, it felt like, as a whole, as a 5-man, they were kind of struggling to just really come up with a solid and consistent plan, so...
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And if that continues, it's going to be another stomp for Zero Lag, because the way they played this last match, it really shows either not giving any opportunity for the enemy team to get a breach on their mistakes, because these guys haven't been making mistakes. So G2 will have to be very adaptable this time around. Whereas yesterday, when we saw teams playing against G2, we were thinking, oh, could they handle G2's versatility? This time around, I don't think they have the upper hand on it. I think they might be caught on the shorter side of the stick with Zero Lag, because Zero Lag has been so proactive all across the map. Bloxer mentioned the rotations, how precise they were, cleaning the vision and also getting vision for themselves. So that's going to be very on point for G2. And once again, it's a best of 3. So at least G2 will have the time to get used to Zero Lag and their sort of game style and try to find something that could work against it.
Yeah, when we're looking at the fact that it's going to be a best of 3, Solari, G2, they've had that ability to hold on. Like yesterday, that second game against Clash, they really tried to push it and they really made Clash work for it. Whereas so far from Zero Lag, all we have seen and all we have experienced are explosive best of 1s, where they just absolutely destroy early on and get the lead and carry out, except the game that they played against Lion's Creed, where that was taken quite far and they had to get a couple of Barons as well as the final Dragon to actually be able to close it out. So in that case, could we potentially see Zero Lag hit the ground running and then fall off?
There is a possibility, definitely. And if we are to talk about where it could come from, what would make them run away, I think we need to look no further than the jungle mid lane duo, because I feel like this is the strongest part of both of these teams. And if G2's Karina and Tifa get an upper hand, if they get a very good beginning of the game, that's something that can allow G2 as a team to just snowball extremely quickly, and Zero Lag might just find themselves in a situation where all of their explosiveness is just being thrown into a brick wall and they cannot break through it.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a look at the picks and bans for both of these teams to see whether or not there's a specific strategy or if they've seen each other's VODs. So, Solari, please take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Jeannie. One thing, Solari, that I really wanted to say is how Zero Lag got dropped to the lower bracket, right? That's what we're covering right now. The finals, it's going to be a best of 3. But we have to point out that the one game that brought them to the lower bracket was against Clash, the one team that has secured that spot for the grand finals because they won against G2 yesterday in the upper finals. So it just really makes you think, is this going to be a rematch of Zero Lag against Clash in the grand finals after they supposedly beat G2? Or is G2 going to be that brick wall, as you mentioned? What are you thinking in regards to what you've seen of these two teams?
I have no idea what to expect. I'll be completely honest with you. So this can go into both directions so quickly, and usually I have at least some expectations about like maybe these will go that one. I have no idea this time. G2 and Zero Lag are the two teams that are so unpredictable at times that I don't know what exactly to expect from them. Maybe I expect some bans. Thank you very much, Zero Lag. I was expecting Yumi to be banned out. I'm sorry, so but it's not happening this time.
No, meow meow. It's okay. But I like to see from G2 that they decided to go for the first ban, the Ari ban on Apollonia, the one player that shined so much in the previous game from Zero Lag. She was incredible, picking up everyone, playing basically as an assassin. And interesting to see G2 are the ones that banned Bel'Veth themselves, because they played Bel'Veth a lot yesterday in the upper bracket.
Yeah, they did to a varying success, let's be honest. We have seen some things like Kindred, for example, being extremely successful against Bel'Veth, but yet they're the ones to ban her out, because for Bel'Veth, if you manage to drag the game to the very late stage, you just don't exactly know what to predict from her, and we have some very interesting perks here. What is it going to be? So this is going to be the only thing that has not been banned out, which needs to be banned absolutely every single time. Can you guess what it is?
We're gonna give you guys in chat a little second. So the Ivan is going to be a proxy pick. We have explained before that it's when the player doesn't have a champion, we get a proxy pick, and then the draft gets updated, but we do have the right one. It's going to be, as Solari said, the one champion, so annoying in the mid lane, so consistent as well, either in banning or insta-picking. It's going to be Seraphine secured for G2 in the first pick on the blue side, and I absolutely love that for Tifa if they go for Seraphine in the mid lane.
They can still send her down to the bot lane. Columbo and Caitlyn both will be quite successful at picking this champion and utilizing her later in the team fights. And speaking of team fights, we already have a very massive tool on the side of G2 to send her into the fray. What is happening on the side of Zero Lag? Because I'm seeing the same thing. Sejuani, as long as those glacial prisons hit, you know that this Kayn on this Sejuani is going to be a very big playmaker. And then we have Karma added to, just spice things up a little bit.
Yes, and that's going to be precisely what Zero Lag wants, They played around win trading Kayn on Sejuani in the last game, and it was absolutely fantastic. And it's going to depend and be up to G2 to be able to control vision well, because every single time there was an quick, easy pick for Sejuani in the last game was because of lack of vision from the enemy team. It was because of Fog of War, which was definitely well played by Sejuani, but definitely because of not having vision. So you have to be very aware of it. Oh, wait, are they going to go for Misfortune again? Oh, Zero Lag giving me all the great picks. Okay, never mind. They disappoint me now.
Oh, okay,
do they?
Right.
Do they? Hey, let's go!
It doesn't look like it's approached a pick. I haven't received information about it just yet, so it's your lucky day. So we're not getting Yumi, but we're getting Misfortune, at least a Misfortune and Karma. This is going to be a really hard bot lane to stand against, because the amount of poke running at you all the times is not just annoying, it's almost impossible to survive in. Yes, there is Varus on the other side of the lane, so it might be a little bit easier for him to send her something to answer, but still.
Yes, well, right now I am very excited to see how this is going to be in the bot lane, because it's going to be a Varus against Misfortune and Karma. So once again, Karma being the one support to guarantee a lot of safety for their ADCs. And not only that, good engage as well if needed. So she's very flexible in that regard. I am curious to see what we're gonna have alongside the Varus in the bot lane for G2. Camille's going to be the next ban for them. Olaf and Heimerdinger as the final ones for Zero Lag. What do you make out of that?
I make out of that you don't want to see champions who want to be dominating their lane. They really are trying to put G2 in a position where they're playing with as many weak sides as possible. The thing is, you cannot really ban out all the possible strong sides, so there is still something. If G2 want to go that way, they still will have some possibilities. But with Sejuani on the side of Zero Lag, definitely want to find at least one lane that you want to be playing around in the early game. So I wonder which one it's going to be.
Yeah, I wonder too. I wonder. Okay, Vax. Have we seen that happening from Zero Lag? Let me double check here.
We saw a Vex yesterday, but I don't think it was Zero Lag.
I don't think it was either, because by the time the Vex arrived, I think Zero Lag was already knocked to the lower bracket. But that's interesting to see. I don't see that being a super comfortable or main pick for Zero Lag. I would say Syndra is much more of that position. Seraphine against Syndra though, what do you think?
Remember that Seraphine can still go to the bot lane. Now that you've seen that Syndra is going to be standing on the mid lane, you can decide to send her on the bot lane with Varus. She'll feel rather comfortable there, helping Varus quite a lot. And you send something else like Malzahar, for example, to have a purple mid lane against Syndra. It's also a possibility. But Seraphine should have enough range if she's standing against Syndra. Of course, she's not going to go for the kills, but she's going to survive the lane, and that's pretty much what matters, because she's going to shine in the team fights and just in fights later on. We have 2 last picks on the side of G2 in the meantime. Na is going to go on the top lane. I wonder which skin it's going to be, because that's the biggest question when you see it now. And it's going to be Nautilus with Varus, so we have some early game potential, some gank potential, and some good fire starter for the team fights.
Yes, and this Yi is going to also be a proxy pick. I just accidentally spoiled that it was going to be a proxy pick because they hadn't locked it in. But yes, it's going to be an on. We have already the draft updated for you guys. The Seraphine in the mid lane for Tifa and on in the top lane for Zero Lag. Both comps look very nice, don't they? They have front lines, they have damage, they have long distance damage. Are you favoring any of the two?
Honestly, I love both of these drafts as well, but G2 have a little bit harder one to play around, because you really need to be aware of your positioning because of your Seraphine, and you need to always be playing around this Mega Gna form on the Gna, because the moment he goes into the big Gna and uses his ultimate in some very enclosed space, you know that you're going to most probably win the fight, but you really need to be wary of those timings for his, not rather timings, but his, how do they call it? The anger? What is it called? I'm suddenly having a brain lag. The fury? What is it?
Yeah, wait, hold on.
I know, right?
As well.
I don't remember.
Production, do you remember? I have to Google it now. No. Charging bar.
I'm really going to be
it's rage. Okay, rage. Rage.
That's like the easiest word ever, and we both forgot it at the same time.
Yeah, we do. We're just being too complicated.
Yes. Okay, so, but I think the G2 are putting themselves in a very high risk, high reward situation where if they play around all those things, they will come out in a good position because they have a lot of control, they have very good damage chain, so it looks fine. However, for Zero Lag, it's much easier to execute. You send on forward, and as long as you hit the Glacial Prison, one of the biggest prerequisites for you winning a team fight is going to be hit.
Yeah, not only that, you can stack up with the stuns from Syndra as well. You can try to prioritize two methods, right? You can have the Syndra getting the execute as their main resource of damage, or are they going to use the unleashed power before to hit multiple players with the stun, scattering of the weak, right? So there are a couple of possibilities where you can just be a little more targeted towards the Varus, for example, or the Seraphine, but especially the Varus, so squishy. And alongside the Nautilus, it's great, but you're gonna have to be glued to your ADC, because in the bot lane, if you have a nice game coming from when trading Kayn on a Sejuani, it can get so ugly so fast, because we know how she can get those engages like just like that. You don't see her for 1 second, and just like Bloxer said, you have to assume that she's right next to you, just smelling your fear.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the thing is Sejuani going to be able to go for the ganks is what I will need to have my eyes on, because with Miss Fortune and Kama, yeah, you have a very good setup for you to go to the ganks, but also, you know, that Miss Fortune is a champion who tends to be very pushy on the lane, especially with Kama, you have so much poke and so much wave clear potential that you tend to be pushing the wave all the way towards the turret. Is it going to be the case? Because then it's going to be hard for Sejuani to go in.
Yeah, I don't think Miss Fortune is going to push whatsoever. I think she's going to be freezing. The only push I might see happening is the early one for level 2, which at the same time I don't think is the best option, because Nautilus is not going to be taken down quite easily. You're going to have to get a very quick lockdown on the empowered Q from Karma, and then the roots following up on top of an ignite to take down Varus. And at the same time, if Nautilus stays in the way, nothing's going to happen. He's just so incredibly tanky. So I would expect to see the Miss Fortune Karma bot lane to be more like freezing and really managing the wave so they can have Sejuani coming in. And at the same time, Varus can be very pushy as well, because if you want to get a nice arrow on your opponent, you might be taking so many minions in the meantime. So the damage on the minions might be inadvertently pushing the wave forward. So there's a couple of things that we can keep in mind. Whereas the Miss Fortune, you can just not click Q, or when you do, you make sure that the bounce is going to be on a champion, not on another man.
Exactly, but we'll see how exactly it's going to go, because Sof, how about we stop looking at the drafts and start looking at the game?
How about that? I think I am very into it. Ooh, waterfall.
I know.
Little buggy.
So pretty still.
Right, like the whole map is amazing, and we wouldn't even know all about it if we didn't have this amazing observer and production on the back end. Look at that. This game is gorgeous, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and we have already the first Drake. Look at that. The first Drake of the game is going to be the mountain one. So a little bit of a spoiler, a little bit of important information. But what is the most important is that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this game. G2 Hell are going to be meeting up with the Zero Luck female. And look at G2. The moment Bloxer is not here, they want to go for some cheeky action on the bot lane. Not going to find one, but it's an attempt and we respect it.
Yes, the only thing they take there is that Karma placed the ward and they were able to take it down. Though they seem to be very aggressive in pushing for this one. A nice ward from Aziris as well. I don't believe, yes, they have a ping there. Yeah. So Zero like knows there is a ward. They are aware that Sejuani is on the red buff instead of the bot path here. So at the end of the day, this has only been for controlling of vision. And Solari, I am not mad at all.
I know, right? Again, going counter jungle is not that efficient anymore, and you'll want to focus much more on your own jungle. But at the same time, we were talking about the whole bot lane situation with the Sejuani potential ganking and changing everything so much, or the whole balance on the bot side of the map. This ward is so important for you to have an understanding, a general understanding of how Sejuani is moving around the map. Now the bot lane will be a little bit more prepared in terms of the timings, understanding when Sejuani might just be coming their way.
Yes, and we see how both junglers are in the top path there. They are going to converge for the bottom, have a nice clear, full-on clear on the jungle. And when they do so, they're going to meet at the Scuttle Crab in the river, then possibly transition for that gank in the bottom lane you predicted there, Solari, which will depend on how they're pushing. And it looks like Varus might be the one that's more on the pushing side of things.
For the moment, yes. The lane seems almost at the mid stage of it, but Varus is indeed a little bit more pushy.
Oh,
the thing is,
how did that not hit?
The thing is, the hitboxes in this game can be a little bit tricky sometimes, and you never know when some things are going to hit you or not. Have you ever played against Morgana, my friend?
Oh my god, so true. Those hitboxes can be so deceiving. Nice bounce there from Aziris. But I think Columbo was not expecting that not to be a max range. They were fully expecting it to hit. So was I. I believe you were as well.
Yeah.
So, especially since Nautilus, you talked about hitboxes. Nautilus is the one that has the biggest one of them, doesn't it?
Kind of true, but you never know what to expect from this one, to be honest. But here, you know what to expect from Nautilus in general. You know that the engaged supports are going to be stronger in the early game compared to Enchanters, so you want to see him engaging, but you might not want to see them in your jungle.
Yeah, they are able to clear out the water from Zero Lag in that bush. They still have one here close to the tri-bush as well. So once again, just fighting for the vision, and I think that was really good. They made Zero Lag's bot lane have to reconvene as well there in the jungle, and that probably made them miss a couple of CS. I believe that Azirius had to come as well, so it might have been a problem for Zero Lag, which is very nice executed from G2 instead.
Yes, and G2 are feeling comfortable in this part of the map right now. Look at that, the first Scuttle Crab has been taken. Might be a possibility for a double Scuttle here, but I'm not sure about that because Karina has to go and finish the clear in the bot side of the jungle. And after that, I think she's going to meet the Wind Trading Cane on the Scuttle Crab, or going just to meet the Scuttle Crab already dead, you know, just see the corpse of it. I mean, can you count it as a corpse? No, I don't think it's a corpse, and it doesn't sound well. Forget it.
I think we can just say that it got absorbed by the water, you know, it just went into.
It's hiding. It's just hiding.
Yeah,
under
it's
the water.
hiding.
Look at that.
It's hiding.
Yes, Scuttle Crab lives.
Yes, it never dies. Legends never die.
Yes, and Scuttle Crab is a legend. Come on, it's so important for you on the map. It's such a big vision.
Look at the little boy.
For you. It's so cute. Look at it moving around.
Yeah, look at it, Krabby Crab.
Yeah, it's so cute. Aw, it's so cute.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But talking about how we were expecting things to rotate around the Scuttle Crab in the bottom river, it kind of happened, but at the same time it didn't. That was a very wide but nice dodge from Colombo.
Yes.
Darkhold though.
Getting a little root there, but it's just an exchange.
Yeah. But now I believe that Zero Lag has noticed that Karina is on the other side of the map. That's why they're pushing so hard. They know Sejuani is around the corner as well to help them up if necessary. But everyone looks to be visible in the mid lane, so there is no problem there.
But this is good time to start dominating your lane because the dragon is up, as was shown very nicely to us by production. Thank you very much for the beautiful shot there. Oh, look at the top in the meantime. Lysia is taking quite some damage. The thing with the Gna is the small Gna deals quite a lot of damage, but the moment you're able to gap close to him, you can bully this little thing. As long as you know he's not going to rage for you at you for doing that and turn into a big one. Oh my god, this is so cute! It's not the cutest skin for Gna, but oh my god, it's still very nice.
I mean, I think it looks adorable.
Yes.
The chroma as well. I think that's a chroma. Usually the very green skins are chromas.
Yeah, they tend to be.
Right? Well, TP used by Lysia because G-Wofi pushed so much in the top lane, and Colombo looks to be very much interested in something, and so are the two junglers. They're coming in, and the root on Azirius, followed up by a cleanse, has been a lovely. Cultist, though, has been taking a lot of damage. Follow up from Wind Trading Cane, and flash forward for Colombo as well. Karina is there. The damage is gonna fall. First blood for Cultist. Another one down. Misfortune is gonna be the next one. Karma as well. A triple KO for G2 here in the early game. Incredible how they made that happen.
Starting so very strong. Absolutely love the fact that Karina was around by the moment with Wind Trading Cane. I'm even losing my ability to speak. Decided to go on the bot lane and have some action there. Both all the junglers were around the bot lane, which makes so much sense again considering the fact that this dragon is already on the map. This was a very beautiful initiation from Colombo there. Finally, that hitbox hit exactly where it was supposed to hit. And Ignite was used onto Cultist, hoping to take her down, but it was used a little bit too preemptively. Still enough healing to get out of this situation. And look at that, Trundle goes in, and Trundle in the early game has some absolutely ridiculous amount of damage, and you absolutely don't want to see him around your lane because as much as Sejuani is tanky and has the damage as well, she cannot really compete with Trundle, and not many junglers can compete with early levels Trundle.
That is so true, Solari. And one thing that I like to add on that engage from Colombo is how they used the support item, right, to finish off and execute the minion and instantly go for the engage, instantly go for the hook just behind it. So it was super nice setup. It was very clear that Azirus was gonna be knocked down. Colombo looking for another one. Sejuani is around and they have been spotted. So blue team is going to decide not to pursue any further. It would be a 3v2 and they're not very interested in it.
No, when it comes to the early trades and the early skirmishes, G2 really want to have Trundle next to them, because Trundle is the thing that is going to carry the team in the beginning of the game, and later on, when everybody is finally grown up, they will carry the little Trundle on their shoulders, because he's going to be more of a utilitarian tool. But for now, he is able to chunk somebody very quickly, so when it comes to any fights, you don't want to start them all to have them if Trundle is not around. And with Trundle taking down the first herald of the game, or the top side of the map, you want to be very protective on the bottom side.
Yeah, you really do. Wind Trading Cane is there. Know that there is a tri-bush ward, so they're going to be careful not to be spotted. But it's very important as well that they are around the area for the Drake, and especially to keep the pressure in the bottom lane, so Karthus and Colombo can't follow up and do anything to try to steal it, because, well, Varus can be a very potent stealing weapon if they go for a nice timed shattering arrow there. So I don't think that's going to happen though. They're still very much entertained. Syndra has followed up to Apollonia just to make sure it was going to be safe, and the first Drake will go to Zero Leg.
Just to secure the grounds a little bit to make sure absolutely nobody from G2 is coming their way. It's a very nice first Drake to have, to be honest. It's not maybe the best one, because usually if it's the first Drake, something like Infernal one or the Hextech one, something that's going to scale up with you as you go into late into the game, it's a little bit more beneficial, but still it's a nice one for the laning phase, so Zero Lag should be pretty happy with that.
Yes, and it's also a possibility to see the other Drakes coming into action for Assault. Wind Trading Cane was just in a fog of war there. They're going to go for Colombo, knock up on both of them. The damage from the arrow is insane, but the bullet time to zone them away. Colombo's still healthy enough. Tifa and Karina joining the party. This might be a bad situation for them. It's going to be stacked hook on Encore. And once again, Wind Trading Cane, that looks to be in a very nice position for Zero Lag, ended up falling instead.
Oh yeah, wait, it might not just be finished yet, because there is Karina out of the bush! One kill into her pocket, as well as a series is going to go down, and it's quite some turret plates as a trophy for you, and the Herald as well. This is going to be a turret going down. What a beautiful exchange in the end for G2. 5-0 they go in this game already, by the way, but come on. Have we talked about the chain of control available for G2? Because once somebody is hit from the side of Zero Lag by anything from G2, what are the chances they're ever getting out?
Right? This opportunity here, we see that Wind Trading Cane is going in. They had no vision of her. So Colombo might be in a bad position, but then the arrow deals so much damage from Varus there. The knock-up from Colombo as well to guarantee that they were going to be stacked up for the damage. But the follow-up, Tifa, Karina, and of course the hook, followed by Encore, is going to take down the Sejuani every single time. Exactly as you mentioned, Solari, they have been doing so great in stacking the CC, and the follow-up, Karina knowing that maybe they were gonna get someone here. The flash into Smite to stop the recall into the damage to finish her off was perfect. Amazing job that Karina and the rest of G2 on following up on that play.
However, did you see the amount of damage coming out of a series, especially with the help of that bullet time? This is going to be a very big thing when we go into bigger team fights, because, oh my god, production, can you stop that? That is way too cute of you, thank you. Wait for that, because there is Wind Trading Cane on the mid lane, but G2 Tifa is slowly but surely getting out. Seraphine is a tricky champion in the terms of getting out from a gank, because she is very slow. Her base movement speed is one of the lowest ones, I believe, among all the league champions. So if you just have to walk away from somebody, chances are you're not going to walk away, but it's okay. Tifa had enough time. So, to quickly finish my thought, a series, the bullet time. When we get to the big team fights, you have Ord and Sejuani on your side who are going to set up everything for the bullet time so nicely, and it's going to be a big problem, much bigger than what we've seen already.
Yes, and something that is already a problem, we don't have to wait for it, is the push and rotation from G2 going into the top lane, rooted there on G Wofi, but the horn has been dropped. unfortunately, on the Nautilus. And 2 ultis so far have been popped on them. They end up not on the Trundle. They end up not falling. They have so much armor on this one. Aziri's, though, is so advanced. The Crystal Prison is going to hit. And that manages to get the ADC from G2 collapsed, so close to being taken down. They are rooted once again, Colombo, and the comeback from Zero Lag is lovely to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Look at that. They're bringing Syndra into the equation, and all of a sudden there is enough burst damage available to them to do just so much. We got a little bit of a preview of what the bullet time setup would be. It's nice how we just mentioned it a little bit earlier, and suddenly the players are here to showcase to us what exactly it's going to look like. Very sweet of them. Wolfie is engaging here super nicely. That is exactly what you expect from Own to set up everything for both the bullet time from Misfortune and the Unleashed tools from Syndra. Thank you very much, Solari, for remembering how to speak. There is an attempt from G2 to turn the things around, and if only Colombo was a little bit luckier with the hitbox of the Q a little bit later. Right here, the flash and the hook is supposed to stop Wind Trading Kane from killing Cultist, but unfortunately and misses, and because of that, both the AD carry and her support go down.
Yes, Solari, that was such a lovely setup, and we are caught into the heat of the fight, right? I didn't even notice how Wind Trading Kane was coming from the river for a flank, so when I saw Misfortune in the middle of that fight going melee on Cultist, I was like, is this what you want to be doing? And then the Glacial Prison comes on, and it just manages to save enough of Aziri's health so they can get the damage on. And unfortunately, they go down, but it's followed up by the rest of the team, the damage from Apollonia, as we mentioned, and it's going to connect and do so well for them. We see both teams deciding to disengage in regards to meeting themselves in objectives. G2 going for the Drake. It's going to be the Hex Stack, and Zero Lag going for the next Herald.
And we have, again, it's almost every time that I'm casting is the Cam Plant, is the Cam Dragon Soul. But look at that, we have the Herald almost down. But here comes G2. They want a piece of that Herald as well. Will they be able to steal it? Because he's a teleport, enough people from Zero Lag. Oh my god, who even got it? But they also got Wind Trading Kane. Oh my god, Wind Trading Kane got it, but she will not be able to get the Herald's eye because she's dead.
Oh my god! And they're gonna be guarding that Colombo, that making sure no one from Zero Lag is gonna be able to get there in time. But oh my god, how was Wind Trading Kane able to secure that one? She was cornered. She was against 4 people from G2, and she managed to get that smite so well. G-Wofi, though, is caught in a 1v2 situation, falling very low on health, but she's bulky. And we have the ultimate from Karina on cooldown now, and Colombo might be, and alongside Varus, they're just going to reset. They've taken the outer turret, so there's nothing more that they have to do on the top lane right now.
So in terms of the objectives, we can clearly see that G2 got out of this whole objective exchange situation quite successfully. Nobody got the Herald in the end, but G2 got themselves the Dragon as well. So everybody, both teams are sitting on 1 Dragon right now, which means either of them can stack up 3 Camtech dragons on top of each other. Quite some tenacity. Oh my god, stop it. Please, that's illegal. And for Zero Lag, I feel like this is going to be so important. Come on! Ah, no!
I just know exactly where everyone are.
I cannot deliver a thought because this is so cute. I cannot. No. Sophie, I need a moment.
Okay, you can take a breather. All right, whenever you're good to finish off your point, you're free to do so. Just let me know. That's a good question. I got distracted as well.
Dragons.
Yes, dragons. Yes, you were talking about Hex Stack, right?
So, what do they give? What does the Tag Dragon give you? It gives you tenacity, among other things, and that's the most important stuff here, because G2 have so much control that they're going to be throwing at you. Zero Lag also have quite some of it, but I feel like G2 has a little bit scary one because of how nice it can be laned on top of each other. So as Zero Lag, you really wish for the dragon to be in your hands.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, on just a slight gold lead for G2, because of the pressure that they had in the bottom lane and the top lane. They got the outer turrets there. They're pushing for this one as well. And Karina also trying to get something out of Wind Trading Kane. They're just going to zone them around while the rest of the team will take the turret. Engage going in on Worthy. Nice knock off on 2 players there. Apollonia tries to get a nice stun, but unfortunately all of the abilities were a little disconnected. You didn't get the stun, you didn't get the knock up, and you didn't get a good bullet time. I know, those are gorgeous. I know.
That's some illegal stuff going on with the production. What was happening in that fight is a very interesting thing, and if Zero like continue to deliver this interesting thing to us, it's not going to be that interesting to them anymore. But look at Wind Trading Kane going in and missing the glacial prison, and you cannot really continue. But she disagrees with me. She still goes in. Karina has to flash away.
Oh no!
Oh my god! In the meantime, Kama is going down. It's a beautiful encore and a beautiful engage from Wolfie. Everybody's so low health on the side of G2. They have to keep flashing away. Columbo is trying to be the sacrificial lamb to stop everybody from Zero Lag from following up on a teammate, and apparently it works.
Gosh, Azirius was so independent there and confident on her positioning. She was very aggressive on it once the fight turned back around, because at the beginning it was G2 all the way, and then when Syndra Apollonia got to hit some abilities there, it was great. Let's have a look at the replay right now. It started with the Glacial Prison. It does hit, but we don't have any follow-up. We don't have the on-horn. We don't have the bullet time. But then Karina gets caught up there, have to flash away. The hook on Karma is going to be the first one to be taken down. It's followed by Sejuani herself, but G-Worthy goes in, followed by the stun from Apollonia is going to be able to do quite a lot. Colombo goes down. Azirius has to flash away to maintain a little bit of a health bar. We like having that to be alive. And I don't think did we watch that? I didn't see that happening.
No, we did not see
Cultist
that.
with a flash forward, right? Getting the kill on the arrow. Ballsy, but at the same time, it's an ADC with no summoner special, Larry.
Yeah, and that's not exactly what you want to see, especially when the dragon is spawning, but you're in a pretty good position to go and try to take it when you are G2, because you're already at the pit, and it's really hard for Zero Light to find their way here. They have absolutely no vision at their Eve or anywhere around the Drake whatsoever, so they cannot really go and contest this one. The second Drake of the game, of the team rather, goes to G2. Is an attempt to go in again, because that's an... Oh my god, that's Lysia with a Mega Gnat form going in immediately. A beautiful ankle hitting 3 and granting Tifa a kill, and they can continue. Syndra is trying to do something, but can you really do much except for going gold here and trying to survive for a little bit longer? Yes, you can flash out and live.
Well, unfortunately for Zero Lag, the bullet time hit a lot of people, and it lasted quite a little bit before the Encore hit Misfortune, but unfortunately she doesn't have as much damage. She hasn't finished the second item, which would be the Bloodthirster. She has the Kraken Slayer, and it's going to deal the damage, of course, passively, but Zero Lag has to try and get a nice positioning here. Dark Dell is going to dodge the hook. Damage on Colombo is going to be enough, but the Baron is falling very, very low. It goes for the blue team. The engage there. Wind Trading King just trying to limit the number of players on G2 that have the buff, finishing it off with Unleashed Power from Apollonia. They make it for only 3 Baron buff players standing.
Karina is still there, but no, nobody's going to chase on her. All right, what do we make out of it? We still are talking about a lot of setup need for Zero Lag to be able to execute their tools, but we're not seeing enough of it, unfortunately. Here, Lysia, keep an eye on that now, because this is absolutely beautiful. Immediately followed up by an encore, hitting so many people, but wait for a moment, because G2 are not done here yet. They are trying to follow up again. 2 ultimates on top of each other, because it's not enough control with just one. Oh my god, that Karma is surely going to go down. Wolfie is trying to be that front lane, but taking so much damage, you cannot really survive as a tank anymore. Everybody from G2 is here. Karina is very low health. She needs to step back a little bit. Oh my god, Misfortune is completely gone now.
Oh, that was very unfortunate, but so well executed. Every opportunity that Colombo has had to go for those hooks, she has been doing it, and it's working out so nicely. So definitely having Nautilus such a tanky and engaging support has been working amazingly for her, alongside Counters as well. And the oppression that Karina has been doing all throughout the game, it's working amazingly for G2. They're looking much healthier this time around, pushing another tower. They still have a Baron buff, but Zero Lag is not going to let that be much of a push. They're going to defend, at least try to position themselves, so no other turret goes down at this time.
They still have the Baron buff on quite some members of the team, so they can continue pushing. You can see Karina, who has the buff, still is on the mid lane with Tifa. Tifa also has, yeah, she also has the buff. And then there is Varus on the top lane with the buff. Oh my god, win trading Kane is going out to Karina. Karina, you don't want to be here because you have been strong throughout the game, but not that strong anymore, and not against so many members of the enemy team.
Yes, that was very nice for Zero Lag as they deny another of the Baron buffs that G2 has had right now only on Tifa, and that's such a cool skin.
Yeah,
I think this is the first time I've seen that Nautilus skin in game, and it's amazing.
Yeah, same, honestly. Yeah, look, it looks really cool. Which one is it?
I don't know. It's like a oh, I think a Mumu has a one on the same skin line. It's like Halloween with candles and stuff like that.
Oh, it makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so cute skins, but also not so cute execution from Zero Lag, except some moments where they absolutely shine. Like, they have some very good decisions from time to time on the map in this game, and whenever they manage to just put them on the ground and stick to whatever the plan was, they seem to feel very fine. Like here, denying another brand buff and stopping the push that could have been so much worse from G2 is a really good thing for them. But again, I'm not seeing enough usage of all the tools they have drawn for themselves. Well, it's completely the opposite for G2. They know what they have, a very linear control, a very linear line of engaging on the enemies, and they have been doing exactly that with Columbo, usually the one starting the fights. And then there is Kaldis with the ultimate, and immediately followed up by Tifa's ultimate as well. So come on, there is absolutely no way for Zero Lag to get out as long as they're being caught by absolutely anything from G2.
Yes, and unfortunately for Azir there, if she has a channeling ultimate, that's going to be so hard because, as you said, you're going to be having all the CC, one chained on the other, and in a line like that, they're going to aim for you. Misfortune is going to be the main target alongside Polonia on the Cinder as well. G2 positioning themselves for this next Kim tech. I don't think they are, and I don't think they should. Zero Lag try to contest this one. They should just try to push the lanes, get the pressure out of their base. They don't have any of the mid turrets there, so just the base turrets, and it's going to be harder for them to defend. So they need to push the waves. They need to get the farm, especially, once again, I will mention, Misfortune still doesn't have the Bloodthirster. It's a very expensive item, but it's going to be very necessary if they want to deal damage on this very tanky comp.
And they will need to deal damage very soon, because we're talking about less than a minute and a half before the next Baron is going to spawn, and G2 are currently in a position where they can go for it pretty freely. There is little to no vision available. Yeah. Anyway, I was told... What was it? Vision, thank you very much. Zero Lag and their vision, it's almost entirely around their base and a little bit on the bot side of the map. They don't really see anything apart from these two little spots, and they don't see anything in the upper jungle. And this is where they need all the vision possible, because the Baron is going up. Less than a minute already left before it. And you know damn well that G2 are going to be trying to go and get this Baron.
Yes, but one thing I do like about Zero Lag is how they know where to go to take out the vision, and right there they took 2 wards from G2 in that jungle, positioning for the Baron side of the map, so that's going to be essential for them so they can get vision and control in the area. At the same time, when this might look like an opportunity to take the mid turret and an objective bounty, one person has to go back, and it's going to be the Karma to try to help Syndra defend the push, because the base is going to be exposed right now with all the players of G2 focusing on the top lane.
Yes, and for G2 it's a perfect scenario to destroy this turret, leave the inhibitor alone, go get the Baron because it's going to be spawning at a perfect time, and then go back and finish the inhibitor. This way all the ground minions that are going to be going towards Zero Lag space are going to be empowered as long as you're next to them, and it's going to be so much easier for you to take down everything on the enemy base.
Yes, and all of them have ultimates now. The flash forward followed by a hook is going to guarantee that Karma is going to go down. No shielding No escapes for them. Another one on, but Syndrome manages to get one kill on Karina. That's going to be nice, considering that they were aiming for a Baron push. Possibly, but at this point, they don't need to do it. They're just going to focus on the inhibitors. That inhibitor tower in the middle as well. And 3 players are nice dodge. Azirius and nice attempt from Colombo to go on the enemy ADC. Scald is taking some damage. Root is gonna land on Misfortune, but the minions are ahead and is not going to connect. Still very close and a lot of damage onto Zero Leg's ADC. But G2 forced a nice push, leaving Zero Leg's base absolutely exposed now.
A couple of seconds before Karina is going to respawn. Very good time for G2 to go back to the base, get some gold used, and go back and try to secure this Baron finally and go push through the final inhibitor. This is beautiful. Wolfie is completely separated from the rest of the team, and this is absolutely not where you want to be seeing her, because again, you need this Own to be acting as the front lane, and the front lane is supposed to be standing before your own back lane, you know? So when Own is so far away, yes, it takes some members of G2 to take this champion down, but it's not like G2 lack damage. They can sacrifice somebody to go and deal with the tank while the rest of the team are dealing with the backline of the enemy.
Yes, one thing I want to point out, Solari, is how maybe we have been sleeping on Apollonia. She has been a little sneaky in the fight. She has been doing damage, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, some of the players from Zero Lag have been getting picked off, like the Ornn in this last fight, sometimes with just the flash forward on Dark Dell. Sorry. And that's going to be hard for Syndra to try and be in a good position to deal damage, because she's 5-0 right now, so she has the damage, but unfortunately she hasn't had the opportunity to deal it. And this time around, she's in the top lane trying to push the empowered minions. Super minions are going to be very hard to defend, but she has to do it when Trading Kane is protecting her on her flank, getting some protection on that important mid laner for Zero Lag. And Solari, the next fight looks to be on the Baron, and it's going to be a very decisive one.
Don't forget that the dragon is spawning up super soon as well, but oh my god, Kalambal going in, and there is the ultimate from Kaldis going to get away when Trading Kane is, so nobody from Zero Lag is dying in the end, but G2 having absolutely untouched in this fight, which means they go on, they get a dragon. It's an opportunity actually for Zero Lag to go and either try to disturb the Baron or go for the Drake that's spawning very soon, and it's going to be a soul for G2. But oh my god, when Trading Kane again on the front lane, again getting a lot of damage thrown right at her. Can she still try to go into the pit? I think she's too low and too far away from it at that moment. Kalambal and Tifa are just not letting anybody from Zero Lag approach the pit.
Amazing positioning from Colombo and Tifa, as you mentioned, Solari. They were able to keep all the players from Zero Lag far from the pit, and unfortunately for Zero Lag, they had the opportunity to maybe win the fight, because 2 of the ultimates were on cooldown, Varus and Nautilus, so it was going to be easier for them to go in, but of course, it's a big front line that you have to deal with, and big damage from Tifa as well.
Oh, Colombo.
Cam take so is going to be caught by G2, and they are positioning themselves to take the spot lane, the middle inhibitor as well, and Solari with the Baron buff, that's going to be very hard for Zero Lag to defend.
Absolutely. They already have one lane completely open. It's just about 2 lanes and Kalambal that they want to take down as well. Talking about Syndra, that's a lot of damage, and as well as some flank money. My god, Lizzie! Hitting everybody with a beautiful ultimate, and no series, this bullet time is not really going to do that much, because you're going to go down when Trading Kane is the next on the menu, and it's a clear ace, almost a clear ace for G2.
Oh, I've got shivers. I've got chills right now. Oh, that jump into ultimate from Lysia.
Yes.
That was absolutely satisfying. Amazing coordination. It looks like it was going to be a Zero Lag fight on that one, but she positioned herself so well, knocked every single player from Zero Lag onto the wall, and that was basically everything they needed to get the win on this first game of the best of 3 of the upper finals. Ginny, did you watch that? Did you see
Yeah, no,
that?
I was here, and it felt like G2, a completely different team. It feels like the break between yesterday and today really did them well. They were able to just go back to the drawing board and figure out how they wanted to play it. And this time around, Solari, it felt like a cohesive 5 unit.
Yes, absolutely. G2 were so well coordinated in this game, and it's a very refreshing side, especially if you compare it to what we've seen from them so far. This was really good. They knew exactly what they were supposed to be doing on the map, and their macro was absolutely on point.
Yeah, not just their macro though, it was also their team fighting stuff that just felt like it was really put together.
Yes,
especially
so Lysia.
Oh, right? Yeah. Oh my god, Solari. We were just mind blown when that happened. Yeah. I was absolutely out of words. And totally, Ginny, I think that especially coming from Colombo, going on every single opportunity, they have flash, they're using it. Yeah, there is no cooldown. I mean, there is all the cooldown because when it's up, it's down again. Because every situation they had to go in and hook, they did it, and they managed to do it, connecting with all the things. So the follow-up from Tifa was so on point. The uncores, the damage that she was already dealing, it was all well coordinated, and I totally agree with you. Not only the macro, but the team fight skills that G2 showcased to us today is exactly what everyone that's supporting G2 was expecting to see. And right now, Zero Lag is going to be, okay, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's breathe and think about it, because they've come back with a different pace, with a different mood.
Yeah, but it wasn't just this team fights being executed well. It was also a lot of their members being able to get multiple kills one after the other, Solari.
Yes, I mean, we didn't really see anything as flashy as, for example, the almost pentakill on Jinx a little bit earlier today, but come on, whoever was supposed to be getting kills was getting kills, and they were getting them one after another. A little bit of kills thrown, kills and assists thrown at Trundle in the very beginning of the game, because you know how strong he is in the early. But then you are talking about your AD carry mostly as the person who needs to get most of the kills, and come on, Varus was bathing in those.
Yeah, we were expecting a bloodbath coming into this, and it feels like we got it. Maybe not so much from the side of Zero Lag, but rather from G2. And so before we even got into this game, we kind of mentioned that in terms of Zero Lag's playstyle, it's very explosive. They get a lead very early on, and they start snowballing. They do struggle, however, a little bit more with closing out games. And it feels like G2, they were on their case. They knew exactly that that's what they want to do. And they kind of put a spanner in the work from the minute we started the game.
Yes, they had a lovely counter strategy and gameplay in mind set for playing against Zero Lag on this one. That's why I think, especially because it's a best of 3, that Zero Lag will have a better opportunity to come back from this one. But as G2 showcased in this match, they're going to be prepared for whatever Zero Lag is going to try to get formed for counterplay. And G2, really all of the opportunities they've had to connect those things across the map, they did, as we all mentioned. And I believe that, unfortunately for Zero Lag, because especially the one player, Win Trading Kane, that we were focusing so much on, the Sejuani, even though she got it for herself, G2 was so confident that having Karina on the Trundle, as Solari mentioned throughout the game, Trundle was going to be so much better than Sejuani. In the beginning, he was going to be dealing so much more damage than Sejuani is. And unfortunately, G2 was very aware of where Sejuani was, which was the mistake in the previous game we watched, the previous series, rather. So that's how G2 formed such a lead and maintained themselves up on it. And for Zero Lag, they struggled with trying to come back, because the damage dealers, when they had damage, they were just instantly CC'd and ended up dying, and that's not going to go as a good, clean team fight for yourself, rather for your opponent.
Yeah, talking about the instant CC, Solari, a lot of the team fights that we've seen from G2, they were just absolutely perfected to the T.
Yes, and it feels like they found another preferred playstyle that they want to be executing in terms of how they approach the team fights. as long as there is something hitting the enemies, there is going to be an immediate follow-up, at least one. But they have so many other follow-ups, so the team fights just look like they are always completely in the control of G2. They are able to hit so many targets with so many crowd control ultimates and to get to the backline of the enemy, because they don't necessarily have a very easy backline access, but because they have the ultimates that go so far and hit so many targets, they don't need to have this access, well, except for maybe that sniper shot. That was very...
Yes, so in terms of these team fights, we've seen a lot of wombo combos coming out from both of these teams, but it felt like G2 were always the ones with the upper hand.
Yes, they really were, and it's because I believe that a couple of the team fights, Zero like didn't have the connection between the abilities. Rather, on this side, we had the Encore making people be stopped long enough for Lizzie to come knock them all onto the wall for amazing damage and control onto them, and then just following up with a game victory. So I believe that a couple of fights, it might have been a little disjointed for Zero Lag, because sometimes they had one ability thrown, didn't lead to anything, then G2 pressured for more, and then they threw another ability, so they weren't connecting between each other. Whereas for G2, it was really connected all the times that it happened. So it was so much easier for Varus to be dealing damage. And on the side of Syndra and Misfortune, as I mentioned, they weren't in a stable position to be doing damage. They were being knocked up, they were being stunned, followed by damage on their heads. So especially with the Varus arrows. And that was going to be so hard for them. So ultimately, it was great job from G2, but at the same time, the cohesion that we saw in the previous series from Zero Lag was a little lacking. So I believe that if they do come back with a similar type of style, I don't think they have to change much. They just really need to communicate and focus on that so that they don't waste ultimates here and there, not leading to anything.
Yeah, so whether or not Zero Lag is going to be able to get that momentum back and just make sure that potentially give themselves another lifeline, we'll be figuring that out after the break. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back. Welcome back to the second game of this best of 3 between G2 Hell and No Lag Female. So far, Zero Lag have struggled quite a lot against the composition of G2 Hell as they've made their team fighting combo rather impossible. So this time around, if Zero Lag wants to stay in the competition and not drop out, they're going to have to make sure that they win this one and give themselves a final opportunity to push this to the third game. I'm Jean, your host, joined on the desk by Surf and Solari. Now, we've just seen quite a good showing from G2. If anything, Solari, it felt like the best showing so far. So going into this second game, do you think they can still replicate it?
I think they can. I absolutely think they can. If they just continue doing everything that they did in the previous game, yes. However, my main question is to Zero Lag, because we have seen them delivering a really good performance, and then sometimes they really seem to have struggles whenever they are on the Summoner's Rift. So I wonder what they could do differently, because I've been thinking about what could go differently for them and what they could do differently in the upcoming game. And I feel like they could still play around Sejuani. Like, Soft, tell me if you think that's true, but I feel like Sejuani is such a big part of their team, and that's something that definitely can and maybe even should keep playing around. But something else, or a lot of other things, need to be working around to it and need to be rethought.
Yeah, and in that case, whether or not the Sejuani is going to be picked, we'll be figuring that out as Solari and Soph. I'm going to send you guys into picks and bans and then straight into the game.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Oh, Solari, I'm so excited.
Yeah.
This is a breaking point for G2. Might be securing themselves a spot in the grand finals against Clash. Well, once again against Clash, they're going to have their revenge, their rematch. Or is this going to be a game 3 scenario for Zero Lag? And I want to talk about what you mentioned in regards to Sejuani. I think that they could definitely still go for her. I think that what maybe has to change a little bit is maybe they should go for laners that can do more in the early game. So we saw Misfortune, we saw Misfortune that really heavily relies on hitting the bullet time, which is a level 6. We saw Syndra as well, and unfortunately, even though she was super powerful, she wasn't really capable of getting good roamings around, so she wasn't really putting that pressure on other lanes in the team fights. She was also, because of the range that Nautilus is going to have, followed by an Encore from Seraphine, she was always very far behind, so the stuns would miss, it would be almost a little bit out of range. So unfortunately, the things weren't connecting. This time around, we have Zero Lag on the blue side. They're gonna go for the Sejuani once again. I think we both agree that that's a good choice. And what do you think is going to come from G2? Do you think they're going to keep the same sort of strategy?
So it looks like so far, considering that they're halvering the Trundle, which worked for them so nicely in the jungle last time, and it's going to be Syndra for them, because they are the ones who banned out Seraphine, and Syndra is just so incredibly powerful. It makes total sense for them to secure her for themselves for Tifa on the mid lane. Now that is super interesting. A halver of Silas for the mid lane for Zero Lag, and Silas is such a cool champion. You risk a lot by taking him so early in the draft, but at the same time you might just not take him and you might just take Ahri instead, something that Tifa likes to play quite a lot, but also Apollonia does as well. So we have seen already today, I believe, Tifa playing on Ahri in their last game before they went into this best of 3 series. So this time, let's see how Apollonia will do with Ahri.
Yeah, I really like that, because Apollonia was doing so well in the previous series. So I think if they still have that little taste of victory that came with winning by using the Ahri on the game, I think that would help in a confidence boost. And it looks like, in regards to the bot lane that we were analyzing, they didn't decide to go for something that has more damage in the beginning of the game, but rather an ADC that can try to protect herself. But it's also a situation where Xayah is going to be able to protect herself once she gets to level 6. So we're going to need very constant presence from Wind Trading Kane on the Sejuani in the bottom lane, so Xayah can remain protected, because once again the Trundle is going to deal a lot of damage. He can get fast to lanes, and it will be a little more difficult. We'll see what are the supports that are going to come up. The second round of bans have started with Camille. Okay, they're denying a Lulu here. I think it would definitely work well with Aphelios, right?
Yeah, honestly, this is the best support for Aphelios at the moment. If you see Aphelios, you absolutely need to ban out Lulu, because otherwise it's going to be a menace on the bot lane. It's rather interesting to me right now. This is not maybe the support being paired up with Aphelios, but what is going to be going there with Xayah on the bot lane on the side of Zero Lag. Because Xayah is something that can poke Aphelios out of the lane and make his life pretty miserable in the early stages of the game, but she needs a support who will help her achieve that. So I'm thinking maybe something like Karma, just to help achieve this ultimate poke situation on the bot lane, or is it going to be something with a lot of engage to help you try and go for the early kills?
Yes, I was thinking exactly that. I think we're just super connected right now, because I was thinking Karma, or the tankiness of someone that can go in, and like the Nautilus that we saw in the previous game. So either of those options, they're going to be good for defending, protecting. Lizia locking out probably this Gnar again. I love that. You all seen, and if you haven't, have a look at the VOD, because that little highlight deserves to be watched. Oh, look at that. Okay, we're gonna take out the on from possibly going for zero lag, and instead Lizzie is going to be the one on it.
Yeah, it's a very good pick for themselves as well, because what Trundle really loves is having a good front lane to go into the team fights with him, and that's something that Aphelios and Cedar really love as well. They need something that's going to be before them, and it's going to protect them, because both of them are extremely vulnerable if something gets close to them. But right now, it doesn't matter if anybody can get close to them, because Gangplank is going to get through anybody and to anybody with the help of his barrels. It's a pick I'm personally very excited about, because Gangplank is again something that's either super overpowered or completely not seen on the pro scene, and right now he's in the state where he can be both, really depending on the build that he go with.
Yeah, not only the build. Oh, what is that? Okay.
Oh my god!
Wow, they're going for the unexpected here. A zero lag really locking out Gangplank and Janna.
Yeah.
As you say, we haven't seen any of those in the recent times.
Yeah, I love Janna. I have very personal feelings towards her, because she was my first main and the first champion I really mastered in League of Legends. And I love her because she's very versatile, but usually whenever you pick her, it means that you want to be going extremely defensive, you want to be protecting your AD carries, and considering the AD carry is already something that can protect themselves, because Xayah is literally unpunishable if she has Gale Force, Ultimate, and Flash available. What are your offensive options?
Heavily reliable in Wind Trade and Kane, heavily reliable in Apollonia, in maybe getting roaming from with Ari with her ultimate as soon as level 6 is on, but we'll only know as soon as the game starts, and we'll see how that's going to happen as we jump right into Summoner's Rift for the second game of the best of 3, G2 versus Zero Lag Female.
Oh my god, another beautiful angle, and this is Janna with no skin. I am a little bit disappointed, but that's still good, because I know I'm not going to be disappointed by the game itself. Look at that, going through the mid lane, having a brief look at both of the teams. Again, this is such a peaceful and beautiful view that we have here, but it's not going to stay like that for long, because these teams have a lot at the stakes. G2 really want to progress and to go and have a rematch with the Clash in the grand finals. Well, for Zero Lag, they still have a chance to beat G2 and progress further, but this is literally their last chance to do so.
Yes, and this is a situation where both teams are fighting for either guaranteeing that they're going to be the third. Of course, both of them would get third. The one that advances will fight for first and second place. So all of them already have guarantees of dancing parties, I guess. Yeah.
Why are the pats not dancing? Okay, excuse me, Riot Games. Why are the pats not dancing when you're dancing? Even your little TFT thing is dancing with you on the Aram, but this thing does not.
Oh, look at those emotes though. Yes. Oh my god, I love that. We love good sportsmanship, and these teams are really showing to us that they respect each other, but they also are here to have a good time and show us amazing League of Legends gameplay. Oh my god, Solari, this is going to be amazing regardless of the results.
Oh, absolutely. We are not here to see who exactly is going to win everything, even though, yeah, of course, it's important, it's very intriguing, but we are here to see some good League of Legends game and good sportsmanship, and whenever we see that on our screens, we are so happy. At least I am very happy. I don't know, everything I want from League of Legends, I'm getting all of it today.
Yeah, we see that both junglers have started on the same side of the map, so once again we might see a collapse towards the Scuttle Crab. Aziri's taking a lot of damage, having to dodge the bombs, but the knock-up on the little tornado there, followed by Ignite, is gonna drop Colombo in around 100 HP, and that's gonna hurt them. They only have one more potion, whereas Janna, for example, still has biscuits, and Zaya still has potion as well.
So listen, I said that Janna is usually going into the defense, right? When you pick Janna, you know you want to be defending your AD carry and want to be very defensive as a team composition in general. The beauty of Janna, however, is that you can go extremely offensive during lane phase and even sometimes later in the game, especially because you have this beautiful tornado. The moment you hit somebody, and if you go with the glacial augment that is the keystone on Janna right here, you can have so much out of this little exchange on the bot lane. As long as the AD carry is quick enough to react to whatever is happening, and the series definitely is, you can get quite some damage on the table.
Yes, you absolutely can, and that's going to be super great for Zero Lag, because if they were lacking the possibility of, well, not the possibility, but lacking the connects from the CCs, now it's going to be even easier, and that's going to be followed up by G Wofi as well on the Gangplank, having so much damage with the barrels from a very long distance. So I think that's going to be working much better for Zero Lag in this one.
On paper, it looks so. However, as always, we need to see how exactly it's going to be executed. But so far, we're going pretty peacefully, just as peaceful as that little skull crab that we just saw a little bit earlier. No double skull crab situation, but a little Sejuani on the bot side situation. However, she has been spotted on that little ward on the river, which means that G2 know that they need to step back a little bit and try to sit safely under the turret. However, you can see that they're suffering quite a bit there, with quite some damage flying their way and quite some control as well, which I think is even a little bit more annoying than the damage.
Yeah, that's very true. Being knocked up is awful, and followed by the slow from the glacial augment is going to be making you very stressed. But I think that in this case, it's so lovely to see Dark Dell being aggressive in the lane, because Colombo can be that threat as well, but he heavily relies on connecting the two bombs into a stun. So if you're gonna deal the damage through the tornadoes, through the Zephyr, right, giving the stun, the slow, and you can just back out easily because you have a lovely powerful in the early game shield.
Yeah,
they're doing it super nicely by taking advantage of it.
And taking advantage of the bot lane would be so nice, because the first Drake of the game that is spawning right now, beautifully done, thank you very much production. This is the Mountain Drake yet again, a very lovely Drake to have during the laning phase, something G2 would actually quite like for their lanes, because right now they are not feeling good anywhere on the map, but maybe it's about to change because Karina is on the mid lane, really has an eye set on Apollonia, and Apollonia misses the charm right there, and then the tornado doesn't hit anybody either, so everybody just throws some abilities at each other and walks away.
And speaking of walking away, I didn't even notice that Dark Dell was walking in to that mid lane when the gank from Karina was spotted, and that is one of the things that you're going to be taking advantage as well from Janna. It's her mobility, it's how fast she can be. So you're getting now the possibility of giving Apollonia a better support, since she is a little immobile before she gets level 6. She just got it, by the way, so that's going to be great since the bot lane has pushed out quite a bit. We have the jungler in the Drake pit already. Ari has pushed as well. She has lovely great wave clear, so it's going to be a nice Zero Lag first Drake confirmed for themselves. So nice to see that this time around, even though it was such a heavily dominant G2 game in the last match, they have not backed down. Their mental is still there and they're ready for fights.
Oh, absolutely, throwing quite some damage into that from Caldes. However, can we take a moment to talk about Apollonia and Ari in this game? Maybe not right now, because Karina is on the bot lane looking for another possibility of a gank. Both flashes are available for the side of Zero Lag, so they will be able to get away nicely, but they don't even need to use it. And look at that, Wind Trading Kane is already here to shadow the lane in case of continuation. Continuation does indeed happen, a beautiful tornado hitting Caldes, I believe only Caldes, but also creating that beautiful slow field to make sure that nobody can really follow up. Both junglers are still here, looking for opportunities, but opportunities are not to be found on this lane, so everybody withdraws. So very quickly, Apollonia. Yeah, that was nice. Ooh. That was nice. Colombo, you're not recalling right now.
Not right now, maybe in a little bit, but my ADC is going to be clear to push out this wave, so yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that still works quite nicely. It's okay if I don't recall. I'm just a little support. And speaking of just little supports, on the side of Zero Lag, we have the situation where that Ari, like we can see different paths in terms of building for Ari, right? You can go into being a little bit more of a utilitarian tool for your team, just going there with something like Everfrost and making sure that you secure the kills for somebody else. Here, for Apollonia, it is not really possible to go into a situation like that because you are the main source of magic damage on your team. As long as you go, if you don't go into the AP full damage, who else is going to be there to deliver it? It's going to be too easy for G2 to itemize things like Owen, for example, on their side. So you absolutely need to be there, soaking the gold, soaking the kills whenever they start coming your way.
Oh yes, and we have seen already that the bot lanes. Glacial Prison's gonna go wide, but Karina has been surrounded. The Herald has been activated as well, so there's going to be a couple of damage that might be dropped. Not coming from any of the champions, they all disengage, but what I was mentioning is how quickly the two bot lanes have swapped sides, and they're all gathering here. It's just Gangplank that seems to be still going for the bot lane, and Zero Lag doesn't have any vision whatsoever of the pit, so they might just think about conceding this one. Sejuani also not really interested, just going for the clear on her jungle and setting up future ganks. But it's going to be the first Herald for G2 Hell, and we'll see where this is going to be dropped.
It would have been really hard for Zero Lag to fight in there in that pit. That's
so cute. Look at the gingerbreads.
Yes, little gingerbreads.
Oh my god.
So, you were talking about vision a little bit earlier. Look at what G2 are doing right now around the Herald pit, around that part of the jungle. It is quite a lot of vision, but what really matters is that it's very offensive vision. And considering that we're so early in the game, it's really good to see such an offensive vision. If they continue like that, they're going to have a really nice time because there is still that Sejuani on the enemy team. You know that your Trundle is going to be stronger than her if they meet one-on-one. But you don't want to be meeting Sejuani anywhere on the map if you don't have your Trundle next to you. Because of that, you need to always understand how Sejuani is moving around the map. Keep that vision in the enemy jungle. As long as G2 do that, they should be fine.
Yeah, and I would love to see that sort of vision coming towards the lower side of the river, 130 for the next Drake. So they're probably going to rotate those wards into the side of the map. Might even go for an engage here, but little do they know that there's a wind trading Kane in the bush. They're gonna get the resurrect from Colombo, and they're gonna be taken down pretty much easily. They have the ultimate from Gangplank as well, but the rest of the team from G2 has arrived, and the damage from Tifa is going to be big. Apollonia in the middle of everyone. Karina falling very short. Is it going to be a flash over the wall to follow up? It is not. Karina remains herself healthy, but it is a 1-0 trade for Zero Lag on this one. So incredible push and attempted defense from G2, and they managed to defend themselves as much as they could.
It could have been a much easier kill if only Zilean didn't have level 6 already. Look at that Wind Trading King going in. Kaldi is going down almost immediately because Zero Lag used absolutely everything on them. But they resurrect, and that's the problem. They resurrect with quite a lot of health thanks to their support. And all of a sudden, this is suddenly enough time for the remainings of the G2 to join the fight. And because of that, there is no way that Zero Lag can really continue and can really commit to flashing over the wall. Because there is still Syndra there waiting for somebody to do exactly that. And you don't want to be caught by her.
Yes, they absolutely do not. And Apollonia is going to get that single plating there. Lovely gold for a mid laner for Zero Lag. The Drake has spawned. There's going to be an Inferno now, so no Inferno Sword this time. Karina has the Herald Eye. It's rotating right now towards this bottom side. No vision here on the Tri-Bush, but they have vision around the edges as well. Not much for Zero Lag though, so I don't think they would be able to do much about it. They do not have the vision. They're going to try to remain more careful about it, so I appreciate it's just going to be the first traded Drake of the game, so it's 1-1, not much to be worried about.
And look at that, we have the Hex Gates. That's a beautiful soul. I would say my favorite one in the game. And that's a very good dragon to stack because right now both teams can stack 3 of those on top of each other and each of them gives you ability haste and attack speed. And that's what both of the teams would really love to have on their hands. Here comes the Herald you've been just talking about. Karina is releasing it on the bot side. Gonna get a little bit of those turret plates, a little bit of gold onto Karina and Cultist, I believe, which honestly Cultist really needs gold right now. She's sitting very nicely in terms of the farm compared to a series, but Aphelios is really dependent on the items and they really need good source of gold in the early game.
Yes, they do. They've been building themselves a little bit of a CS lead compared to a series, but as you said, those turret platings are going to be amazing. They're going to get a lot of the damage onto the pockets of Countess as they needed so much. In regards to Xayah, she went for a very interesting sort of build path, I would say. Some damage is going to be absorbed by the shield. Here, Darkdale manages to prevent some of the damage.
I just wanted to point your attention towards the build of Xayah. This is Ravenous Hydra, and right now almost everybody's building a Ravenous Hydra on themselves because this item feels just so strong. It's kind of like a Magi's for the AD carries with a little bit of twist because you also get the Omni Bump there, and right now the damage on the splash, I believe, has been buffed quite nicely. So come on, it's a really good item to build, and I would not be surprised if we don't see a mythic as the second item as well. Something like the Warrior Blades, for example, also reworked in the preseason, popping up here as the second item. I would absolutely not be surprised if this actually works super well for Xayah.
Yeah, oh, look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. Those arcane skins are beautiful. So I was going to say, it looks like because of this choice of build, we have Azari's going for a lot of pushing potential. She's going to be doing the AoE damage on the lane, and that's going to be incredible for her to get the wave pushed. And because of the Hextech portals, they're going to rotate to the top lane there. They're going to meet with Gangplank. I don't know if they have vision. They do not. So that's going to be pretty nice. They have the control ward. There is no vision of Zero Lag on that one, as they're positioning themselves here close to the Herald pit. Everyone seems to be looking for something, but G2 is positioning themselves quite defensively, aside from Karina, who might be in a bad place. Apollonia, though, gets a lovely charm on Karina. The Glacial Prison's gonna go wide. Damage is still dropping on Karina, though. The feathers are dropped back. They're pulled alongside the true damage from Apollonia. They're going to guarantee 1 kill for themselves, which is very nice considering it was the jungler from G2 Hell, so they can try to go for this Herald. Damage coming from Tifa, though, is going to get some sort of peeling and zoning onto Zero Lag. They're still positioning themselves quite aggressively in regards to trying to steal this one. Nice damage, amazing, actually, coming from Gangplank. G. Worthy manages that super well. Sirius guarantees the shutdown on Lysia, and they are controlling this area amazingly. They're going to get the Herald for themselves, and Zero Lag looks to be really renovated in this match.
I don't know if it's the buff of the blue side, to be honest, but really, whoever is playing on the blue side seems to be much more confident on the map. Here, as you were saying, G2 were so defensive on the lane in terms of their positioning, which is not really understandable considering that there is a Herald already spawned actually on the map right now. And here, when they've lost their jungler, all of a sudden they decide that this is the good time to rotate towards the Herald and try to do something around it. There is Janna on the enemy team, mind you. She has an excellent terrain control together with Gangplank. They're not going to let you get anywhere close to defeat. Oh, you will be. You are not where you want to be. Oh my god, that's going to be a flash, but I don't think you're really getting away. Do you have any oranges, Wolfie? You do, but it's not really helping you.
Oh my god, the orange juice was not enough for this gameplay, but the team was just a little behind, 1 or 2 seconds away from being able to help them there. Well, 20 seconds for the next Drake on the map. It's going to be, of course, the Hextech, as we're building towards a Hextech Soul. And we already have 4 players, of course, all of them, since G-Worthy is still respawning. In the side of the map here, unfortunately for Zero, like, they don't have much vision. G2, though, really oppressive on dominating the terrain, getting the vision around the area as well. So It doesn't look like they're going to contest this one, and the first hex stack is going for G2 Hell.
It's a nice exchange still, because look at that, Apollonia in the meantime managed to get the first turret of game into the Poké's Alpha team. Yes, thank you very much. We know it's the hex strikes from now on. That's probably not going to change for quite some dragons coming on. But we got a nice exchange here, so the Herald in the end went to the 0 light pot, and they are still sitting on it, so mind you, with Wind Trading Kane, that's surprisingly a hard name to pronounce sometimes, might still be dropping it somewhere on the map. Yeah, somehow I want to say withdrawing Kane for some reason. Like, Kane is not withdrawing! Kane is doing
Kane going to the
opposite.
bank! Collecting some money, dropping those paychecks.
Yeah.
Herald has been popped here in the mid lane, and it's probably going to get this tower down. Charge is definitely going to land. The knockup from Lysia as well, but the ultimate from Aziris gets them out of dodge. But another knockup, amazing from Lysia. Unfortunately for G2 Hell, there were no follow-up on that one, even though their top laner hit all of the CC. Zero Lag maintained themselves alive on their fight and still took the tier 1 mid lane with them.
The beauty of having Gangplank on your team is that you can send him split pushing constantly, 24/7, sitting on the side lanes, never ever showing up to the team fights unless they are super important ones, and still be in the team fight and still have impact there and still help your teammates because of your beautiful global ultimate. Look at that, Gangplank never shows up to this fight. He's in the top lane, farming up, taking down the outer turret in the top lane. Yet a little bit later, it's going to be the ultimate thrown in the cannon barrage, and it's going to help so much because it slows everybody down, it deals a lot of damage, and because of the rest of your team can live for a little while longer. That has been the heal interrupted here from Jonna by Lysia, but it doesn't really matter anymore. It's just about you stepping back and trying to, you know, lick your wounds, I guess.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out as well about that team fight in G Worthy's positioning on the ultimate was how Cultists had to use the clans to get out of the damage because the slow was so much, and if they were still there, Apollonia would probably hit a Q and get them out of the fight. Yep. So a lot that was able to be provided for Zero Lag just by being a champion in the game. They, as you mentioned, they don't even need to be close to the fight, but sometimes it's definitely worth it because those barrels are hitting quite some damage already on almost 20 CS ahead of the fellow on in the top lane. And in regards to gold overall, it just looks like, okay, they've built 4k gold though, Solari. That's really nice.
Exactly. We're almost 20 minutes in the game, almost at the time where the Baron, the first Baron of the game spawns, and the gold difference is there, and it's a pretty significant one already. Zero Lag are really feeling good on the Summoner's Rift right now. And I was talking about Gangplank a little bit earlier, and he is going with one of those builds that I absolutely do not understand, but it seems to be working so nicely, especially because it impacts your cannon barrage with those Navori blades built on you as the first item. Look at the Baron in the meantime, going down so quickly. Karina is here. She senses that something is very open. She's going to be stalled by two means of control. She's going to go in and still going to go down, going to resurrect, only probably to die again, but doesn't even matter anymore. Nobody from Zero Lag is getting Baron. Well, 4 members of your team have the free Baron.
Oh my god, Karina, let's watch the replay on that one. Yeah. How were they able to absolutely nail that smite? Oh my god. They just... Karina comes in, gets knocked up, there's still enough time, and we see On from the back line
not even
getting
a smite.
also.
It's not even a smite. I think Karina just bit the Baron.
It's just a round.
Yeah, it's just a chomp. And you get
just a chomp.
Yeah.
Just nom 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 nom.
Exactly. It's just a one big nom. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of like a show gas there. Oh my god.
Wow.
I'm so stunned. Oh my god, Karina.
Yeah.
What a precision play. Look at that. Not intimidated by 5 players from Zero Lag, and that's going to give G2 such a nice breathing room. They are slowly but surely shortening the gap in CS that the two teams had, now down to around 3k, and it's going to be much easier to push the waves now, and that's going to avoid any sort of push that Zero Lag wants to do, since they have the empowered minions too.
However, Zero don't really want to push right now because there's a dragon spawning up in 15 seconds. They want the second dragon because if they don't get it and G2 get it, it's going to put them on a soul point, and this is not the soul you can allow to give away because the chain lightning coming out of the soul is way too strong in the big team fights. Ooh, Win Trading Kane is getting a little bit of control in their face, but still getting away. Zero are in a very good position at the River right now. They have the upper hand here. They control the River. There is no vision available for G2. They don't really know what's going on around the Drake, but I'll tell you what's going on around. It has just spawned and it has just been started. G2 wants to go in. They have all the ultimates available, so if they go in and throw everything in the pit, it could be very dramatic, but they don't want it because it's just a second Drake for Zero Lag, and they have the Baron buff and they want to keep pushing.
Yeah, and it was inevitable that the tier 1 in mid lane was going to fall. Apollonia close enough to get a nice charm. Stun on Karina as well is not going to come much to fruition. Over Xeris, though, really very confident in her positioning there. Oh my god, so fast with lethal tempo too. And all of the, not all the champions, we have the ultimate from Win Trading Kane. Now you made me think of withdrawing. Oh my god. So Win Trading Kane. The Glacial Prison is going to be out for a little bit. And I believe that it might have been a little bit of a stretch trying to go for that one because the players from Zero Lag were very far away. So I don't think the follow-up would happen. The damage wasn't going to be quite there, and Karina is tanky enough to be able to survive. So it's alright though. There isn't much in the ground right now to be worried about, but since you don't have your ultimate, but it's still something to keep in mind that we saw happening a lot in the last Zero Lag game, which was sometimes using those ultimate that are so crucial for the chain of CC being a little bit disjointed.
So, the Baron buff is going to wear off, if not worn off. Yeah, it's already gone for G2, I believe. So, they didn't really get too much out of it. I mean, the mid lane turret is a very good thing to take down, but nothing else. The next Baron is going to spawn in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, so keep your eyes on that timer because this is going to be the next big objective on the map. And then we'll be talking about the dragons. The next dragon, whichever team gets it, is going to put themselves on a nice soul point. So definitely, right now, unlike the previous time where both teams were there with... now I want to say withdrawn. They were just leaving the other team to take the dragon as they wish. This time, it's not possible anymore. So sorry. I've started
that
it now.
was so funny. Oh my goodness. Well, let's have a look at, for example, I mentioned how Xeris has been so confident and very aggressive as well in regards to her positioning. G2, very nice here, didn't have vision, is not approaching that bush whatsoever. And continuing talking about the series, we saw how the first item wasn't the mythical, and we thought about maybe it wasn't going to be the case for a second as well, but second is confirmed, the Kraken Slayer. So I think that's kind of important, especially since you have Cultist with the Gale Force on her side. That's going to be very dangerous if she can get close to you. So we need to be very careful about all the things. Right now, Apollonia and G-Worthy have their TPs. Lysia as well, the only TP available on the side of G2 Hell. So much can happen in this 1 minute following the followed up by the respawn of the next Baron buff.
And Kraken Slayer alongside makes so much sense, to be honest, because look at the other team. You have Lysia, who's already building up into Jaxo, and then you have Karina, who's also going to be quite tanky. You want to be able to shred through them as quickly as possible, because otherwise they're going to be extremely annoying on the front lane, dealing so much damage and controlling the terrain of the battlefield so much. You want to get rid of it.
Yeah, you really do. I like how Zero Lag was getting the... Oh, nice jump followed up by the tornado. It's gonna deal a lot of damage here on Lysia, but she's still pretty much healthy on 50%. Oh no, G-Worthy whiffs that barrel there. It's not going to connect. Damage is going to lack on G2 Hell. Karina on the side flanking. They have the ward. Is going to be cleared up by Zero Lag. They're trying to do it. Apollonia is putting herself in a little bit of a dangerous position, but G2... Oh no, the on-horn has started and another team fight is going to happen. Karina going for the backline. Worthy so low and have the orange is enough to keep them alive for a little longer. The charm is going to miss on Apollonia. Win Trading Kane dropping very low. So are the rest of G2 Hell's champions, but all of them right now are still alive. They came back from base. They came back to base and back from base. Lizia with a TP is back again, very healthy in the mid lane, and Solari they're looking to push even further into this one, directing for this 20-second Drake that's going to spawn.
Yeah, and they really want to go on that soul point, and they want to be pushing further to make sure that they maintain more control around this part of the map. Right now, they are the first ones to be around the pit, which means they can establish the vision control around it, and vision is so crucial in this game. It's crucial in every game, everybody. If you're not putting wards in your game, you're doing something terribly wrong. But here you absolutely need to understand where everybody is, especially Wind Trading Kane, who loves to be jumping from the bushes and from the fog of war. But look at that. Look at what's happening. G2 Karina is at the dragon, but Zero Lag are at the side of the Baron. Do they really want to go and try to trade the objectives? I think they do. They have started the Baron. Look at that. Can they continue with it with everybody from G2 alive and now knowing what exactly they're doing? They're sacrificing the soul point and they're still taking the Baron. This is getting so dangerous.
It really is, Solari. 50% health on this Baron Nasha. The on-horn is going to land on a series, dropping from very low in health, but the Glacial Prison goes on counters, followed up by the Charm. Lovely, but the Cleansing Flash is going to be able to make them alive for a little longer. Lizzie is dropping down a little bit. Karina followed up. That's Shirley being knocked out. Colombo might be taken. Tifa gets a nice stun on Zero Lag, and that stops any further push onto them, but they still have the upper hand on this Baron. Nasha counters is very much healthy. The bumps coming from Colombo are there. They are trying to keep a hard position onto the bushes, get the area verified. The quick recalls are gonna pay for a lovely comeback to defend this turret. G-Worthy with Darkdale as well. And Zero Lag manages to get an amazing come out of that fight.
G2 in the end tried to trade the Baron for at least something on the map because they knew they were not in a position to fight any further. But look at that replay. Tifa's health immediately drops even before the fight starts. It's an immediate -1 for G2. And that a lot of control follow up here. The charms, the tornadoes. The tornadoes do so much here. And then John is healing everybody up, making sure that those low health bars don't really matter anymore. And Karina cannot really get away any longer because it's too much control. Nice one from Tifa right here, but unfortunately it's not going to do much because nobody can follow up, and with your jungler down, it's so easy for your opponent to go and take the Baron.
Yes, and that's going to be exactly what Zero Lag wanted, since they missed. Unfortunately for them, they missed the last one, Karina stealing it away in an amazing fashion. G-Worthy collapsing here with Wind Trading Kane. Lizia falling very low. They pop the ulti, but it's not going to be fast enough. Karina is following on these two members. The damage from the barrels from G-Worthy is a lot. Now they are fighting themselves alone. Karina is going for the 1v1. The Tifa gets the stun. Flash and orange from them. Worthy, you are dead, my girl. You are dead, but it's fine. In the top lane, Apollonia has taken down the tier 2, and the domination from Zero Lag is increasing as we have now almost, actually, just a little bit over 6k gold lead.
Ooh. Okay, now this is getting harder and harder for G2 to find the grounds to jump back into the game. They're still trying though. Look at that, Tifa is on the bot lane right now, and she is going to crack open that outer turret on the bot lane. And they just got 2 kills on the bot lane a little bit earlier as well. They had to trade it for the turret on the top lane. And the usual question is, was it really worth it? Taking down 2 Baron buffs is really good in any situation, but those Baron buffs are going to wear off rather soon. You lost the turret there, but he got 2 kills, so I'm not even sure how to answer my own question. What is important right now, G2 are not stuck to their base, something we've usually seen before throughout the day-to-day, right? Somebody gets the Baron buff, they push all the way to the enemy base, and because of that, the enemy cannot really leave the base anymore. G2 are not stuck there. They can still move around the map, still look for the possibilities, for the push of themselves, for the kills. But it's getting harder and harder because the gold is still on the side of Zero Lag, the items are still the side of Zero Lag, and the majority of the control on the map is on their side as well.
Yeah, and we can see right now how, differently from the last game, the control of vision Thank you very much. There we can see how the wards are coming from Zero Lag and how forwards they are in the map, and that's going to be so great for dominance in the jungle as they're doing here. Apollonia feels so safe to take down this tier 2 once again. So it was one at the top, one at the bottom, with Wind trading Kane at her, shadowing her, getting the flank on anyone that might be thinking about stopping that mid laner. So things are going fairly well for Zero Lag at this one. I'm going to ask you, Solari, what do you think is the next move that G2 has to do? I believe it will, at least in my opinion, it will be you have to guarantee that Hextech Soul.
Absolutely, you need the Hextech Soul, and you cannot allow your enemy to take it, or maybe you want to take a series instead. A lot of damage coming out of that Cinder, but the damage is coming from both sides, to be honest. Khalees is very low already, needs to step away. Klumble too, and there is nowhere to step back because of that cannon barrage. A very aggressive flash there. Jana, you are just a support. Are you sure you want to be the one killing the enemy AD carry? Yes, apparently she does. Tifa, in the meantime, is completely cut away from the rest of the team. Goes down as well. Zero Lagger all alive and feeling very well and very aggressive.
Yes, they are, Solari. That was a lovely play from Zero Lag, how they danced around in the map in the mid lane to get a lovely outcome from the team fight. And to see Darkdell as well, they were going on Countess, and that it was Countess, wasn't it? And that guaranteed that Columbo would have to use that ultimate on them. So ultimate from Columbo is down. Of course, it's a zillion. The cooldowns are going to be fast, and they're going to be here. We have both sides collapsing on this Drake. Karina is around, but the zoning from Zero Lag is pretty much sufficient to keep her away. No stealing this time around. Wolfie! What? Wolfie with a one barrel gets a one-shot kill onto Sejuani. And wait, onto on Columbo. And then the trading on Sejuani is going to happen. Followed up the damage of a series on Countess. They're so confident and aggressive as they know they have so much damage. They have 3 completed items. And okay, Solari, you need to break things down for me because I was stunned with everything.
I would need to see the replay of what happened at the Dragon Pit because I completely missed the moment of that one shot. I blinked. I literally blinked. And Columbo was gone already, but here, look at the health bars. Everybody's going so low, but again, the cannon barrage is just doing so much by not allowing Columbo and Khalees to regroup and go back to safety safely. That didn't really sound too good. And because of that, Tifa is getting completely cut off from the rest of the team, going into Zonya state, but it's still not really going to help you because you're going down anyway. G2, what are you doing? Don't ever try to flip games on the Baron. That never ends well. But G2 cannot hear him, and because of that, they're gonna do whatever they please to, and they please to take the Baron apparently. Oh my god, he's trading Kane.
Tifa had to pop a Zonya there, Solari, but the timing was awful. That managed to get Zero Lag in such a good position to keep on fighting this one. All of G2 is collapsing, but Karina once again gets the finalizer on Baron buff, and Tifa is the last woman standing that has the purple buff on themselves. But still, it's a full team from Zero Lag collapsing into your base. The open mid lane, they're going to go for these Nexus turrets. The stun is not going to land. That Xayah is going to be dealing a lot on the turret. Zoning from Wind Trading King is going to get Tifa away. This turret is melting, so is the Nexus. And the equalizer on the series is for Zero Lag. 1-1. We go to a game 3 in our upper finals in the Rising Stars. Oh, lower finals.
Yeah.
That is okay, absolutely. What a game and a half. And we're now, you're absolutely correct, it's the equalizer here. So Zero Lag actually making sure that this goes the distance. They give themselves a lifeline. They give themselves an opportunity to breathe a little longer because now G2 Hell are gonna have to get it back together once again and come into this final game. And that's which one is going to decide the winner that will be going to the grand finals against Clash. And Solari, G2 is probably looking for that rematch against Clash. They want to prove themselves worthy. And if anything, Zero Lag, they want to prove themselves to be slayers of some of these bigger teams, just as they did to SK Avarosa. But this game, it felt like They got back to the form that we've seen them in earlier today.
Yeah, maybe it's just the blue side that they feel more comfortable about, and it's not even a joke. That's a real thing. You are going to feel more comfortable on either side of the Summoner's Rift. But it's also about the control on the map, I feel, because you could see the Vision Ward definitely was won this time by them, because G2 were really proactive with warding in the very beginning of the game, but then they really started to fall off, and they could never predict where exactly Zero Lag would be, and the problem is Zero Lag were everywhere.
They were everywhere indeed, and it feels like when it comes to that vision control, so especially around objectives, when Drake spawned, when Herald spawned, Baron spawned, it feels like that's one of those things that teams really need to focus on, and maybe this time around it was a little sloppy.
I would say maybe this time around, I think I saw Zero Lag being what they were in the previous series, which is it's not that they have the upper hand on how much they have warded, but how precise they are in when they use the sweepers and when they use the control wards to clear out the vision from the enemy in the jungle around the objective, as you mentioned. So I think maybe that was the situation, and because they were setting up ganks so well to get the lanes ahead, they were able to get priority in the objectives and the Drake, and that's how they managed to be on top of all of those.
Yeah, Solari, can you name one thing more satisfying than Gangplank barrels going boom?
Going boom.
No. I absolutely cannot. Maybe seeing the numbers from those barrels going boom is extremely satisfying. Tifa is the one getting caught by them all the time. It feels like, finally, thank you. That moment, Clapham was there, and the next moment, they were not. Wow.
Yeah. I know they say can't kill you in the Zillion, but definitely can kill the Zillion if you have a Gangplank barrel. That was absolutely beautiful, mechanically played, but also macro-wise from the side of Zero Lag. So we're going to get a break ourselves to allow both teams kind of get it back into the groove of things. We'll be back with the final game between G2 versus Zero Lag to determine the winner to go to the grand finals. G2 Hell against Zero Lag Female. Which team is gonna be victorious and take Q-Lash on in the grand finals in another best of 3? Both of these teams are looking to make some of that lower bracket run, and Zero Lag being in it the longest. Although they've managed to bring it back last game, it's now one final game to determine the winner and determine who's out. I'm Ginny, your host, covering this game, and alongside me on the desk, we have Surf and Solari once again. Okay, last game, let's just get right into it because that was maybe something that we didn't really expect. We're now on that final game here, Solari, and both of these teams are looking really good.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, for both of these teams, there is so much at stakes and so much even personal reasons to get to the grand finals. But in this game, they both showed so much, and it's so interesting how both of the games we've seen so far between them in this series have been maybe a little bit one-sided when it was getting closer to the end, but these one-sided games were coming from two different teams, so we don't really know what to expect from the third one.
Are we expecting Surf maybe like a 20-minute game? Do you think potentially like it's going to be very much back and forth between the two teams? Is it going to be one-sided again?
I don't think it's going to be one-sided. I think both teams have had enough time to recollect, to learn more about their opponent, to learn how it is to lose against them, how it is to win against them. So I think this time around is going to be very, very competitive. Not that it hasn't been, but I think it's going to be much closer all throughout the game, which is something that Solari said that, at one point mid to late game, it was already one-sided 5k to 10k gold lead for the winner. Yeah. So I think this time around we're going to see something much more clutch, because I mean, if it was to be a stomp, I cannot even think about who would that be from, and I would just be blown out of my head because it wouldn't make any sense. Analysis would just be like inexistent in my brain. I would go head empty, and I would have nothing to give it to you.
No, that makes absolute sense, but it feels like because we've seen more of Zero Lag today, potentially we can say that we have seen more of what they're capable of, but also we can take into consideration, Solari, the rhetoric that they have been playing so many games back to back to back. Like, they've been on their computers for like, I don't know how many hours. I'm not going to do maths on live broadcast because I'm not good at maths anyway, but they've been on their computer for a while, so could potential exhaustion be creeping in here, whereas G2, they've only played 2 games so far.
Oh, absolutely. This is a huge factor that is very hard to take into consideration because we cannot really see the teams. We cannot really understand how exactly they're feeling right now. But you have to remember for how long they've been already playing today. And definitely with each game, it's getting harder and harder for them to stay focused and stay concentrated. But I really hope that it's not going to be too big of an impactful factor, because it just sucks a little bit when you don't really get the fully fair game between the teams. Not trying to discredit anybody, being tired is a pretty normal thing, but come on, we want some fights.
We do want some fights indeed, and so far, considering that they've been both one-sided, I think this game is where both of these teams are really going to be locked in, Soph, and they're really going to look forward to just making this potentially as quickly as possible, because at the end of the day, even if it's G2 that goes forward, they've already played 3 games, and then they still have to play another best of 3 against Clash, whereas Zero Lag, they've already played so many more games, add the 3-1s on top, add another game against Clash. It's looking like, if anything, these teams want to get it over with quickly, have a break, and come back to it.
They definitely do. That's why I think both of them are going to go for what they have already chosen. I don't think they're going to make any major changes in the comps, because if you... it just requires much more in regards to strategizing to be able to pull off something new right now. So I think they know what works and they can stick with it, but what they have to focus on now is what they made of mistakes this past game. How we pointed out in regards to vision, that Zero Lag was doing so well in denying and asserting it themselves, whereas on the side of G2, they have to pinpoint all of those and make sure that those gaps are not gaps anymore, that they fill out those spaces so it can build into a nice path to victory. Because as you said, both teams have already secured the 3rd place. It's going to determine now who wins if they have the chance to fight for 1st and 2nd, and that means a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to be heading into picks and bans. We're going to be looking exactly at how these teams are looking to strategize over the course of the game. And thankfully for all of us, we have the lovely Solari and Soph to walk us through it.
Beautiful, and we are very happy to do so. We both love the drafts very much, and so I agree with you that maybe we don't really expect to see too many changes compared to the previous games, but maybe some little tweaks here and there. And definitely when it comes to the bans, we already are seeing some of those flying in. I believe Ari was banned out in the first game. In the second game, she was allowed. But no, it's rather the other way around. No, correct me if I'm getting lost.
Last game, which was the one that Zero Leg won, Apollonia had Ari. I don't quite remember if it was banned in the first game, but if you say so, it definitely makes sense. So this time around, they are, look at the respect towards the top and the mid lane. Wow.
Yeah. You want to be respecting that gap flank because the impact was huge. And again, you don't even need to have him in a team fight. He can be absolutely anywhere else on the map, and still he's going to make your life in the team fight absolutely miserable. Varus is getting removed as well because we remember that chain control that was very much influenced by Varus as well. Not something you want to see in the game.
Yeah, definitely not. Syndra going to be the last one, so really the pull for the mid laner there is going to be very limited now. As we've talked about all throughout the tournament, if there was no Syndra or Ahri ban, there have been Syndras and Ahris. I think the only third point in the scheme would be a Victor as well, that has been very present all throughout. Yes.
Neither Yumin nor Seraphine are banned.
Oh my god, you really scared me.
Well, that is
what
a problem.
What are you doing?
So, I'm sorry, but that is a problem.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, let me check about that Ivan, who has been consistently
guess who it is.
Guess who? I'll give you the honors.
It's Seraphine. It's my pink girl, Seraphine. And she's, I mean, it's pretty obvious. If she's not banned and you're on the blue side, are you not going to pick her for Tifa, especially considering how comfortable Tifa felt on Seraphine in the first game and how well it was working for them? Now pair it up with some more control, triple it up with some more control, and you're going to feel pretty fine. There is Wukong on the other side of the map, and it's good that Blocks is not casting it with us right now, because he would not be happy about seeing that Wu.
Yeah, I think that's going to be such a good weapon for Zero Lag in the jungle, assuming that it's going to be a Wukong jungle. We might even see the Sejuani again, but this time around in the top lane. I don't know if they would like that sort of composition. We're waiting for this last pick here. It is a Lucian, but it is a proxy pick. It's supposed to be a Xayah. So we're going to have the Xayah once again. So sorry about any technical issue that we have been having at this point. Teams have been having to get a couple of proxies here and there, but we're gonna get all the picks right in the screen as soon as possible.
Yeah, but if we consider that this is Xayah and we already have Wukong on the team, that's quite some... Okay, no, wait, that is Xayah. So we have Lucian here. Okay, now I'm a little bit confused. I need some help.
There we have it. Now we do understand what's the problem. We're probably going to have to to get it sorted. Okay, we know there's going to be a remake in the lobby, so it's okay. The game is still going to be coming to you soon enough. We're going to be analyzing that draft, as you guys love to see. We always bring such nice things, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. We absolutely do. How about we discuss that Seraphine a little bit more, because that is a big thing happening on the blue side of the map. And I'm not biased towards Seraphine, as my people have been blaming me throughout my casting career, probably because of my hair color or something. I don't know, but come on, Seraphine is an incredibly strong champion, and again, she's a good first pick because she's such a great flex. Whatever is happening later in the drafts, you just look at it and you're like, okay, we're sending Seraphine here and there and there, but what else are we throwing in that soup next to her?
I think the only thing we're throwing now is into a break while we get things sorted out for this next game. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but we're definitely going to still have time to discuss the draft as soon as we have everything sorted, and the picks are going to be right on your screen so nobody is confused, not even us. So we're going to be right back. Stay tuned, because it is the third game of this best of 3 of G2 versus Zero Lag Female. Stay tuned. We're going to be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the finally draft that we're going to analyze a little bit. I'm Sochen back here with Solari. We're so excited about watching this finals of the lower bracket G2 versus Zero, like the bird team Solari that have been knocked down to the lower bracket by Clash, the one team that has guaranteed their place in the grand finals.
Yeah, and now both of them are fighting for the chance to see Clash again and maybe to reprove some point to that team. Question is, which of them it's going to be? Because either way, it's going to be a rather exciting finals to watch, because come on, it's going to feel very personal.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be super personal. And in regards to Clash, they're just like, we're here, we're fine. Spending the day probably screaming. Yeah. Not screaming, screaming. Okay. Yeah. But okay, without further ado, let's get on to the draft so we can talk a little bit about it, what these teams decided to go with. And what we already see is some picks that have been very constant throughout the tournament, haven't it?
Okay, look at that. We have Sejuani again, but this time Lysia is sitting on Sejuani. We have the return of the Karina Belveth, a beautiful combination and a really scary one. Then Seraphine Tifa, we have already talked about this one, but we still need to talk about this a little bit more. And then there is Lucian Nami on the bot lane. And you know how I feel about Lucian Nami, so I will not even get started.
Yeah, we'll just leave it there. It's such a solid bot lane. It's always going to be good in regards to engaging, in regards to being protective. So let's just go to the other roster here, shall we? On the top lane, we have a Camille now. So if Blocks over here, they would have been very excited about it to see something different than just the tanks on that lane. Wukong is going to be very different picks than we have seen recently from both teams and in the tournament in general. Vex as well has been seen in play once, I believe, at least in broadcast. It's going to be brought back alongside Zaya and Karma. These are very cool comms that we have right now, but definitely Zero Lag coming with a more different approach.
I am absolutely having a brain lag because I have cast a game with Apollonia before the Rising starts, and I cannot remember what it is right now, but I do remember that she was feeling so comfortable on that Vex, so that pick totally makes sense, and because of that, the Vex bounce that we have seen in the previous games totally makes sense as well. And plus, come on, you have Lucian who wants to be dashing around, and Vex really works so nicely against those dashes.
Yeah, she's going to hunt him down, and Lucian's going to be scared for his life. But let's go right into Summoner's Rift. We have the game ready, as this is going to be the one tiebreaker to know who's going to go for the Grand Finals, G2 Hell or Zero Lag Female.
Are Zero Lag going to lift their name this time, or is it going to be G2 Hell bringing hell to their opponents? We're about to find out. This game is the last stand for one of those teams. Do or die situation. Do you do and do you progress into the grand finals to see Clash, or do you die here and do you go home, but go home victoriously still?
And Solari, one thing that we have seen all throughout the tournament is when you have Seraphine, you have very good chances of winning. And if you have the blue side, it's been a very nice a high win rate as well.
Yes, exactly. Apparently, blue side is a magical one, and Seraphine is a very magical girl, by the way, if you haven't noticed. So yeah, add some more magic into the soup, and it's going to boil. But speaking about soups, I was trying to talk about Seraphine a little bit earlier, and I still want to. Oh my God! Hello. Ducky,
oh, is it ducky?
Yes, it's a duck and a little frog and a little. How are they called? Fireflies? Yeah, those are fireflies, right?
Yeah. Like a moth or something. Yeah.
Looking so nice and peaceful on that river. Imagine all the blood that's going to be spilled on that river very, very soon. Oh,
they're just going to be like, they're going to be, okay, this is fine. Just jumping around. This is fine.
Yeah,
Nothing
this
is happening.
is a fine. Exactly. Okay, Nami, I want to talk about Nami since we started talking about the Riva stuff and everything. I feel like she's going to be such a great addition to Seraphine. Look at that, even the color schemes are matching, but imagine that.
Oh yeah.
You have her ultimate going in the tidal wave. It's going to give some movement speed to all the allies going through it, but it's also going to knock up and slow down everyone on the enemy team. And what do you want to be doing as Seraphine? The moment you see that, you throw an encore in and you're so happy because here comes your chain control and nobody is supposed to be getting out of it.
In bot lane, it looks like both of them look very eager to get that level 2 advantage.
Yeah.
G2 went for a bigger push on this one, which gives Zero Lag a little bit of an advantage in regards to how the wave is pushing. Wukong, Wind Trading Cane, is on this side of the map, but they're going to rotate to the other, whereas Karina, though, is doing the opposite rotation, probably going to end up on the bottom side of the map, and that might make for something in regards to ganking. And we see already that G2 Hell are going for some deep warding in that river and probably getting some vision for the Scuttle Crab, and so that Karina has everything under control when they arrive there.
Absolutely makes sense. I believe before this ward, G2 Hell didn't really have an understanding of the Wukong's pacing in the jungle, but now that they see blue buff cleared, they know that this Wukong is going towards the top side of the map, which means, first of all, they are probably not going to get ganked anywhere soon, and secondly, it means that their own top lane should be a little bit more careful, because look at the state of the top lane. Lysia is pushing non-stop. That Sejuani has the audacity, has the tankiness. Kaltis also has the audacity, also has a lot of damage flying out her way. This is a really hard trade to have here, because look at that. You're still a Tsunami, you want to be dealing damage, but oh my god, can you heal up all of that flying your way?
Can you, is the question. Well, on the side of Kaltis, she has still 2 potions. She's already used 1. She has still 2 potions and a biscuit because she went for the longsword instead of the Dorns. And this is going to be a little bit of a difference. But Bel'Veth is around the area. They don't have warding there. So, oh no, they do.
Yeah.
It's going to be taken out. So at least it guarantees the Scuttle Crab for Karina on this one. Definitely the top Scuttle for Wind Trading Cane instead. So they're looking for something in invade manner, but they're just going to reset on this one. It's not being too aggressive about it in regards to ganking, but the bot lane though.
Yeah, speaking about aggressiveness, Kaltis is really throwing out everything they have. The series has no mana whatsoever available, and Karina is here to try to secure some kills. Oh my god, Dogdell is getting where Series is not, however. Kaltis is getting a turret hit, but is still surviving. The health bars are so low, but the hopes are so high.
Kaltis, that was so precise. My goodness, the W into flash into the double shot was incredible to take down a Sirius. They already didn't have any of the summon. Let's have a look at how it happened. It was the flank from Karina tanking the targeting of the tower. Was able to be enough alongside Columbo with a heal that bounced onto the enemy and back to Karina. Back to Columbo as well. Not exactly in that order, you know how Nemi works, but that was enough to keep them on less than 100 HP. But still alive, and Kaltis confident enough to go in on the Xayah, granting themselves G2 Hell the first blood of this game, and it's going to feel very nice for them.
Oh, absolutely, and keep an eye on Columbo as we go further into the game, but I would say rather keep an eye on G2's bot lane in general, because we've been talking about it already. Lucian Nami need to have kills in order to survive in the game, and already we see the only kill in the game so far going into the pocket of Lucian, and if it continues like that, if we see Karina constantly shadowing the bot lane looking for very risky opportunities, they should just come out of the game victorious, because with Lucian Nami, you need to go risky, you need to go all the way into the enemy as early in the game as possible. You need to be giving Lucian those sweet, sweet kills and gold, and he will thank you so much later when he's absolutely unstoppable.
Yes, he will. And in the top lane, I wanted to talk about how you mentioned that Sejuani Lysia that was being very, very aggressive. But even though that is the case, G-Wolfie is guaranteeing a lovely lead for herself in regards to CS, and she's not being intimidated by that. Oh, this, as I say it, she misses 1 CS there. Nobody saw it. It's definitely not on broadcast. We're not, like, live or anything. Oh, our observer here making a party out of it. Oh my goodness. Well, Pink's going on to that Vex coming from G2 side, as this Drake has spawned. Apollonia has been spotted, so G2's bottom lane knows that she is there, but there still might be a little bit of a skirmish since Karina is around the corner too.
yes, Karina is around the corner, but so is Wind Trading Kane. Look at that, so many members of both teams are around the dragon because the first dragon of the game is up and running. It's an Ocean Drake, which means no Ocean Soul this time, but it's still a pretty nice Drake to pick up for yourselves for the landing phase. I wanted to say the winning phase, but it's rather still going to be a landing phase for now.
I mean, to be fair, sometimes for a couple of types of bot lanes, like Lucian Nami, the laning phase might be a winning phase if Cultist is going in on you and you can already deal so much damage. The dodge is not going to be there to save Aziris from the bubble. And, well, it's turning into a winning phase as we have Colombo fighting Dark Dell for a little more of the damage, sacking on her health bar. And these two from G2 are gathering really well, but the flank is coming from Zero Lag as well.
Oh my god, the slow on Colombo allows Apollonia to jump in and secure the kill. Is it going to be another one?
Oh my god.
No, it is the ultimate available. It's not going to be the double kill for Apollonia, but at least it's going to be the 2 kills for the side of Zero Lag, which means they have a huge prior for the Drake right now.
Oh, that was so satisfying. Let's see once again, the fight started with the E on counters to get the slow onto the ADC. It was enough to make it so she wouldn't dodge the bubble. She died after that one in series. Follow up from the 2 players from Zero Lag. They were very much hidden. There was no vision. The lovely snipe from Apollonia onto Colombo. Perfect. Then once again onto Keltis. The range is insane, and she's able to do so much. As you said, unfortunately, there wasn't a double kill for Apollonia, but we are going to every time take that trade for your team, as it worked out so well as a counter gank.
In the meantime, we could just have a little sneak peek of Karina in her global Empress Velvet form, which means the Herald has just been taken. She is running around, or rather graciously floating around with the Herald's Eye in her pocket. Super useful considering that the dragon is still up and running. I was expecting Zero Lag to do something about the dragon considering how big of an advantage they have gotten themselves on the bot lane. They decided not to rotate towards the Drake, so there is still a chance for G to go and secure the first Drake of the game.
And right now on the board we have all the ultimates unlocked aside from the 2 supports. And well, as soon as Colombo has that wave, it's going to be much easier to connect any fight, especially if you're going for something in the Drake pit. If you want to connect with Tifa's Encore, that's going to be amazing. Karina jumps over the wall. There's no vision. The wards are there from Zero Lag, but not in the pit specifically. When Trading King might be thinking there's something happening around here, there's also no vision on that bush. They might be feeling a little too cautious in this scenario. They don't know what is happening, so there's going to be a safe first Drake for G2 Help.
Oh my god, look at the Hexic ultimatum on the top lane, and here comes Apollonia with the ultimate, with the fear, I'm sorry, instead running in and slaying Lysia and getting the kill in her own pocket. 2-0-1 rather is this Vex already. And I told you about how Apollonia feels really comfortable on the Vex. Are you starting to see why?
Oh my god, she looks so confident, so comfortable. It's working amazingly well. G2 though, not only guaranteed the first Drake, but also the first Herald. They're gonna pop it here. The 3 first platings have been dropped, so this is going to be a super nice Herald push. There's still 1 charge left to go, 1 plating. Bologna trying to deal some damage on them. I believe it's very possible that this last plating is going to be denied. No, why would you do it for the sake of the farm? Is it good enough though? Denying the, not getting the farm or denying the plating. That was such a close call, Solari.
Yeah, but what do you mean, why would you do that? You would do that because you don't want your opponents to get some additional gold in their pockets. That makes total sense. I don't even know why you're asking that. Why? I mean, wouldn't you do the same? Doesn't it feel very satisfying?
But she also guaranteed the farm, you know? That's why I'm questioning.
Oh, come on. I don't even know what you're talking about. Let's get back to what's happening on the screen. And this is still Apollonia here. Very happy with that little denial that happened to her a little bit earlier. But right now on the map, there is no objectives whatsoever. 3 minutes and a half before the next Drake is going to spawn. So a very long breathing moment. Maybe even time to prepare for the next Herald. Because the first one has been extremely successful for G2. Almost taking down the outer turret on the mid lane is a really big deal so early in the game. If they continue like that, it would look good for them on the map, but I needed to look good for them on the bot lane, because there is still that Lucian Nami. Very good beginning, 2 kills on Lucian, but then it kind of paused.
Yeah, to be fair, we have Karina here trying to go for a shadow as well, getting the position into this bush. They're still here in the fog of war. Nice positioning. They're going to be able to go through behind this little wall. There's no vision in the bush. It has been denied, but Karina still decides to go away. It's not that best of a moment to do it. There's still almost 3 minutes, 2.5 for the next Drake. So she's just going to scout the area, take down any wards, maybe get some invading for herself, as she, I think, probably spotted it. There is a blue buff there, but that's just going to help her know where Wind Trading Kane is.
Yeah, I would say so. But Wind Trading Kane is on the mid lane, by the way, if you have been wondering, helping Apollonia here. Apollonia definitely right now is the key player for Zero Lag, being so far ahead against anybody, especially if you compare for Tifa. But again, you don't really want... Okay, you want to see Kaltis going like that on the series. As has the ultimate available, so can get away. But there is a tidal wave that she is going to escape just like that. And Apollonia just teleported to the bot lane to see if any help is needed. But the little Yoldu is just running around because no help is needed anymore. Everybody's safe.
Yeah, but it was costing a little bit. It was a couple of ultis there. We had Kaltis and Colombo using their ultimates, whereas Asiri was the only one to use theirs. So it's very nice for Zero Lag on that one. Unfortunately, Apollonia was very short, very fast on the trigger, but it wasn't necessary, as you mentioned. They were still a little behind. Look at her.
Yeah.
Little emo face.
No,
I love her so
I love
much.
the
She's
walking
adorable.
animation. It's
I know. She's
adorable.
like,
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my
the
god.
shadow as well. Oh.
I absolutely hate the championing game because it's so annoying to stand against, especially if they manage to get anywhere ahead, which is exactly what's happening to Apollonia right now. But come on, looking so adorable still.
Oh yeah, she does. She really does. And it's such a difference and a contrast fighting against Tifa on the Seraphine, right? She is so sparkly and girly, and then Vex is like,
oh my god, yes! I never saw that. We have that pink, very girly, very nice, cute Seraphine on the main lane, and that is Vex. Oh my god. Oh, I love it. But okay, speaking of Tifa, by the way, we don't really expect to see Seraphine scoring any kills on the mid lane, right? That's not why that champion is there. We want to see her shining in the team fights. However, considering how much Apollonia has been moving around the map, wouldn't we want to see Tifa answering with a little bit more roams around the map?
Yes, and she has to do something because she has a Dark Seal and she needs to stack that onto the enemy team. Darkdale is falling a little lower in health. The Tide Wave is going to go wide, just making Zero Lag get a little sparse there. Damage falling through, coming from Kaltis. The bubble onto Aziri's, but the following up from Wind Trading Kane is going to take down the Nami. No, it is not. So much damage from so much healing and shielding from the Seraphine. Karina, though, so close to being there, but Lysia finishes her off. And this time around, it was Zero Lag that got scattered apart, and G2 might as well even take this next Herald, which is going to be 2 Heralds accounted on their pockets.
Oh, yes. Okay, did you see Karina's health bar there? Because she was almost going down. You don't really expect that much damage coming out of Camille, but this is Camille already sitting on the Divine Sandra, and this is honestly the only item she needs to absolutely power spike, and you need to be very respectful of the damage that she can put on the table. However, the small issue that is happening again is that Wolfie is separated really a lot from the team, and you expect Camille to be a little bit further away from everybody because she wants to be, you know, looking for those flanking opportunities and stuff, but here she was just too far away from anybody to be able to do anything at all in that fight.
Yes, and right now we have the Hex Gates enabled. They are nice and online to grant for such a mobile game. Let's have a look at the replay. It all started off here in the mid lane while they were preparing to engage onto Lysia, onto Karina, but then they caught out of guard. The bubble didn't hit Darkdale. They were still falling very low in health. Tidal Wave is going to go wide, and then they continue pushing. Kaltis is going to be responsible for the most damage on this part of the fight. They get people away from it. They get very separated. Wind Trading Kane. Oh, a lovely encore from Tifa was definitely responsible for making so Zero Lag was very far away from that fight, and they couldn't do much after Countess was taking damage on them. And then finally, since Wintrade and Kane, G-Wolfie, as you mentioned, was alone in the pit, they ended up falling. Even though Karina was very close to falling herself, it was a high risk, high reward situation. Unfortunately, there was no reward for G-Wolfie on that one, or for Zero Lag in general, since G2 guaranteed the buff for themselves.
Look at that. Both the bot leaders are without the flash right now. Oh my god, this is the opportunity. Countess is going down for sure. This is solo Apollonia cannot really get to Countess. That's why switching to Columbo. And again! Are you kidding me? Again, Wukong is there stealing someone's kill. Okay, how many kills is that? 2 kills, I believe, in Wukong already. Okay,
at least those two that we mentioned. And Tifa and Karina are rotating here, but I don't think they're going to look for any fights. They're just getting the pressure and establishing where they're going to be farming. So it's going to be Apollonia versus Tifa here in the top lane. And replying to what you said, it's going to be those 2 kills that we mentioned for Wukong, and Vex still has a 2 and 2. So that is fine. She's still sitting on a nice KDA. Of course, it would have been better to get Apollonia even stronger since she has been carrying the game so far on her back, I've got to say. All the roamings that have happened so far in the lane phase. But Karina here in the top lane, dropping the Herald, is going to grant so much pressure once again, taking down those tier 1s in the top lane here. Apollonia is by herself, but the rest of the team is gathering up.
And look at the items, because we already have some items dropping in, and we have Apollonia's item as well, and this is going to be Luden's Tempest, and this means that this is going to be a very explosive assassin-style Vex, something that I really love, because we've been talking about the whole high-risk, high-reward scenario for Zero Luck in this particular game, and this represents this just so clearly. You can see Apollonia trying to jump on the enemy's backline at any given opportunity, and now with this item she's going to have so much more burst damage. I believe something else will be added, and I believe Zhonya's will be added to the equation at some point, but look at that. Oh my god, this skin has one of the nicest recalls, except maybe for the Spirit Blossom Ari.
Oh, I will have to say, this one really competes. So this, I forgot the name, like Splendor something. Nami, she's lovely because she has feet in the recall. She's like a real person. No, okay, no, that sounded really badly, but I just mean she's not a mermaid anymore. She's like human.
What do you have against mermaids? So
no, I love mermaids, but it's nice that she transforms. Okay, stop.
Ariel would like to have a talk.
No. Stop. Okay, I just like that she transforms.
Oh God,
but I will have to say that my favorite recall for for Nami will have to be the one for SKTT1, where she literally turns into a sushi. Do you know that one?
Okay.
I've got that one, and I spammed that. It's so good. Well, we had this little pause happening here. We're going to be right back to the game as soon as possible, so we kind of have time to keep on talking about skins.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? I mean, why do you think I keep calling Nami sushi or sashimi in the game? Maybe because she is a fish. It might be a coincidence, but that skin definitely, answers my prayers for this sushi skin, Nami.
Oh, it's so good. And not only I think she is the sushi, I think she also gets like a phone here and she's like taking photos of herself.
Yeah.
It's amazing. The design some skins have is just mesmerizing. Hence why we keep on stopping our gameplay to be like, oh, that's so cute. That's lovely. I love that.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really help that. Come on. You really so many cute stuff there, and all those little animals that are absolutely adorable. Broadcast team keeps showing us. I love it. Thank you very much for all those little rabbits and the ducks and what else was there? There was a deer once.
Froggies.
The froggy, the little fox-like creatures, like the little fennec like with the ears.
Yeah, it's a little fennec like
yeah.
All right. No more waiting. Aww. It is due going back to the game. It's all right. We talked a little bit.
Okay.
But we just want to get back to the action, don't
absolutely.
And right now it's looking like it's going towards the spot lane. Karina has the control ward, and Wintrade and Kane does not know that she is there. Cultist is so aggressive in her positioning, maybe trying to bait the Wukong to go in, so they think, that sounds a little suspicious.
Yeah.
I might not go onto that one. That was a very standard bait waiting, but it didn't work.
It's like, with the new pinks, you can go with a bait pink, and this looked like a bait pink for the enemy team. Like, no, I'm not buying that, thank you very much. I'm just going to go back a little bit. Still having the control around this part of the river. Look at the amount of vision, including the Scuttle Crab, and G2 are a little bit behind in this term, so if Zero Lag out to start the dragon, it's going to be really hard for G2 to react on time. That's why they are here clearing the wards and making sure they establish some of their own wards here as well.
Absolutely. But we have to pay attention how they still have the vision there that Darkdale just activated, and there's still the 10 seconds for the rest of the team come on. Apollonia has just used the TP to get faster into the lane. We have a 5-people stack into this one. Karina tries to go in on Wind Trading King. They have to flash away, but it's a lot of ultis that have to go wide because Zero Lag was very certain that that was going to be some shenanigans in that bush. They managed to escape on that one and get themselves a nice position to try and fight, or at least initiate this Hex Factory.
Oh my god, and Karina is going back in right onto Apollonia, wants to get her out of the equation, and Tifa is going to finish the job, still has the encore available, so mind that we Trading Kane is so low, has to not be able to join the fight at any moment, and Lysia really wants to continue, bloodthirsty, giving another kill to her AD carry, and the series still has the ultimate, but is it going to help you? Absolutely not. Second kill for Tifa.
Oh, that must feel so bad for the series, though. She was trying to still get something out of it, maybe get the kill on Countess. It was a flash for a flash, and it was, unfortunately, when she used the ultimate, she was a little too close to the wall. I mean, not her mistake, but the way it activated, she wasn't pulled that farther away. But let's have a look at the replay here. The stun on top of Encore on Apollonia was perfect from G2. They know that she's the biggest threat right now, and they were just taking people one after the other. Worthy was, of course, trying to deal damage as a melee that she is. She was close to them here, what I've just mentioned. She doesn't go to the left. She's trying to go to the right to get Countess in the pullback of the feathers, but Countess flashes. When Asirius gets the time to flash as well, it's just a little too open, and she's gonna miss that one, unfortunately, getting ultimate and a flash on cooldown right now. And it's G2 executing that fight so well, of course, guaranteeing themselves the Hex Factory.
The issue with having such a kill distribution that is right now available for Zero Lag is that, you have two very nicely fed, so to say, carries, but the problem is that whenever they're going low before the team fight even starts, or whenever they're mispositioning themselves like Apollonia did a little bit earlier, we could see she was immediately the first target for Karina to go on and for everybody to throw all the control at her, because they knew they had to take it down before the team fight even starts. And they did exactly that, and now boom, you are left in the team fight, not just with -1, but with minus your biggest damage dealer, and without that, what can you even throw at the table? Pretty much nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah, and at that point, G2 have thrown everything, and it was pretty much all that was needed to take down the biggest threat on the side of Zero Lag. They're positioning themselves here on the Baron pit, just clearing out the vision. Of course, it's too early to start a Baron at this point, but definitely not too early to get a vision and presence all throughout the jungle here. You want to make sure that you're in a good spot. Knockup is going to miss. Karina's going to try to go in. The charm is still going to land. Darkdale is the last one that gets engaged with the Encore. TP coming in on the ward. Lysia is going to try to flank Worthy. They know that she is there. Lysia might try to get a stun here. She's able to get away. Stunned though with a Glacial Prisoner series trying to back us up with the damage. It's not quite enough. She's been taken down so quickly. And G2 pushing so much damage onto Zero Lag is going to win this fight easily enough. Apollonia was a little too late to gather onto the fight. And as we mentioned, she is the biggest damage of Zero Lag's composition. She's still in a very bad spot. Karina flanking her. Lysia as well has the movement speed, has the buff from the Scuttle Crab. How is she going to be able to escape this one? She is not. The knockup from Karina and the kill eventually goes to Lysia, and that is an amazing team fight and super beneficial for G2 Hell.
you still have to admit that the damage coming out from Apollonia was huge, and I didn't expect it to be that big, to be honest, and the impact of Fia in that fight was really huge as well. While the Baron is being taken by G2, of course, rightfully so. Let's see the replay here, a little bit of speed up, because definitely can see some action happening, because Xayah was alone on the top lane, you know you need to support her, but it's too many members of the enemy team at you all of a sudden. Probably did not expect to see so many members of G2 here. Pretty much the whole team, including Elysia, who just teleported in Wolfie here, is completely cut off from everybody else. Needs to go back to try to rejoin a series. And Apollonia and Wukong are both moving from the mid lane, but no time to rewatch that, because look at that. Another tidal wave coming in from Columbo, trying to catch anybody. They have a Baron buff, mind you, and they really want to be going through that top lane. Wolfie's trying to answer on the bot lane with a split push, and it's still Camille. She's a really great split pusher, but is it going to be enough? At least you're gonna get the turret and some additional money.
Yeah, to be fair, like the objective bounty is pretty good. That's something that Zero Lag has to take advantage of right now. They still got to defend the tier 2 in the top lane, so that was great. I believe the pressure from Camille in the bot lane was responsible for that to happen. So really nice to push G2 back. Maybe a 1v1 Karina versus a series. I don't think this is going to be a good one for an ADC. It is not. Wow, this Bel'Veth is gigantic. She is enormous right now, sitting on 4-0-7, as are most of the players in G2 side, with a nice perfect KDA. We have 206 for Seraphine, almost close, 216 for Sejuani, and 314 for Lucian. And Karina is going to try to melt this one down with her little voidlings, as the rest of the team is applying pressure in the bot lane. Solari, they want to take this down with a better buff.
Absolutely, they want to take out the inner turrets, because this will be the absolute best use of the Baron buff that they have on themselves right now. If they manage to extend it to the base turret, that would be an absolute win for that would immediately put Zero Lag in such a bad situation. Do you really want to be fighting Karina at that moment? She's surrounded with her little babies, and she's able to make more of those, and she has the support of the rest of her team with a beautiful tidal wave. And Lizzie is going in with the Glacial Freeze and going a little bit too wide, but that's enough time for the rest of your team to destroy the turret. And look at that, Zero Lag are really trying to defend the turrets, but all the damage they're throwing at G2 is not nearly enough.
It's definitely not enough, and there's going to be the third Drake here for G2 Hell, while Zero Lag has to try to recover. They have to try to get the farm. They're right now a little behind in level, not that much I would say, but it's really showing in regards to gold. We have the mid laner Seraphine there. I was talking about the Dark Seal that Tifa had as Syndra in the last game. It wasn't really it didn't really go well for her in the last game, but this time around she has 10 stacks. She's sitting more on assists than she is on kills. But it's something that you're going to expect from Seraphine. She's going to enable the rest of the team. While on the side of Zero Lag, we're lacking so much of the damage because we didn't have those finishes, we didn't have those KOs, and especially on Aziri's, who was so important in the previous match. This time around, sitting on 0 and 5, she's trying to catch up just by farming alone. And she can do that, especially with the itemization she's going for, but she's so very far behind, whereas her opponent Lucian has 2 completed items. The Gale Force is one of those, and it's going to make for such an aggressive gameplay coming from Kaltis as G2 comes around for this another top lane tier 2.
Oh, and interesting enough, as you were just talking about the mythics on Kaltis, Asiri's just completed her own mythic, and this is not going to be the Gale Force that I was expecting, and you usually expect on Xayah because it gives her the additional movement. But look at that, Karadi's taking quite some damage from the Asiris we just spoke about. To be honest, everybody's taking quite some damage here, but nobody's really going to commit for the kills. But this is Xayah with a Kraken Slayer, so quite some additional damage. But is it going to be enough survivability for Asiris? Because so far this Xayah has been caught over and over 5 times in a row, to be precise.
Yes, and talking about items once again, I just noticed that 3 Ravenous Hydras in the game, just solely on the side of Zero Lag. We have Zero Lag trying to defend these turrets here. The Baron buff are still up. They're gonna try to go in for this one. They're airborne. Apollonia just standing right behind you with his TP, followed by Lysias as well, who is a little below 50%, which is still going to be quite enough. She has so much defenses. but it's looking a little hard if you're going to try to defend. Lucian doesn't have ultimate though. We're gonna try to take the waves. Zero lag struggling with the offensive coming from G2 Health.
Zero Lag have been in quite the opposite situation just a little bit earlier today. I remember that they were the ones trying to siege the enemy base over and over, and this time they might just be the ones in place of the Lion's Crate trying to defend their base over and over again. But again, this time it's not too bad for them just yet because they are able to leave their base, at least again for now. But this is important because we have 2 minutes until the next Drake is going to spawn, and right now G2 Hell are sitting on a soul point, so they really want to be going for that dragon and for the strongest souls in the game. At the same time, 40 seconds before the Baron is going to spawn, and look at that, Zero Lag are already making their way there. Right now, maintaining vision control around the pit is going to be absolutely crucial for them.
We can have a look as well at the presence that both supports have had all throughout the game. Colombo with 9 assists and 1 kill on her pocket, while unfortunately for Zero Lag, Darkdale is starving with just 1 assist, and she's sitting on 1 item plus the Oblivion Orb. Karina and Worthy in a 1v1 that's suddenly turning into a big fight with Windtrade and Kane trying to get on this one, but Karina is unstoppable. They gather around much faster than Zero Lag could reconvene, and that's going to be an amazing advantage for G2, as when Worthy is back, they don't have a TP, so it's just going to rely on the 4 players of Zero Lag.
Oh yes, and 4 players is not going to be enough to just jump into the Baron speed and steal it, or at least try to steal it, because you're not even being allowed anywhere near the pit. This was a little bit unnecessary, Alicia, but okay, I guess whatever makes you a little bit happier. Oh, another turret on the mid lane in the meantime by Apollonia. It's 40 seconds before the Drake is going to be up, so that's a very good turret to take down, but you are now completely lost here, Apollonia. That's not your team members, that's G2, and they're very happy to take you down.
I will have to say, it's 50 seconds that we're not going to have the mid laner for Zero Lag in 20 seconds for a Drake, so I don't think it was the best bet, but at the same time, it's global gold for Zero Lag because of the objective bounties on the turret there, so maybe it's going to balance out. I still don't think so, because unfortunately, the only damage that they have is on Wukong and on the Vax, which are the ones that have kills on this game. Darkdale and Asir trying to defend this one. The minions with the Baron buff is too much to handle. Oh my god! You can't do anything against this Belfast. She's just melting every single player. And as they are doing with the inhibitors here, G-Worthy trying to deal some damage on Lysia. The Glacial Prison is going to hit, but she can easily get away. But I don't think you can do much to defend against the minions and all of them. The damage from Apollonia is here. She's still alive and running, and Azir is trying to get some damage on everyone as well. But it's not quite enough. Lucian gets the turret, gets the Camille, and this is it's just really looking like it's going to be G2 on a revenge match against Clash in the grand finals of the Rising Stars.
Oh, they really wanted a rematch, I see, and you can see how dedicated they were to go into it. 18-5, oh my god, we were just blessed with another beautiful game.
Beautiful game indeed, and G2, as you said it yourself, they've already secured themselves a rematch against Clash Midnight, and that's going to be in the grand finals to determine the first ever winner to go down in history as the Rising Stars. Now, that was an incredible game, and it felt like, you know, G2, they just needed a little bit of a warm-up. I think yesterday for them, Solari could have been that wake-up call, but not to take anything away from Zero Lag female, because they themselves have also put forward an incredible performance throughout this day. They have played so much League of Legends. I am impressed.
And it's not just about playing so much League of Legends, it's about playing a really good League of Legends and delivering us an amazing performance. They had their high highs, they had some of the lows of course too, but the thing is their high highs were sky high. They are really able to put out a really good team performance, and I feel like this is what is the most fascinating thing about them. Whenever they're all collected, whenever they're all together, you can see them really acting as one single unit.
Yeah, so if looking at bot lane as well, we said that's one of those lanes that were continuously being focused, and this time around, we even saw first blood there.
Yes, indeed we did. I think it's something that we really have to expect when you have Illusion and Nami. I know you don't like it so loud, but it wasn't just a casual first blood. All of that coming from Karina in the flank, from back in the turret, like, it's absolutely courageous to do a play like that so early into the game. She was being targeted by the tower, taking so much damage as Bel'Veth is so squishy in the beginning of the game, and then the final healing from Colombo was so close, but absolutely enough to guarantee that no one was going to die, and then Countess just making sure that the first blood was going to be hers. Nobody was taking it from her, and she went in, flashed. It was W into flash into a certified double hit on her weapon. So, beautiful.
Yeah, the Bel'Veth coordination from G2, the coordination in general was absolutely beautiful. It felt like this time around they were really showcasing us how much experience they have together. But all in all, Solari, it was Bel'Veth that this time around could potentially be considered the most valuable champion of the game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're not just talking about Bel'Veth, we're talking about Karina on Bel'Veth. Karina in general is a playmaker for the team, and you can see how well G2 feel on the map whenever they're playing around her. But here, Karina on Bel'Veth is a really deadly combination. Bel'Veth is serving both as an insurance to make sure that you are getting into the late game and you're going to feel fine even if anything goes wrong for your bot lane. Because again, Lucian Nami, you really hope for a good early game, and Bel'Veth is here to deliver it. But at the same time, if anything goes wrong in the late game, she's going to have so much damage, so much attack speed, so much movement speed around the map, and push potential that it's really hard to do anything about her. And I absolutely love this performance of Karina in this particular game. It was just so good and so definitive.
Yeah, so if anything you want to add on to that, because yes, every player from G2 did incredibly well, but again, it feels like once again we can bring it down to potential individual performances that have carried a bit more weight than the others.
Yes, I'll say that it's very cliche, as we mentioned, like how all of the players have had such an important piece in the puzzle to solidify a win. But I think how they came up with that comp was so nice, because they knew that Karina can be an absolute monster on that that champion, on the Bel'Veth, and she can do so much damage. So what do you choose to go alongside that? A Seraphine who has so much sustain and supportability for the rest of the team. The Nami that can be, of course, with Illusion, guarantee that you have such a I'm not gonna say simple, not gonna say easy, but definitely a little more on your side in regards to the lead. You can be more confident of how Lucian and Nami can perform by themselves, even without the ganks from Karina. And then you combine all of that with the Sejuani in a top lane, in how all of the CC was always being engaged, and Karina was just there alongside the Lucian to be able to do so much damage. It just rounded up well. And unfortunately for Zero Lag on this match, they ended up relying too much on Vax, since the other players were falling down behind, and they didn't have once again, they didn't have a big enough front line. They had a Camille. They didn't have that much damage. The Karma wasn't doing much with sustain and disengages, so they were falling behind on every single aspect. Whereas just by the comp and the players that G2 selected, they were super covered. There was the Glacial Prison, there is the Encore, there is the Tidal Wave. So it's going to be always easier to get a better outcome. So G2, amazing performance, guaranteeing themselves the win and the pass for the grand finals.
And that does close out as well the bracket. It has now been fully populated in terms of every single game that we said we were going to be watching today have done so, and they've all finished. So we've only got the grand final our way. That is coming up next, which is going to be G2 Hell against Clash Midnight. G2 Hell, they're looking to make that lower bracket run, whereas Clash Midnight looking to prove themselves that they don't need a big LEC org backing them in order for them to show up, show off, and show us exactly what they're capable of. And so far, we've said goodbye to 29 teams, because we had 31 teams at the beginning of yesterday, with only 2 remaining. So that's going to be the grand finals, which is absolutely incredible that we've gone so fast through all these games. We're going to be heading over to a break to give everybody a chance to get calm and collected, as we're going to be heading into the grand finals next, and that's going to be Clash Midnight against G2 Hell. So grab a snack, go walk around a little, because this one's a banger. Welcome back to the final game of Rising Stars. The entire weekend has been living up to exactly this moment. G2 Hell versus Clash Midnight, the rematch that most of us, if not all of us, have been waiting for. But to be completely frank, maybe not all of us have expected Clash Midnight to be the ones to sit comfortably in the grand finals from the get-go. I'm Janiro, your host, and I have a little surprise for you, because if you thought that the analyst with the 2 brain cells were going to be enough to analyze this game, actually, I added another brain cell into the mix. So therefore, collectively on this desk, I think, that's like 4 brain cells in total, which I think should be enough to cover what we're about to see. So we have Serve, we have Black Blockster, we have Solari, we have a brain cell each. And we're going to try and dissect this. So Blockster, welcome back.
Hello.
Love the outfit.
Thank you.
But you weren't here for the last game that we saw from G2 Hell against Zero Lag. So anything you want to add on to it? Any analysis? Any nuggets of wisdom you would like to share?
Oh man, G2, they're not making it easy for themselves now, are they? They are really taking the tough road through. Everybody kind of expected this team to just sort of waltz their way into the finals, everything just fine, and no. Getting knocked down by Clash yesterday and then having to take it to 3 games today to just progress. Incredibly close series. It was great fun to watch. Absolutely beautiful casting, you guys, and excited to be back.
Well, thank you. Lovely to have you back. And we have the bracket as well that is also, I guess, so to say, back, as we did have a look at it earlier. But we're going to refresh your memory, because I know memory of a goldfish is something that tends to be a bit of a theme here. I'm talking about myself, not throwing shade at anyone. G2 Hell against Zero Lag Female. Zero Lag dropping out, which means they placed 3rd in the competition. But now Clash Midnight, who, by the way, hasn't played a game since yesterday, because they went through straight from double finals, beating G2 Hell 2-0. I want to say clean. Second game wasn't as clean as we expected it to be, but still 2-0. They didn't have the need to go to the 3rd map, whereas G2 Hell already struggled against Zero Lag Female. So Solari, could this be a 3-game series?
It definitely could. I mean, if we just look at the score yesterday and consider it as a little preview for today, you should expect Clash to win. But is it going to be a definitive win is definitely something that is not so easy to decipher, to be honest. Clash is there to give a big fight, and they're coming into this whole series refreshed. They haven't been playing anything, as you said, Jeannie. So they are coming with a little bit, not a little bit, much more rest compared to the G2 Hell, because they have been going through quite a lot of games today. So I wonder if they are not too tired and if it's not going to influence them too much.
Yeah, we did have a little bit of a break, 30-minute break to be exact, and we're back now. So, but again, the roster from G2 Hell is going to be identical, and it's going to be Clash Midnight that they're going to be up against. So in terms of the individual members here, who stands out the most?
I will say, considering this last series that we've had, Karina on the side of G2 really was so impeccable on the Belfast gameplay, on the victory as well in the first match of the best of 3. I think we should definitely be looking forward to paying attention to the junglers, not only in the draft, but definitely how they're going to rotate throughout the game, but Clash as well. As you said, Ginny, they've beat G2 before in a 2-0 fashion. So is this going to change anything in how they're going to play against this team once again? Or are they going to maintain a sort of similar play style? Of course, as you mentioned, they are coming in absolutely fresh. It is a best of 3, so first game is always going to be testing the waters. So I think there's much that can happen here, but in regards to highlights, I would definitely talk about Karina because of this last series.
Okay, definitely junglers is going to be something that we're going to be looking out for, and I think once again bot lane is most likely going to be one of the lanes that are going to be focused in terms of jungle presence, in terms of setting up objectives, especially the Drakes. We've noticed that getting 4 Drakes usually does mean that you win. So again, for solo queue players, ward the bushes.
Keep big brain strats.
Yeah, there you go. See, already all the 4 brains is already collectively giving you advice for solo. Right? Let's go. I know if your brain isn't big enough and you don't know that 1 + 1 = 2, then I will spell it out for you. So the fact that we have 3 analysts here on the desk also means that there's going to be a tri-cast. So Solari, Black Blockster, and Soph are all going to be casting the finals, the first ever finals of Rising Stars. But unfortunately for Blockster, we do have to kick them out for a little because we do want to cover the picks and bans. It's not going to be the end of it. Blockster is going to be back for that tri-cast. We're just going to be heading into picks and bans with Solari and Soph. So the 2 of you, please take it away for potentially like almost a final time here at Rising Star.
Oh my god, Ginny, thank you so much. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Solari, the rematch clash versus G2. Let's have a look at the bans and what is going to come out in store. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Bel'Veth ban because, really, Karina, I can't even understand the amount of damage and healing that Bel'Veth was doing.
No, Karina is above any level of understandment, to be honest. She is just Karina, and that's it, okay? So definitely Bel'Veth ban would make so much sense, but also Seraphine ban, to be honest. It's not just about Karina in the 2 games that G2 won in this last of 3 series, it was also about Tifa on Seraphine combination, because how do you get away from that Seraphine? You absolutely do not. Would make total sense for either of the teams, to be honest. For Clash right now to get rid of her, for G2 also to get rid of her, because Clash are playing on the blue side this time.
Yeah, so that's something that we always need to take into consideration, right? Who's getting the first pick? Of course, the blue side is the one that gets the first pick themselves, and then 2 picks for the enemy, 1 back to and then 2 back to you. So we are going to see. Yes, I don't think neither of these 2 teams are going to let Seraphine go, because if you are blue side, you know that you're gonna get it. So the enemy team is gonna be like, no. I'm not letting that happen. Look at your little kitty cat. I mean, my little kitty cat getting banned for you, it seems.
Yes, exactly. And look at that. Cinder is going to be the first pick. Honestly, this is to be expected. Cinder is just so strong at the moment that as long as you let her stay safe in a team fight, she's going to deliver the damage no matter how behind she is. And Bel'Veth has not been banned out. She has been available for G2, and of course Karina is not going to miss that opportunity.
No, she is not. And once again, since we have had in all the tournament here Rising Stars, you burn Seraphine, you get yourself a Syndra, and the enemy team is going to get a Victor. It's been like that all throughout the weekend, and Caitlyn is going to be the one for Cosmic on this one. And I really like that. Has been such a great ADC. We have Varus banned already by G2 themselves, so it's going to narrow the pool a little bit. What do you think could be a good pick against the Caitlyn in the bot lane?
So we've seen a lot of Xayah today, with again varying success, but she definitely feels much more comfortable on the battlefield compared to a little bit earlier, like a couple of patches earlier. Maybe something like Aphelios, for example, could still take their way back, but also maybe something cheeky, because we already have Bel'Veth, who's going to deliver quite a lot of explosive damage late in the game. So why not pair it with something that can do pretty much the same, like Twitch, for example? I know it sounds crazy right now, but why not?
I am thinking maybe something along the lines of Lucian once again, since it worked out so well for G2 in the previous one. I think that makes a lot of sense. And Sheena is going for the Vi. If you guys were here yesterday, we saw some amazing gameplay from this player, including those Q flashes, taking people out of guard, and then into the ultimate from Vi, just getting that fist all across the map into your face. And she's been doing amazing on it, so it's super understandable to see both junglers on both sides going for that comfort pick. The Bel'Veth, the Vi, that is absolutely understandable. First ban of the second phase is going to be Darius, followed up by a Nautilus. I think that's a good one. Be prepared for heavy engages, right?
Yeah, because right now you don't really have a lot of good engage on the side of G2. You have Sejuani with the Glacial Prison, but we have seen so many failed attempts of starting a fight whenever the Glacial Prison doesn't really hit or goes a little bit too wide. So you absolutely need to have something else to be able to help Sejuani to lend her Glacial Prison nicely, and definitely that's a good ban on the side of Clash. Another one is going to go in, and it's Pantheon. And do you remember that Pantheon from yesterday on the top lane? Yes, we're talking about the best Pantheon out there, so that ban is so justified.
Oh, absolutely. You don't want to give that to Senna. Never. Never.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. They decided to go for a Jhin instead.
Okay.
That's very interesting. It's going to be a little more, I'm not going to say safer in regards that he has mobility, because he does not, but safer in fact that he's going to be very safe on the Zawa, probably being very protective of how they stand in the lane. I would pair that with a Karma, maybe. I think that enables Jhin very well.
Or something, some Enchanted definitely will benefit so much this team right now as well, because you want to have this additional insurance whenever you're running into a fight. Oh my god, that is Shen going onto the top lane most probably, or still could be Shen support. I mean, even Shen on the top lane is still counted as Shen support, but it looks like this is going to be Shen on the top lane.
Yes. Oh my god, are we gonna have Caitlyn Morgana bottom lane?
God.
Is this my dream?
Oh my god.
Is this my godly dream?
Disgusting!
Oh
I love it!
God. Yes! We won the bloodshed, and these two provided as soon as they get level 2, right, Solari? It's instant knockdown.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and now whatever support G2 are going to pick for themselves is going to be so much harder time for them to do anything on the lane because of the Dark Shield available to Morgana, and she's going to deny whatever is going to fly towards her AD carry. That's going to be Karma period up for Jhin in the end. Kind of like we expected, but come on, this Caitlyn Morgana bot lane, the amount of control, the amount of range, the amount of safety and lane pressure that you have right now, and so much pressure around the Dragon Pit as well. I expect Vi to try to capitalize on that, because come on, this lane is just there to grant you free dragons.
Yes, it is. And interesting to see that just one of the bans were directed for the bot lane, and it was for Varus. So you see how they were going for, we're a little scared of the potential very long range ADC coming from Clash, and they chose to be fair, the even deadlier combo, which is the Caitlyn Morgana Solari.
Absolutely. This is going to be really scary, especially considering the fact that they're going to scale into the late game quite nicely, especially Caitlyn. And we already have Caitlyn and Syndra and Shen to an extent who are going to feel really good in the late game. Do G2 have the same on their side?
Yes, I'm so excited for it. And as soon as we get our game ready, we are going to get underway. But of course, one piece of this puzzle is missing. Welcome back, Boxer.
Hello.
There he is.
Did you miss me, guys? I really hope so.
Yes.
What a draft that is, and some really interesting team compositions right there. Kind of wanted to do different things, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Wanted to spice everything up a little bit, not going, especially on the Clash side, not going in with a definitive tank for the front lane is a little bit risky and definitely very spicy, so wonder how well it's going to work out for them. You have to be really, you have to have the audacity on their Eve to be able to use this composition.
Yeah.
I totally agree there, Solari. I think that, especially if we talk about G2's composition, we haven't seen a Jhin all throughout the tournament, at least on broadcast. And that's going to bring some very interesting gameplay, because he has so much range, but at the same time, he's so immobile before he gets those force shot movement speeds. But without further ado, we actually, with some time we're still waiting for the players to get ready. But Blockter, it's so excited to have you back.
Oh yeah, should be such a good time. And with these drafts, I mean, both of these teams really gunning for it in this first game. You usually have people feel a little bit more tense, sit back, not get too far into things. Belveth for G2, we saw how powerful that was in the previous series, but I mean, on the side of Clash, they've got a composition that just wants to go fully in. I mean, your Vi gonna go flying in, your Shen with plenty of follow-up. It's gonna be absolutely ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it really is. And now, this time, without further ado, let's get on to the grand finals of the Rising Stars Clash Midnight versus G2 Hell. You two, I think this is going to be such a close series.
Okay, look at that. We are at the Rift. We expect a close series, and honestly, after looking at those drafts, I believe this is going to be it. I don't even know who I would bet on after seeing just what they were drafting out, but let's see if maybe we change our minds when we go into the game, because Bloxa, look at that, you're back and the teams are here to try to deliver you some jiggy action in the very beginning of the game, but alas, they're on the different sides of the map.
Oh, full 5 stacks, and this is the first time we've seen some real action before level 1. Usually these teams have decided, actually, nah, we'd rather not risk losing out right at the beginning of the game, but instead, no, we're just gonna have a little bit of a ships passing in the night type of beat. It would have been very spicy if somebody had wandered down into that bottom lane. It would have been a ridiculous amount of damage laying down, and probably a first blood going over to Quest, but instead everything starts calm, everything starts collected, and it looks like junglers are once again deciding to start towards the top side.
Well,
and that means they're going to get the encounter sooner rather than later on the Scuttle Crab, isn't it? And I think one of the things, Solari, that they showed in these 5 stacks that they had going on is how G2 was in a 5 stack in that jungle, very much within their area of the map, whereas Clash was so advanced right there on the last bush in the bottom lane, isn't it?
Oh yes, they really wanted to catch somebody off guard, while G2 were probably expecting Clash to enter their jungle, which is something they sometimes tend to be doing at the very beginning of the game, but didn't exactly work out this time for either the teams, to be honest. What is important right now is that the bot lane, the very important bot lane, we see so many games being played around it, and this might just be the case in this time as well. Because come on, they have such a nice leash for the junglers to go to the bot lane, especially if we're talking about Clash. That having Morgana on your side makes your ganks just such an easy time to execute.
Yeah, as soon as you can land one of those Dark Bindings, it should be a very easy gank indeed. And especially because Shiner is playing on that Vi, you need to be finding ganks early on in the game. If not, you're not playing Vi correctly. Whereas Karina has a much chiller time during this early game. The portion of the first 5-10 minutes for Bel'Veth, you're not particularly strong. You're kind of trying to find what you can around the map, looking to scale up before you can start beginning to look for corals around those Drakes and Rift Heralds. If you can find a gank, it's absolutely fine, but for the minute, expecting the Bel'Veth to not get too involved, whereas Shiner on this Vi needs to find gank opportunities, and the bot lane is a perfect place to do that.
But on the other hand, we're talking about Bel'Veth, and we're really looking into the possibilities for the late game hyper-scaled Bel'Veth. What is going to be happening with the Vi? Because yeah, she's pretty much early game oriented and we want to see her around the lanes, but later in the game, what is she going to be doing?
I think, Solari, that one thing that you didn't take much consideration into, Bloxa, there is how the previous game we had, the game 3 of the lower finals, the Karina on Bel'Veth was just going for a level 3 behind the tower gate. So I wouldn't be very surprised if anything similar happened.
That is very true. I mean, I watched that game, I saw what happened, and I was confused because that is not the way that you're supposed to play this Bel'Veth. Bel'Veth isn't supposed to be particularly strong during the early portions of the game, but nah, Karina is perfectly happy to go completely against that trend.
Yeah, Karina doesn't really care about the rules, she just creates her own, and apparently they work rather nicely.
Yes, they do. And Lilian really putting some damage onto Tifa. She has lovely range and spamming abilities there. She has the Doran's ring, so she's going to be fine with the mana, at least for the foreseeable future. On the bottom lane here, Colombo and Kaltas are really putting some pressure, even though we know how much Caitlyn and Morgana can be so powerful. But I think that the fact that they saw Karina in the bottom lane, I think they had vision close there. They were able to catch, get them getting the Scuttle Crab, but in the top path though, Lysia is already going for spiciness on Senna, who's falling very low, and how they have to flash away. But Karina has followed up. Another flash guarantees the first blood for Sejuani's G2 Hell.
Oh, nice little gank up in the top lane. Sana thinking that she was A-okay because Shiner was around. It ends up being, once again, like you said, I should have taken more notice of Karina on this Bel'Veth.
Yeah.
Sure, Bel'Veth isn't particularly strong during the early portion of the game, but Karina on Bel'Veth, absolutely fine. Even through that Spirit's Refuge coming out from the Shen, it didn't even matter. And usually you'd expect that ability, stopping auto attacks.
Oh!
Okay. Oh, not
so
quite.
close. Oh my god. And Solari, it's very interesting to see that this bot lane on the red side is doing even more pressure than Clashes. But let's have a look at the replay here. Engage is already happening with Lizia. They didn't know that Shina was around, but Karina was following up, and the health bar was falling so quickly. The engage forward there did miss it, but Lizia made sure that the flash was not going to miss.
Oh yes, well, it's really hard to miss flash in a situation like that. Sacrificing it is a big deal, to be honest, but considering that your opponent on the top lane doesn't have either of the summoner spells available anymore for quite some time, means that you can go for something like that. And look at what G2 are doing right now. Karina is at the Dragon Pit right now, and they're claiming the dragon. I believe Flash are going to be able to see it. No, they're not. They have to understand that something is happening around this part of the map, but they are not there to stop that. And the first Drake of the game, the Ocean Drake, is going to be in hands of G2.
Right now,
and that's going to be so grateful. Go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, the beginning stages of this game have been pretty proactive out of G2, which isn't necessarily something we've seen from them before in their previous series versus Clash. They ended up falling quite far behind in the early games of a couple of those series, and it meant that things were just beginning to feel a little bit iffy for them coming into the mid game, whereas in this series, beginning to find leads for themselves right at the very start.
Yes, and one thing that we mentioned here all throughout the tournament is how vision is so necessary, isn't it, Solari? The fact that we have G2 on that Drake pit with all the vision and none for Clash, but this time around they don't have vision of Sheena coming in. It's a lot of damage already on the Caitlyn, but the Vi is coming up, the trap is going to land, but the flash is enough to dodge the Peltover pacifier. No kills come into fruition. Karina is around, but she's just there to make sure that nothing goes wrong. She's not going to engage. Maybe if she just goes for Sheena, she's on there. Might be going over the wall. They don't have vision of this bush.
There we go.
Oh, yes, they do it. Karina going in, but they may be caught in a bad position. But no, she has enough damage. Cortis is strong enough to take out Caitlyn with the fourth shot, and the crit is going to make sure that now G2 Hell is on a 2-0 lead.
Okay, if there is anything that G2 are absolutely great at, especially without Karina around, is turning a bad situation into a really good one. Their health bars are extremely low here, but you are also talking about Cosmos, who's running extremely low, and you're talking about Karina, who has no fear in her eyes as she's jumping in, and already has quite a nice damage output, making sure that Sheena is very busy trying to survive fighting for her own life and giving enough time for Caldes to score that beautiful kill.
Oh, so nearly going down on the Jhin as well, but it doesn't even matter. And we've seen once again throughout this tournament that having the counter gank is almost more powerful than the initial gank. Being able to arrive a couple of seconds later once the health bars are already low and clean up has been one of the most powerful tools in the kit of these junglers. And so right there, Karina coming in after the majority of the play had already happened, picked up a kill, and G2 really have a stranglehold on this game already. 1k gold in the lead, already picked up a Drake, and now picking up this first Herald. Even more impactful on that Bel'Veth, who now gets that upgraded form.
Yes, and we have a look here at the top lane and the bottom lane. They are swapping sides. We're gonna have the duos at the top. Pushing in a lot, G2 did here in the top lane, and that's also the same thing happening for the bottom lane. So we see how they're managing well their recall timers and how they have been able to secure those CSs for themselves. It looks like, at least for the ADCs, the Jhin is a little far ahead. Caitlyn is going to catch up right now, but in the mid lane, I think is the biggest difference. Lilian is a lot ahead. 16 CS. Oh, I am good at maths. Look at that.
Wow, look at that. I am a little bit jealous of you right now. I would not be able to calculate that for life. But, I mean, what else would you expect? Definitely Victor is the champion who needs to farm as much as possible because his upgrades depend on his farm. But Syndra as a champion has an upper hand when it comes to farming one-on-one on the lane. As long as no jungler is coming her way, she is going to have a pretty safe time because of her range. She's feeling extremely safe standing there against Victor. He cannot really throw anything at her with any success and stop her from farming up. Well, she absolutely can.
Got a big range advantage overall, I'd say, for Clash right here. The majority of their laners, specifically that Caitlyn and that Syndra, they have so much range over their opponents that it does allow them to farm up pretty safely. But that doesn't seem to be translating into kill power, especially because once you do have the ability to push your opponent in, that opens you up to ganks, something that Karina has been doing very well right now. Going for another one.
Yes, they are. And that would have been a very nice opportunity. Kiana was very tempted by trying to hit that Dark Binding. It didn't land. But now they all know that Karina is in the area. She might be even go for something even more spicy. They're in the fog of war. So they're stacking up. They're looking for this engage. But I don't know if these two are going to... Oh, they have the Herald, so here we have it. That's why they were gathering around for a little longer. It's going to hit, take a couple of blatings. Sheena is going to try to engage as well. They have their ultimate. They're going straight on counters who have to use their heal. They're dropping really low. The kill goes to Cosmic. And now this is going to look a little better for Clash.
Oh, that is the power of Vi. That is why you take her. The single target eliminator is up in the business. Immediately getting rid of the AD carry. Immediately getting rid of the advantage that G2 had around this side of the map, and that means they can go for their own first dragon. Karina, are you still fighting? Yeah, she is. Again, no fear.
Oh my.
Not going to be taken out by that. Instead, it is going to be that Drake picked up, and a nice return set of plays right here for Clash. What? They looked a little bit down during the early couple of minutes of this game, but nope, stepping right back into the fray, picking themselves up 2 kills in the bot lane and a Drake. And considering the fact that there was a lot of pressure down here, not faring too badly. You can see with this Herald comes in, but it doesn't even matter. Not when Vi has this assault and battery. Gonna manage to take down Caitlyn with no flash, no ability to get away. And then Karina gets way too high feet trying to continue to fight in. Doesn't want to give up this Drake, but ends up giving over way more than originally expected.
To be honest, I completely missed the moment when Columbus went down. I was so focused on Karina fighting here Cosmic with no fear and then going down. The Columbus is here trying to help Karina. Karina does in fact not need any help whatsoever, but Columbus is the one who's going to have to pay for it.
Some bait for your own team.
Yes. Yeah, I think the problem here was not that Karina was a little too overconfident, maybe a little bit, but she knows how good she is in the Belfast. That's why she survived. But at the same time, I don't think they considered how good Cosmic would be at placing those traps and kiting away. That was so nicely done from Clash's ADC. And I think there were a couple of minions as well to help her up on that 1v1 battle. And as you said, unfortunately for Colombo, they try to go in as a good support does, and they just made themselves be found in a 1v3 scenario, and you can't escape those.
Oh my god, I can't tell you how many times I've died as a support in exactly the same situation, and you blame yourself so much and go like, okay, I'm never going to be helping my teammates ever again. But then, a couple of minutes later, and you're doing exactly the same.
It's always a lie when you make that promise to yourself. As a jungler, it's the same thing. I should have left that lane alone. I knew it was a bad decision. And yet here I am back again looking for the next fix and definitely going to die to the opposition laners once again. It's
Liliane. Oh, wow. That was some damage on the W after hitting the stun. Karina is once again in the bottom lane while we see Clash a little advanced. It's going to meet up more towards the red side of the map, but Karina doesn't seem that interested in pursuing this fight, or at least not for this very second. Liliane, though, is coming up. They have vision, not only that, but also a control ward on the other bush. They don't know Karina is here, though, and that's going to be a 1v1 scenario where Karina is going to win. Oh, wow, my flesh onto the wall. Feels bad, Liliane. I'm so sorry to see that happening. But it's going to be another kill for G2 Health.
So we're going 2-3 in the end, already starting to build up a little bit of gold advance. What is it, 2,000? I can do only a little bit of math, but I believe that's 2,000 between the teams right now. Not too big, but considering where we just hit 14th minute in the game, that is already starting to slowly but surely pile up, especially considering that Kaltis is already sitting on the mythic item. Same goes for Tifa, and these mythics are so important for this champion, especially for Jhin. We're talking about the lack of mobility for this champion. The moment the Gale Force appeared as a new item in the game, that was the moment all Jhin mainers had a little breathing room.
Yeah, definitely. That Gale Force just gives Jhin so much more survivability that he didn't previously had, and a lot more kill threat as well, because Jhin was often caught in situations where he couldn't get quite close enough to his opposition to actually finish off a kill, and now with that Gale Force going to be incredibly impactful. Most of the first mythics have come through on both teams, slightly further behind for Clash right now. You can see a trade right here, though. It's going to be another Rift Herald going into the back pocket of G2 Karina, whereas on the bottom side of the map, Clash are going to pick themselves up that first brick gold. And so if you are able to turn this Herald play into a brick as well, then it's perfectly fine. But if not, then it is actually a little bit of a win here for Clash.
Yes, I think it's definitely optimal that Karina tries to get the first brick for that team. Of course, not the first brick gold, but the one they take probably on the mid lane. No, never mind. I mean, to be fair, maybe Sejuani can take the top one by herself because it's hanging by a thread, and I don't know if you would want to use a Herald on such little health. I don't know. I think it's going to take a little bit of reasoning where you want to place it, especially since it's 30 seconds for the next Drake to appear in the map, and where you place the Herald is going to dictate where the enemies will try to direct themselves to.
Yeah, and that's going to be the usual transition of taking the Herald right before the dragon is going to be spawning soon, and then you have it in your pocket, and the enemy team has to be so wary of that fact because they know they will need to split their attention at some point. But definitely this mid lane turret looks extremely juicy, and yes, Karina is going to do exactly that. But look at that, the fight, it might just be starting here with Karina.
Cool.
Yes, it might be, and Glacial Prison is getting Lilian. The Kiana Zonia is going to be popped, but all the blue bars are looking to be a little in a bad place, but Cosmic has arrived and damage might be on the way as well. But she's a little out of position. Sana is so low on health. Colombo is getting caught up by the two Piltover Enforcers. Damage on Kaltis is going to land, but they're still protected by Tifa. Kiana is around the corner. 3 members against 2 of G2, and they're going on here. Gale Force in front. The Dark Shield is going to deny the route from Kaltis, but they're getting a little bit down on that HP bar. G2 doesn't have much vision, but there it is. It's the Hextech Gate coming to allow Karina to arrive just in time, and Clash has to retreat.
Yeah, now it's going to be a numbers advantage on the side of G2, which means no way Clash could go in and do anything about the Hexdrake. The first Hexdrake of the game is going to be taken by G2. And look at that, that was a really interesting beginning of the fight for them because they are playing around Jhin. And whenever you have Jhin, the moment you're starting a fight or the moment you're being dragged into a fight, the first thing you need to check is how far away from everybody on the enemy team your Jhin is standing, because he will need to go into his ultimate and he will be as immobile as it gets. So you need to make sure that nobody can get to him, and this is exactly what happens here. Nobody can get to Kaltis. Kaltis survives throughout the majority of the fight, not being touched even once, and then Fujito is about trying to follow up, but are they the ones being followed up all of a sudden?
Things begin to swing so very quickly in this fight. It looks very good for G2 to begin. Like you said, Kaltis was far enough away to be able to make that play work right at the beginning. But then the members of Quest, they just have so much more damage, much better team fight ability, and trying to fight directly through one of those Stand United shields out of Sana is so very difficult. It meant that the team fight end landed being a little bit longer than was possibly expected, and overall it was an advantage to Clash until Karina's able to respawn perfectly quickly and use those Hex Gates to get back towards the Drake and involved with this fight.
I really have to say something. When did that tier 2 mid lane drop? I really did not see that happen. Maybe it happened.
Herald! We had one boink of the Herald and the mid lane outer turret was so low that I think Herald just had to walk towards the inner one.
Yeah, I think it was. While we were getting a look at the replay, that might have happened. And this tower is also going to probably go down pretty soon. Nice dodge on the W, the most damage that they're going to deal right now. They can't defend the turret, but they might be trying to go for a fight. No, it's just the mid laner and the jungler against 4 people. So they're just going to prioritize other things. Maybe just cancel the recall. Is that good? I don't think.
Oh my god.
It's still there.
Yeah.
What? Wait. Oh, thank you. It's a replay of the thing. I thought it was happening now. I was like, when did the other turret spawn? What?
No, nobody killed the Herald. Just let it run its way through, and that's how it went down. TP player here. Shana up under tower.
Yes, they are, and Lizzie is getting caught on this one. It's not going to be no way to escape. And Solari, the game is really looking super even if we just look at gold.
Yes, I mean, we had a much bigger gap in the gold between the teams before. Clash are managing to find their ways around the map to make sure they're making the gap as small as possible. And right now, they're not feeling too bad on the map, especially if you look at that Caitlyn running with 4-1 and 400 gold bounties already on her head, which is quite big. But we're already at the 20th minute of the game, and the stakes are getting higher and higher. The Baron has already spawned on the map, which was perfect time for G2 to take out that outer turret on the top lane, because right now, they're going to have an easy access to this part of the map. And if you look there, and if you look at the amount of wards around it, there is a lot to put, but also a lot to clear out for them.
It really is. It's a brilliant amount of vision right here for Clash. They absolutely know what's going on around this Baron pit, and that's exactly where you want your vision to be concentrated right now. The rest of the map is less important than this Baron pit currently, and if you want to make a play around this Baron, knowing exactly where your enemy is or isn't is exactly correct. I don't think either of these teams can go in for a Baron right this very second. You're more looking to set yourself up for a team fight, but if you can bait your opposition in and know that they're walking in blind, that is a perfect situation for you to find a pick and then translate that into the Baron.
Oh, definitely agree there, Bloxer. I think that's something that has worked really well in the tournament. And all the point of focus has been the vision, but on this time around, it's just on diving. Lysia has the backup of Karina, though. They are gonna have to try to retreat because the Glacial Prison is going to connect. Sheena is gonna try to run away. Slow is there. They're still able to retreat. But in the mid lane, though, Countess and Tifa are pushing really hard on the tier 3. And they're gonna try to probably use the Hex Gates here to try to get there more easily. They just decide to rotate back. They pushed out the wave, shoved it, and that's as good as they're gonna get. So they just go for the next best thing, which is going to be bot lane.
Yes, because come on, the next dragon is spawning. We're talking about 2 dragons on the side of G2. You want to get a third one and put yourself on the Hex Dragon Soul Point. So clearing out waves on the mid lane and the bot lane, while the majority of the enemy team was busy on the top lane with just 2 members of your team, and your 2 teammates were still successful despite being in such big of a numbers disadvantage, says a lot about how comfortable G2 are still feeling, despite the game still going pretty evenly from both sides. G2 do feel more confident here.
Yeah, they seem to be much happier just stepping up. I think a lot of that is Karina's confidence single-handedly with that Belveth, knowing that she can walk on forward. And now that you can begin to set yourself up for this Drake, I mean, we highlighted it. Clash have a lot of vision around the Baron, but all of the bottom side of the map was vision for G2. They're going to be able to take this one out before there's any response. Is there going to be a fight, though?
Yes, we'll see if that's going to happen. Dark Shield on Sheena is going to prevent them from getting any sort of CC, but this one is going to get it unless they use their Zonias and they stand united. But unfortunately, it's gonna be 2 kills for the Belveth. Karina really popping off. Shen gets 1 kill on Sejuani, but it's just 2 people standing, and G2 gets the upper hand on this fight, and it really goes down, isn't it, Solari, to the fact that they waited for that Dark Shield to be down to throw the Glacial.
Oh my god!
No! Oh, Cosmic. Oh, Tifa nailing that 1v1, and they're gonna go for Barry now.
Not bad at all, but yeah, I totally agree with you. That Dark Shield on Morgana is such a big thing that's going to deny so much coming from you that you need to wait for it to be used. And if you get this opportunity, you absolutely need to capitalize on that. Jin's positioning was very risky because going into the ultimate so close to the enemy team is risky to say the least, but come on, everything works out in the end for G2 because Karina is already so fat, and this is Velvet that hit all her milestones extremely early in the game.
Oh boy, every part of this game feels so tense, but G2 currently in firm control. You can see just going straight in, and unfortunately Sheena goes way too far forwards. That's a lot of your frontline damage going down. Karina is now able to be fully unleashed. Even the Shen cannot stand in the way, despite that Spirit's Refuge being used well. Only Lilianne's beautiful Scatter the Weak stops this fight from getting even worse right here for Clash. But then, unfortunately, step too far forwards to Tifa. Tifa, someone we haven't been highlighting too much recently because it's not flashy plays with the Victor, but that ult is just wrecking people into the back line and just destroying the opposition.
Yes, and G2 has all the pressure and dominance in the side of the map. Clash has been forced more into their base. Sheena trying to get some vision on this, maybe clearing out the wards, but the damage on the tower is so much. They're going to be caught in the gravitational field. Immediately exploded. Sun is going to try to do a front line for them, backing them up into the base, but it's G2 health with the Baron buff. The Glacial Prison is going to hit. Karina's very deep into this fight, maybe a little too much. Scatter of the Weak is going to land, but there's no damage to be dealt on the red team. We have the taunt on Lysia. She's gonna go down because she's getting targeted by the tower. The flash forward and the taunt doesn't connect though. Tifa is still standing. Kiana gets the Zonias left for a little longer, but they also fall alongside their ADC, and G2 is running over the blue base. This might be the first win of the grand finals for G2. The timers are still coming up though, around 20, and only Vi and Syndra are alive. I don't think they both can do much to defend against these two big lanes. We have Recall back home just to get the TP on the minion. This is going to look really bad for Clash as they're trying to defend. Some more minions are spawning on that side of the map. I don't know if G2 wants to commit to this one. It's so close. They might be wiped out before they can do much. Stun on Morgana. The mid is going to end the game.
Oh my god! G2, they are feeling angry. You can feel how much they took to heart that loss to Clash in the day previously, coming through in what was a complete stomping.
Yeah, G2 is absolutely back for revenge, and they want to show Clash exactly what they're capable of and who they're fighting against. G2 Solari, they took the game by the horns from start to finish, and they just dictated the pace throughout.
Especially Karina. If anybody on this battlefield was dictating anything, that was Karina. She was always there to tell everybody what to do, to give directions, and the only direction she was given to Clash is right back to their base. And as long as everybody in G2 Hell is following Karina, they win.
Yeah, Luxor, I see you're so excited about that Velvet pick. You wanna share that excitement?
Ban it! Come on, Clash. Let's go to 3 full games. Ban that Bel'Veth, because that champion shouldn't be that good during the early stages of the game.
Yeah.
I was like talking analysis like you're meant to do. Bel'Veth, she usually sits back, doesn't get too much done during the early portion of the game. Nah, Karina's just walking straight into lanes, finding ganks left, right, and center, doing a better job of ganking than Vi. And Vi is a high priority ganking jungler, especially once she hits 6. She should be getting a kill every single time with that ultimate. Instead, it was Karina running around the map like she owned the place, and to be honest, she kind of did.
Yeah, and so if she even secured first blood on Bel'Veth, Karina she owns it.
She did own every single step of that game, and I think it's not only, of course, she did amazingly, and as Solari pointed out throughout the game, it's just you can feel the confidence just by watching how she plays. We can have a look at the replays now. One of them was here in the top lane. We had a 2v2 scenario. Lysia is going on for Senna, but Karina has the damage and the confidence to go forward, and Lizia to flash once again to finalize the kill. But one thing that I wanted to say in regards to, for example, you mentioning the potential Bloxa of Vi going for the lanes and ganking at every opportunity. I think one thing that didn't help well for Clash in the bottom lane, for example, was that you'd expect Morgana and Caitlyn to have the upper hand, right? Yeah. But most of the early game, it was Jin and Karma that had it, which is very counterintuitive, but that allowed for Karina to feel more comfortable in getting the Drake and getting the clears in the wards in the area and just asserting the presence all throughout that part of the jungle. And that just made for a much cleaner rotation to the other lanes, getting the first blood we mentioned.
Yeah, this could have been a warm-up game for Clash Solari simply because of the fact that they haven't actually played a game yet today. So as we're going to be heading into that second game from Clash against G2 Hell, what can they do? What can they change if they want to give themselves a fighting chance?
So first of all, banning Bel'Veth, as we've already mentioned. Keep banning Seraphine as well, because that's not working. And thirdly, get yourself a front laner, like a normal tank, you know, that is there tanking, the tanky tank. It was lacking so much in this game, and if only it was there, everything could have gone different.
Well, we're going to give them a little break themselves so that they can go over things, go back to the drawing board and figure things out. We're going to be back shortly with the second game of the Grand Finals here at Rising Stars. We're back with what could be the final game of Rising Stars. We have G2 going up against Clash Midnight, and so far G2 are in the lead in the best of 3, securing the first game. We have potentially 2 more to go, but that's only if Clash Midnight decide to punch back this time around. I'm Jeannie, your host, and joined on the desk once again we have our lovely casters, Blockster, Soph, and Solari are all here. Blockster, now looking at that game that we've just seen, how are you feeling going into the next one?
Come on, Clash. Come on, you looked so good yesterday when we saw them absolutely running through people, ran through GT in their first game. A little bit closer in their second game, G2 finally best won over them, and I just want to see Clash bring us to a game 3 because that would be so hype.
Solari, you on the other hand, you said this could potentially go all the way to the third game. Is this something that you're still comfortable with after the showing you've just seen from G2?
No, I'm not that sure. Absolutely not anymore. In the previous series of 3, I said that it looks like the blue side is the winning side, and G2 definitely felt much more comfortable when they were on the blue side. This time, however, they were on the red side and they were still winning. So the big idea in my head about their winning condition is not there anymore. So
yeah.
Looks like they might just be winning on any side. However, as long as Bel'Veth is banned, I wonder, is it going to be bringing them the same luck?
Realistically, Surf, do you think Bel'Veth is going to be banned for this series, or are there other champs that could potentially take priority over this?
I don't think there's any champion that should get priority over the Bel'Veth. I think there are others. Of course, we have 5 available bans that each team will have, so the others might be something to the likes of the Sejuani, because she's such a good enabler. But I think the Bel'Veth has to be the priority because one thing that we were talking about is how it felt like maybe Clash felt a little, maybe a lot, intimidated by Karina on the Bel'Veth. She was just so confident and so comfortable on that pick and on the strengths and weaknesses that Bel'Veth had. And from the showcase that they gave to us, it felt like she didn't have any weaknesses. So I think that is something that you cannot disregard. So Clash, I totally agree with you there, Blockser. We want to see what you brought to the table yesterday, but it's going to be very important that you run a nice draft, not allowing G2 to get those comfort picks.
Well, we're going to be heading into picks and bans with what could be the final one, but maybe not. Again, it depends on the outcome of this game. So, Solari, Blockster, please do us the honors.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be our greatest pleasure to do the second draft of this series today.
Let's see what they're going to pull out. First couple of bans going to be coming through in just a second. And, I mean, what a time it's been so far. If this is the final game of the series, I'm going to be seriously sad. Please let this be the game going to game 3 be so incredibly hype.
Oh, yes. But okay, what are going to be the absolute top priority bans apart from Bel'Veth and Seraphine? Because we've been discussing those two quite a lot. What else needs to be removed for either of the teams? What do you think?
I think getting rid of the Rek'Sai and this Kayn makes a lot of sense. These are incredibly strong junglers right now, and clearly Karina is kind of running the game at the moment, and so getting rid of some of these big, strong picks makes a lot of sense. The jungle and the bot lane have been the true focuses of this entire tournament, and so as you can see, it's reflected in the bans. 2 junglers taken off the board, and now a cat and another jungler.
And another jungler. So both of us are happy. I'm happy that Yuumi is removed. You're happy that Wukong is removed. Everybody's happy, except maybe no, G2 are still happy because look at the Bel'Veth is not banned out in the first selection of the ban. Seraphine is also still available. Question to Clash, what do they prioritize right now? What do they fear less?
I think you got to get rid of that Bel'Veth. It will be picked up first pick if it's available. It certainly has been one of the strongest, but then you're leaving things like that Seraphine on the board, something that's also been incredibly strong. Okay, no, they decided that the Seraphine's actually more terrifying. Across the course of this entire tournament, you know what, I don't necessarily disagree. The Seraphine has been ruining games. They're going to take a first pick Victor instead.
Yes, but is there enough audacity on the side of Clash to take Bel'Veth away from G2 in this rotation of the picks? Right now they're starting with the answer of Syndra to Victor. A pretty standard answer. We have seen already how comfortable Syndra feels on the mid lane against Victor. But what is it going to be next? Is it going to be the jungler this time?
They do tend to take junglers quite early on in these drafts. Now you've seen both of the mid laners you can kind of begin to build around. Both Victor and Syndra, they are pretty strong coming into the late portion of the game. Victor has a little bit more scaling potential. He's a little bit weaker during the early laning phase, but they're not too far off of each other. The Caitlyn going to be locked in, so you're looking to win that bot lane. It didn't quite work out last time around for Clash, so they're going to need to pair it with something with a lot more poke even than the Morgana. The Kalista has been the premier pick to pair up with this Caitlyn.
Wait, are we talking about Caitlyn Kalista combination? This is wild, and I kind of want to see it, to be honest. I was thinking about Karma maybe going up with Caitlyn or Lux. This is something from the beginning of this season, the Caitlyn Lux combination. But it seems like they have been back for quite some time and feeling again comfortable on the bot lane. We have again the Jhin on the bot lane, so it's going to be absolutely the same composition on the bot. But last time I feel like Caitlyn Morgana didn't work out, not exactly because Caitlyn Morgana has anything wrong in them, absolutely not, but because of the jungle impact of both of the teams.
There we go. That Karma going to be taken away. You can't give the Karma Caitlyn over. It will be such a high priority bot lane. Just get pushed in constantly. And Jhin Karma, as we've seen previously, can be fantastic. Run this one back through. Absolutely fine. The fact we're seeing Jhin a lot is so counter to the other AD carries that we've been seeing throughout this tournament. And so instead, going for that more scaling composition, expecting to have not too many tanks that you need to deal with. And so if you're Clash, a couple of big tanks would really make the Jhin have a much worse time of it. The Victor too, to be fair, neither of those are that great at shredding through a tank. Oh, we've seen Darius hit the ban list a couple of times, but this is a bold lock-in in what could be your final game of the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. If we're talking about dominating the lanes, right now the top lane looks so dominatable, if that is the word. If not, I just invented it for Clash. Because come on, not that many things can compare to Darius on the top lane, and those few that can, Clash are going to ban out right now. They only have one ban left right now though, because they banned out Olaf. So I wonder, do they want to make the lane for Darius even safer, or do they still want to go for Karina? Oh, and Lux, but again, makes total sense. Caitlyn Lux, I fear them quite a lot.
Yeah, those two can pair up quite nicely. It's again a high poke bot lane, which is usually what we're seeing that Caitlyn paired with. You've still got a lot of the enchanters left available, and it turns out that the Bel'Veth will hit the bans in the second rotation though, so I guess my prediction was still technically right, but this was more G2 accepting that they probably weren't going to get it, not looking to pick it so early on, thinking that Clash did have something that they would be able to respond with. Right now, this composition that's come out of Clash does need to get going quite early on with the Darius, but you've got some late game insurance out of your Syndra and Caitlyn, and so what you need is a jungler who is proactive enough to get across the map and help this Darius really get ahead in lane.
Yeah, something like Vi, for example, which is going to be the last ban coming out from G2, respecting the fact that this Vi might have just been the last component for Clash. But yeah, they still need to go for something which has the same idea behind. I love this Nautilus hover, by the way, and it's not going to be a hover, it's going to be big for Caitlyn bot lane, so still deciding what exactly they want to see in the jungle, because they want to see what's going to be Karina's pick first.
Yeah, you don't want to see what's going against Karina. You just want to have as much as an advantage against her as possible, because she's been so good, and giving yourself even one extra pick worth of breathing space. See what Lizzie is going to take into this Darius matchup. You can't take a big tank because you'll just get pushed in constantly. This Gnar has a pretty iffy matchup into the Darius. That range give you an advantage for a little while, and you've got that big Gnar ultimate to help out, as if this is going to be a Gwen in the jungle for Karina. Plenty of ability to shred through tanks in a way that Victor and Jhin can't.
Yes, but this means we're also talking about quite a lot of AP damage, also quite some true damage, but also a lot of AP on the side of G2 right now, which means that for Kaltis, it's going to be so important to have this Jhin running as early as possible to be able to deliver all that AD, because otherwise for Clash, it's going to be a rather easy time facing them. And oh my god, I'm seeing some interesting stuff happening here. Is it indeed going to be Sylas locked in for the jungle?
Is that Sylas? Is Clash's last stand? Nobody's told us this is a proxy.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for the proxy information.
Is this Clash's last stand in this tournament? They are betting on winning versus G2 with Sylas. I can confirm that is not a proxy pick. That is indeed Sylas in the jungle. Oh my god. Shiner,
Okay.
what?
Look at the bright side, okay? There are so many good ultimates for Silas to steal, especially I'm looking at something like Needlework or the Gna from the Gna that could turn the tables around super nicely, but at the same time, I'm a little bit worried.
Whoa. I have to say, so am I also. Hi, welcome back to myself. You guys, I was totally waiting for the proxy pick to be confirmed as well. I don't know. I mean, the same way that G2 pulled out that Balvas when we didn't know that they were gonna pop off on the hands of Karina. Maybe it's going to be the same case with the Silas. We would surely hope so for Clash, since this is the only chance they can get to go for Game 3 and fight to get the first place of the Rising Stars Grand Finals.
I'm so speechless.
I am, exactly. That Silas completely threw me off guard.
There are, let's just reiterate the stakes here right now. There are £3,000 worth of prize pool money on the line right here. 3 grand, and you are betting that much money on a Silas in the jungle. I love it. The amount of confidence that takes.
I love it. Chaotic energy.
The amount of confidence that takes to be like, guys, I'm fine. We're playing Silas jungle. And the amount of trust your teammates must have in you to look at you when you say Silas jungle and not instantly kick you into next century. What?
Oh my god, you're so funny. And you couldn't be more right, Solari? Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, I mean, we've been talking about the high risk, high reward situations throughout the day today in different games, but if this is not the highest risk and the highest reward scenario, then I don't know what is. This is going to take absolutely everything from them, and that Silas is a very big and an extremely risky bet. Again, look at the bright side, there are some quite nice possibilities, but Silas jungle, it's as unconventional as it gets and as exciting as it gets as well.
It is certainly exciting, and to be fair, okay, we'll stop being baffled by this and some genuine thoughts on Silas in the jungle. He's not been awful. He actually has a small play rate of consistent Silas jungle players. He's not quite as strong as he was previously, but he's not entirely out of left field. You can play him in the jungle, and with the jungle pets allowing junglers to clear both faster and more healthily, he's actually in a much nicer spot because that was his biggest weakness. His ganks were fine, his late game was fine, scaled perfectly, but his early clear was quite slow and didn't have him getting very healthy into the lanes. And so it's not ridiculous. It certainly can work, and we wanted a high gank priority jungler. Silas can gank really effectively.
Yeah.
Yes, he really can. And the potential for team fights as well, I think it's undeniable with the ultimate potential of stealing anything that is on the other side of the team. Is going to be super great. But we're going to go for a quick break while we get everything ready for this potential game finishing for G2 or a potential game 3 for Clash. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone.
Sorry, go. My bad. You go.
No, we're all good. It's definitely our first attempt at doing TriCast, but it's been so great, isn't it? And it's so much experience. You guys, welcome back. And this is going to be the potential last game for G2 or the game 3 for Clash. I hope you guys are as excited as I am. Bloxa, do you have any perspectives for this one?
Oh, I'm just excited to get into game. We are so raring to go. Let's see if we can finally throw right in and just see who's going to take the tournament. It's absolutely insane, and we've got the game ready for you right now.
Ooh, that's a very nice view to start the game this time from some rune stones. And okay, some more scenery, but that is just preparing us to go and see our teams. Is there going to be some cheeky tactics this time around the jungle or around the lanes? We are about to find out because, ladies and gentlemen, maybe for the last time in this tournament, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Let's see that G2 Hell versus Team Clash.
And Clash is already directing themselves for a 5-people stack here at the bottom. Fog of War. Colombo is one person here, but they have placed a nice ward. It's going to be taken out. Nothing will be found on this one, but still a great, nice push. And at least a little taste of the, well, attitude that Clash might be going for in this game.
Yeah, they've gone with a really bold pick in the sides in the jungle, coming back in the meta slowly but surely, and with the Darius in the top lane, a lot of things thrown up into the air. This is not the kind of composition we've seen previously. This one has a lot of teamfight potential, or you can leave the Darius off in a side lane and not group up. Either can work. You're against a Gwen in the jungle too, to be fair, so it's not like we have got standard basic junglers on either side of the map. Looks like both are going to start with the standard basic pathing that we've seen throughout all of this preseason for so far. You start on the top side, you full clear, and then you fight over that bot lane scuttle crab.
Well, to be fair, we have already seen Gwen in the jungle, and again, we're having the flashbacks from the very beginning of Season 12. Gwen was going into the jungle quite often, and in fact, she was a very nice flex pick to go into early in the draft, because she could jungle quite nicely, but then a couple of changes here and there, she was really trying to find her pathing back into the jungle, but only now managed to do so, still going with a slow clear, but we will see how it's going to work around the ganks, because these two junglers are not here just to be farming up in the jungle, they are there to go into the lanes and set up those ganks.
Yes, they really are, and it's so unusual, right? We all mentioned these drafts have so much different things to the table, and the both junglers starting on opposite sides is going to direct them to a potential encounter for the Scuttle Crab later on in this bottom river. So far, Salas, as you mentioned, I think it was Solari, about the changes in the jungle, or maybe it was Bloxa. Both of you amazing analytical sentences, so I could say that it might have been any of you, but basically how much that would help this champion to clear out the way the jungle, and it's working out pretty well, especially with some help from the bot lane too.
Interesting with this early ward being placed, and the fact that Sheena has actually decided to skip a couple of camps, move straight past the Krug camp, has moved straight past the blue buff as well, just looking for an early gank, but because of that ward being placed, really smart right here out of G2 Hell's bot lane, knowing that something might be up, but they don't expect a gank at level 3 right now. Need to be so careful. Gonna spot it out though and walk this one off.
Oh my god, spot it out like that. Yeah, I definitely think they were not expecting Sheena there. They saw Sheena removing the wood, but probably the assumption there was that she would stay in the jungle and continue clearing up, instead trying to go for a gank. And it was a very nice setup, to be honest, but not enough. And Karina is around, to be fair, so that could have been a very quick Kana gank, but Karina is losing really a lot of HP on a clear, because this is Gwen, and this is not the champion who's feeling the most comfortable and has the fastest clears out there.
Yeah, definitely not. And to be fair, I think it was very bold from Sheena to go from getting spotted in a ward, clearing it with a sweeper, and going directly into the Tribush. That is a lot to happen, but Karina is following up on this one as they try to land a root from both abilities there, Jhin and Karma. It doesn't land, but they're still getting some pressure, just making sure that if it is necessary that they're there. Lilian, on the other hand, getting a lot of damage onto Tifa, who has to reset now. They still have the TP available. Sana and Sheena have the control over the topside river. They take down the little vision flower, the Scuttle Crab as well, so Clash is looking differently from the last game, a little more comfortable in this early.
And neither of these junglers have found any early action despite both of them trying. If you are Karina, you're not going to have quite so much success as your opposition simply because you don't have the same level of setup CC. You're really relying on your laners being able to set you up for success. And currently at this point into the game, most of your lanes don't actually have that much hard CC that's particularly easy to land. The Gnar all gets that CC from getting into that raged up full spawn, and you're kind of waiting on timers for that, which might not necessarily line up with when you want to gank. Mid lane doesn't have any true hard CC that you can land very easily. Bot lane's kind of your best bet, but because they are constantly pushing Cosmic and Qiyana under tower, that's not a particularly good lane to gank into either, and so it's a bit of a difficult one for Karina to actually find any ganks. Instead, she's just looking to run through the jungle, get as much farm as possible, because this Gwen coming into a team fight or on a split push can be exceptionally strong.
Well, to be fair, I have to say that it works perfectly for both of the junglers, because the whole idea of them going into the jungle and these champions is kind of mirroring each other. Sheena also has been spotted around the lanes for quite a couple of times already. Last time seen on the top lane, seeing if maybe there is any possibility to go and help Sana around town. Even used the ghost a little bit earlier, so sitting there in a little bit of an uncomfortable position. But other than that, feeling rather well, because look at the minions start on the top lane. So far, it's going so good for both. But it doesn't mean that it's looking good in the perspective, because Darius is not the champ. Oh my god, what's going on?
And there we go. The trap into the hook is going to land so much damage on Colombo, but it's coming back towards Qiyana, as Cultiz has been incredible in this gen, as she has done in the previous match. Both junglers are coming around. Sheena has been spotted. Karina, though, is still in a good, safe place. Sheena trying to get all the pressure in regards to positioning, has spotted a ward, so they know that nothing is going to be much sneaky in regards to ganking. But it was interesting to see how, even though Karma was the one that stepped on the trap, got initiated by the hook, landed Ignite on her as well, and still Cultiz was enough to deal more damage back onto Qiyana, which is absolutely much tankier than Karma Roblox.
It's because, unfortunately, Jhin in the early game just does a ridiculous amount of damage. Having that confirmed crit means that once you get a full rotation of auto attacks out of Catalyst, you're in a much stronger position than this Caitlyn in the early game. Caitlyn, once she hits 2 to 3 items though, once you have that kind of eye edge Kraken, if that's the sort of build path we're going towards for Cosmic, you're going to be dealing a lot more damage than the Jhin, who will need to scale up for a little bit longer. But during this first couple of minutes of the game, you need to be so careful of this Jhin Karma combo, especially with all of that shielding that can come out of her.
However, we were talking about the bot lane, and we're talking about all the possibilities around it. The first dragon of the game has been alive for quite some time already, so if only either of the ganks could have worked out for either of the teams, that could have been transferred onto the Drake. But we are right now approaching the moment when the Herald, the first Herald of the game, is going to spawn, and I can see already quite some rotations of both teams towards this part of the map.
Yes, we have seen a couple of pings around the Herald pit. We have Qiyana following up. So is the G2's support there. Karma is going to be another one possibility of disengaging. Karina almost gets caught up there trying to clear the control ward. Both ADCs are still in the bot lane, so it's a 4v4 scenario if the rest of G2 gathers around in this one. Damage is being dealt on the Herald, but we know how Karina can be so precise in stealing those objectives. This might has been very much on point. Lysia is going in, stuns in as the Mega Gnar. It's going to land, but one of the players from Clash has been found. The soon death rather than later. Lillian might be next, as the damage coming from the snipe in Culti's hand. Might even follow up on Qiyana too. The damage was so close of... yeah, it was almost an ace. It just wasn't, because Cosmic was in the bottom lane and Qiyana is still left standing.
Oh my god, look at this. You can see Lysia sat on the edge, right on the edge of that Gnar bar. Upgrades only manages to get one onto the stun, but it's enough to send Shiner running. Then you've caught Ashana, who stepped way too far forwards. You can see the needlework out of Karina, dealing a ton of damage, and Lysia on the front line, slowing people up, stunning them down. A lovely little snipe right here out of the roam, and then you nearly end up with one more kill, not quite gonna take down Kiana, but so very close on that one to getting even more kills into the back pocket of G2. They are here to play right now. They want to go right to bed and win this series 2-0.
Oh, absolutely. A little bit tired after so many games in a row, which is understandable, but still, what G2 are really good at, and it's showcasing so nicely in this series, is that they are good at realizing what are the key winning components and working around them. Previous game, for example, very obvious, Karina on Belvet, but this time it is Lysia playing on Gna and playing around Gna's rage how do you call it? Okay, playing around Gna's rage is so extremely important. It can allow you for so many beautiful engage opportunities, steal opportunities, whatever. Just landing that hard CC from Gna at the right moment is so crucial, and that was such a beautiful timing from their side.
Yes, we're arriving the 10-minute mark of this game. The Drake hasn't yet been touched by either of these teams, and in the bottom lane the Herald has been dropped. There's going to be a charge for a couple of gold, but it's just going to be for the pocket of Karina in this one since nobody was around. The vision in around the pit is for Clash in this one, but it looks like Karina is still around the area, the bottom lane as well. So is the Victor, and Victor has the Storm and might be able to cause some damage if they try to go for an engage. Doesn't look like they are too much interested in it. They're just going to give in the Drake for Clash, as it's not, I mean, the biggest of the Drakes, isn't it? Like the Cloud Drake.
I mean, it feels pretty good to get that first Drake. More important than the individual Drake itself is beginning to make your way towards that Soul. Having Soul has been a real indicator of being able to win this game clearly. It means you're in control enough to be able to take those Drakes, as well as giving you a couple of extra buffs to help out. There was no way that Drake fight was going to turn into a true fight, because Lysia was in the top lane, whereas Sana had roamed her way down. See a little bit of a fight here, but this shouldn't result in any...
Whoa.
Oh? Shouldn't.
Never mind. It shouldn't. But then all
sure?
of a sudden, Clash is getting a dive onto the Narn. I mean, of course, Darius is supposed to do something like that. The sneaky Karina is just behind the corner. We have no idea about it. And they're going to engage, but the counter game from Sheena has followed up too. Nobody is on the gym, so he's going to be able to get the curtain call on everybody. Colombo has been left alive, and Cosmic is the only one left standing.
Ooh.
If she dodges, she doesn't, but Carltis is still not going to commit on this one since they already had the upper hand. Now coming into a 5-1 kill advantage for G2 Help.
Oh, Caltus with a very, very nice play right there. That curtain call was beautiful. The snipe, if it had landed onto Cosmic, it might not have resulted in a kill. Instead, just about threading the needle right here. You can see Karina sat over this wall, not expecting for Sheena to be there as well. Doesn't even matter though. Curtain call comes in. Manages to miss the first shot, which is unfortunate, but the next three all land perfectly. That snipe right there to just about get onto the Silas, pick up that kill. It looks like Cosmic might go down, but the reload time just a little bit too long right now for Caltis, but still, more kills going over onto this Jhin, and you can worry about a Jhin when they fall behind, because they really don't deal enough damage to stride through anybody, but in this situation, you are going to get one shot by a Jhin who's just speeding around the map.
And you're not going to be able to do absolutely anything about it because you're too busy dancing around Gwen. And this is Gwen who is already past level 6. She already is running around with a Nashor's Tooth, and is the moment the Rift Maker also hits her inventory, she's going to be absolutely unstoppable in the teamfights because the amount of damage, the true damage that she's going to be able to put on the table is going to be pretty much unmatched.
Yes, it will, and this advantage that G2 has been put up on the hands of Caltis is amazing because as a Jhin, you don't expect to see this champion roaming around, yet the curtain calls have been so amazing coming from their first fight in the mid lane, where we had the snipe going on Lydiane just at the very last edge of it, but so perfectly done, almost taking out Kiana alongside her. So it has been amazing how much this player can do with this champion on her hands. And well, it's still nothing lost, I would say, for the bot lane though, because there's so much that Caitlyn can still do throughout the game. She is so strong in the mid and can still keep up in the late. So Bloxer, do you think there's anything that Clash is doing right, or anything that they're lacking doing right now?
Well, you need to find a little bit more of an advantage during the early stages of the game as the Caitlyn usually, but unfortunately versus a Jhin Karma, you're just not going to be able to push in anywhere near far enough. You need to get Sana ahead right now. Sure, the Darius has 1 kill, but Darius only having 1 kill 14 minutes into the game just isn't enough. You saw the solo kill onto Lysia. I didn't expect it to quite happen in that moment. You expect Gnar to be able to get away, but that transform just didn't come through. Lilian having to flash away. Everything remains fine. And so, just gotta find a way to get this Darius ahead, otherwise gonna fall behind and certainly have a lot less impact on the map than this Gnar is going to be able to.
And maybe...
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah, they're starting the Herald, so I'm getting a little bit intrigued here as to whether Clash are going to do anything about it. But judging by the fact they're almost all here and stopping the Herald, they want to do quite a lot.
Jhin flank?
Oh my
yes,
God.
and it's starting to get a lot of damage on Senna already. Lilian has an ignite on her name, and the Herald is falling very low. I believe oh my God, I don't know if they did they steal it? I believe they did. And even the curtain call, even though it has landed, it was it wasn't a steal. Still Karina gets the buff for G2 once again, so that's going to be amazing on her pocket. I'm telling you, this girl has been insane in the jungle.
Really has been. Karina has been all across the map on a Gwen as well. Not the sort of champion you expect to be trying to find ganks throughout the board, but actually been finding a decent amount. Now that the needle work is available too, going to be able to deal a ton of damage, and a possible fight right here. Stuns landing. No!
Yes, it is. Woo! And the come in alongside the knock-up, flash over the wall for Kiana is going to be one less threat. Oh. But there it is again. It's Silas stealing Na's ultimate. But even though it did, it landed on so many people. It's coming back around. It's flipping on that face. Sun is not able to do much on that one, and everybody is falling one after the other. Lilian so close. There it is, Tifa finalizes a nice flash from Cosmic, avoiding death. Oh my lord, for a second I thought Sheena was absolutely popping off, but then I don't really know. What was it, Solari, that J2 did that? So they maintained themselves so healthy for so long, and Clash wasn't able to do damage even though all the team had been stunned.
What can I tell you? Sometimes you steal a good ultimate and even manage to land it correctly, but there is Gwen on the enemy team who is feeling absolutely comfortable with the items, and not really much you can put apart her damage.
Look at this. You can see with the nice knob onto Kana, though, that's not exactly who you want to get. And you think, Sheena, alright, with that stolen Gnar ultimate, 4 people up against the wall, bang, 3 of them stunned up right here. It should be a great team fight, but the turn is so quick. Tifa has that invulnerability as well, and then you get to just turn around and run through the opposition. The Darius isn't far enough ahead to make this kind of play work, and your Silas isn't either. Doesn't have enough items to be able to go in quite that far and survive, and the fight just turns instantaneously, and Cutlass, who is exactly who you want to be untouched, remains untouched, able to just sit back, relax, and lay down the pain.
Yeah, that's the thing. As Clash, you really want to be seeing your Silas and Darius so much more far ahead compared to where they are right now. Though they want to be seeing themselves on the top of Columble maybe, but Columble is looking pretty safe instead. However, yeah, going into a fight like that, you already have a Gwen on the enemy side who was running 2-0, I believe, a little bit earlier already with a completed item that gives her a lot of strength and a lot of possibilities to run around in the fights. And you are not in a position to throw anything against her to match her damage. And even you can see Sana trying to go for some ultimates here and there, but it absolutely did not work because she's dying way before she's able to land the damage.
Yes, that's very unfortunate, but it's precisely what Blocks has said. You have the champions to make things work. You have Sana on the Darius, you have Sheena on the Silas, but they aren't strong enough to deal all the damage necessary to take them down in that one blow. And, well, oh, for a second I thought, wait, was that the ultimate? I'm a little confused. But in the top lane, though, it's the 2 bot laners going for Sana. They're going to try to get the dodges on those knives.
She's so
speedy. There we go.
Oh.
One more. way, she does it! She is following around. Caitlyn as well with the ace in the hole, trying to just pressure them away. Kiana is here, maybe trying to get a hook onto Colombo. I think they're just aiming towards trying to defend this turret. If they can clear up this wave, it might be possible, because Jin can't be that exposed to try and take this one down, but maybe at the end of the day, they're just going to concede it and go for another side of the map. As the mid lane tier 1 has dropped, another is going to go on the top, and it's looking a little harsh for Clash right now.
Oh, the amount of turret gold that's coming straight into the back pockets of G2 Hell. They got embarrassed yesterday, being taken out 2-0 by Clash. It looks like Karma is on their way straight towards them. Clash having a horrible time of it, down by about 8,000 gold at this point in the game, have no turrets, and that means that they have so little ability to walk out of their base. You can see from the vision wall that is being set up by G2 constantly across the map. Look at the top side specifically. Oof. So much vision, and it's so scary to walk around the map right now for Clash.
Yes, and that is not where you want to be finding yourself, because we're talking about Lysia, who really shines whenever it comes to fighting in very enclosed spaces. We're talking about Karina, who loves sitting in the bush waiting for you to scare the hell out of you. And in general, you really don't want to be caught absolutely anywhere in the jungle, so you really need to step up in your warding game right now as Clash if you want to survive.
Yes, and well, they're going to need to be very cautious on how they do it, because right now, even though they have the means on engaging, they don't have the damage, but they still have opportunities to do so. They have to be, and I believe, Block said that is a question for you. I believe it would rely on them trying to get pick-offs, because the team fights aren't quite in their favor right now.
No, the team fights are not going to work out in their favor, but your pick potential is massive. If you are able to find one of those Nautilus hooks directly onto a squishy target, you have the ability to take them out with a full CC chain, and you have a lot of single target damage coming out. You really need some Sana resets as well if you want to win a team fight, but if not, just Lilian managing to find somebody with that full unleashed power should be able to 100-0 somebody like Tifa or Callus. Either of those definitely squishy enough to at least make a dent into. Cosmic alongside with an ace in the hole, that could work too. And so you just find a couple picks, and then you can rotate into these team fights in a 4 versus 5 situation, rather than these straight 5v5s, which has certainly not been going in their favor. On the other hand, if you do want to 5v5, you have got to find a way to get on to Caldas, because at the moment, they are just being able to sit so far back, completely untouched, and it is making the game so difficult for Clash when they come into these team fights.
And again, both of these problems are really talking about the lack of the vision on the side of Clash, because for both the big potential and both for the possibility to try to outflank the enemy, you need to understand where exactly they are and how safe it's going to be for you to try and do something around them. Thank you very much, production. That's absolutely stunning. But because Clash literally never know where exactly G2 are on the map at any given moment, they cannot afford to go for any risky tactics. And at the same time, they have to do something, because if they just sit back, sit down, relax, and wait for G2 to do anything on the map, they're not going to be winning. They are so behind right now. We're talking about almost a 9,000 gold difference between the teams, and this is not what you want to be seeing at 22nd minute in the game.
Oh, you do not, Solari. And I think at this point, maybe Clash has to be aware of where the enemy is and just go the other way. Because the fights are not going to go for them at this point. You have a 4-0-3 Gwen, 2-0-5 Jin. At least they're going to get this objective bounty on the mid lane, so that's really nice. It's a lovely little gold for Clash. And they're going to have to rely on taking those objective bounties to be able to get the upper hand on a potential flip. And I think I'm just going to say that because I thought it was funny. I think Cultist just used her Gale Force there. So that might be something to take into consideration, since the Baron is alive. And Clash looks to be rotating to this side of the map. Lilian has the TP, so we might be looking for something more spicy coming up. Karina going on Cosmic has been caught out of guard. They have to try to use that net away alongside the Gale Force. They're able to escape. Kiana so close to dead. Now it's Sheena has to flash away, but they don't manage to escape with their lives. And G2 being so aggressive on every other opportunity they find, and it's paying out really well.
Oh, you could see the TP was just called instantly, going straight in. Now that Sheena is dead, there is absolutely no smite available for Clash. If they want to get into this Baron, take it away. They have so few opportunities to do so. It should just go straight into the pockets of G2. Oh, combo does go down.
Combo!
Oh, woo. But the Baron is secured right here for G2. They walk away with the objective, even if they lose the life of their support. Certainly a trade G2 will take as they begin their march towards victory in this tournament.
As long as it's not somebody who has a very big split push potential, they should be fine with losing that member of their team. As long as it guarantees them the Baron, it's all good. And as long even as they lose their turret on the top lane, this outer turret, they still should be fine. And they should be able to push over that moment. Look at that. You have Gwen, who is an excellent and very quick split push. You have Victor, who we see on the side lanes really open. So literally have everything in your hands to go on and have a nice split push and utilize the Baron buff. Really good. Karina here is on the flank and she is absolutely unstoppable. But here, look at the damage output, the control. Lysia is here, no fear, and nothing stopping her from going and securing this kill for Karina in the end. But well, it's a kill for the team, right?
It surely is, Solari. And oh my god, I was so looking forward to a potential steal on the Piltover pacifier from Cosmic that it was very close, but of course it's not that much damage. It's not like it's a final spark from Lux that's going to be able to try to steal it. Though G2 has all the control over this jungle, Clash is trying to gather and try to recover some of it, but the ground is pretty much just blue wards and blue champions, so they're gonna have to remain underneath that turret. And right now, nothing is on the board. Still 1 minute for the next Drake, and having the Baron buff, they're going to be able to push this one out. I don't think they would go anywhere else.
Hey, you want to get priority in this bot lane so you can then rotate back to get the Drake once it spawns in just a couple of seconds time, and you can just keep pushing forwards, allowing your cannon minions to do most of the work. There isn't really any good long range wave control right now coming out from Clash, despite the fact that they should be finding it a little bit easier to clear these waves. Nobody's actually able to step up quite far enough to take them out. This turret should fall. You're also going to lose the one in the mid lane, and slowly but surely the map constricts. Right now Clash can feel the chains tightening around them as they get closer and closer to staring down a loss.
Okay,
yeah,
Sheena,
look. Sheena is looking for a flank, but she might be getting caught out of guard here. Lysia trying to go for a flank herself. So much damage onto Clash's jungler, and she's gonna probably have to reset on this one while trying to take the minions, clear the wave here. Flash forward from Lysia. They go in. It's enough damage to get the healing, and then Sonya's into it. But it's not much. They're gonna still have to fight for some more. Lysia is still healthy, up and running. The last hit from the turret is gonna make sure that she goes down. 4v2. The damage with the Baron is gonna be it. I think this is it. G2 Hell gets the victory in the grand finals of the Rising Stars. They are our champions.
Oh my god, G2 Hell, after being put in the dirt by Clash yesterday, it was an embarrassing loss 2-0. They come back, find the victory, take first prize.
You really love the saying, put in the dirt, but G2 have definitely 6 feet under, yeah? Is that about
all
right?
The way.
Yeah. All the way. G2, however, they have gone down in history. Not only did they make that lower bracket run because they did have to go through the lower bracket after they were knocked into it yesterday, they also are the first ever Rising Star champions. So if you're in chat, I would really like to see a clappa or a clap, whichever one you prefer. But we're going to give a clap from our end as well. And I think, if anything, this game really proves that just having that 1 day break, having that ability to go over the VOD, see what you did wrong, learn from your mistakes, and implement it, Solari, that could genuinely be the difference between losing a game or winning it.
Oh, absolutely. You could see all the mistakes that G2 did in their games versus Clash yesterday. They literally worked on them quite hard this time. The vision was on point. They were very clear about their priorities in the fights and on the map, and they're very clear about how they're going to approach whatever was happening on the map, what they're playing around, always identifying their key victory potentials and working directly around them.
Yeah, so Clash, however, we saw a really, really solid performance from them yesterday, and we were genuinely impressed by how they played. If anything, they played quite impressively today as well, but it felt like maybe it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there are many factors, right, that can influence how we had the grand finals today. Because we mentioned how it makes for a different sort of momentum when you have a team that hasn't played all day, like Clash was in, compared to G2 who had played a couple of games, of course not as much as we had with Zero like before, which was a perspective of, I don't know, so over 6 games in a row if had they gone through to the finals and grand finals.
Yeah.
So I think it was just enough games for them to be very nice and warm to continue their run in the lower bracket and come up to the grand finals really on that point on fire, and really once again going around how Karina played so well on the Bel'Veth in the first game. This one on the Gwen, absolutely unexpected of a champion, definitely not of a performance, because she was just as independent, just as aggressive, and things were just going so well for G2. They were able to take down all the things that were so good about Clash in their defeat against them in the upper bracket, now onto their advantage.
Yeah, Blockster, it feels like G2, even though they played 5 games, League of Legends was by the way. I don't know if I would recommend to anyone personally, especially not if it's solo queue. But G2, in terms of their compositions, they kind of kept it quite fluid in this regard.
Yeah, they didn't stick themselves into one simple kind of teamfight orientated way. That's what we saw from a lot of the teams earlier on in the day, both the teams who weren't quite as high powered as well as the very strong teams that we saw in these finals, but were versus opponents who are a little bit worse, where you had a straight 5v5 composition, 2 tanks, an enchanter, an AP carry, an AD carry. That was what we saw during the early stages of the game. Things got a lot more interesting the later on into the game we went. The Gnar pickup was so much more fun to watch in the top lane versus Adarius as well. Didn't have a good time simply in the lane, but was just being used very well the further we got into the game. And just the fact that you can take a jungler and have someone who's not just going to be playing one of those standard picks, can pull out the Bel'Veth, can pull out the Gwen, and have such a carry performance on it, it takes so much confidence. And that, I think, is my main takeaway from this G2 Hell roster, is that they went away after not having a good day yesterday and came back full of confidence in each other and in themselves to make the plays when it counted, and they fully showed that to us.
Yeah, it felt like this time around they were very confident in terms of going for early aggression, going for picks, playing together as a team. It felt like in general just the amount of utility that they were putting together as a team and playing off of each other, Solari, was much more coordinated, would you say?
Absolutely. We were talking about the importance of coordination in the team quite a lot throughout these 2 days, and G2 definitely was here today to showcase us how much it means when everybody in the team understands what exactly they're supposed to be doing, both in terms of the macro decisions on the map and in terms of being with each other in the team fight, and how much it turns the fights around. So many good flanking maneuvers that we saw, especially coming from Karina and Lysia. Come on, they were there always knowing that when they're going all in into the enemy's backline, they can do it surely only because they know that the rest of the team is going to be there at the front line supporting them as much as possible.
Yeah, and it was every single member from G2 stepping up to the plate, so rather than just having that one individual extraordinary performance.
Yes, absolutely. As much as we have been talking about Karina, of course, on G2 Hell, which has been definitely a highlight, it wouldn't have been such a highlight if it wasn't for the whole team being in that sort of coordination you mentioned, Solari. They have shown so much great communication throughout the matches today, and as we pointed out, how much they've learned through the matches they had yesterday, looking at the VODs and all of that, having a go at looking at how the players were playing today while they were waiting for those matches as well. So I think that the most important thing, as you mentioned, Ginny, is how they were coordinating together, and it's how Karina got to play so well, because while she was looking for those individual picks at a couple of situations, it was because the rest of the team had the rest of the players cornered. So they are making that one player be isolated, like the ADC or the mid laner. So it's much easier for Karina to shine and for us to have that one champion and player to be like, oh, that one is doing really well. But it just shows how much the rest of the team is working as a whole.
Bluxer, would there then be any individuals that you would like to highlight from the series, whether it was from Clash or from G2, any performances that really stood out to you in terms of their approach to the game and the strategy overall?
I think when you're taking a look at these players in terms of who really stepped up, obviously it's a full team effort.
Yeah.
But I mean, in that last game, it was so impressive from kind of the top side of the map to be able to say, hey, things didn't go too good for Elysia, and still step up into these team fights with massive amounts of confidence. I found that really impressive. And then also down towards the bot side, Colombo, beautiful play right there on a couple of different champions. The Karma especially was using it very effectively to keep the Jhin safe, and you saw just how important that was, considering the fact that the Jhin was kind of the main carry when we came into a lot of these fights, especially during the early game, and you can't do that without that support. And so kind of these forgotten lanes, because we've talked so much about the bot lane and the jungle, and we've highlighted top lanes a decent amount. The mid lane, the support, they need a lot of credit too, despite the fact that they weren't the flashiest on the board.
Yeah, maybe not the flashes on the board, but probably the ones who have healed and shielded and warded the most. I think if we're looking at ward scores in general, this was one of the issues that we highlighted yesterday, Solari, when it came to G2. Their warding didn't feel like it was on point. If anything, the map was lit up like a Christmas tree from the side of Clash, on the other hand. And this time it felt like we just had a swap in between the playstyles from the team. So it was G2 warding, and it felt like Clash didn't maybe ward as much.
Yeah, exactly. It really feels like the team switched places quite a lot compared to what we saw from them yesterday in terms of how much the map was lit for either of them. And it plays so much into your favor when you're playing such an aggressive and high-risk, high-reward composition. You always need to know where exactly the enemy is. And when G2, especially as a team, are confident about the movements of the enemy around the map, you can see they're much more confident in their own movements around it, especially when you look at things like Karina, for example, just running around, getting under the enemy turret, not being stopped by anybody because she knows there is absolutely nobody on this side of the map to stop her.
Yeah, and as much as we're singing the praise of G2 right now, fortunately we have an interview ready with Colombo, who is a support of G2. If you guys don't know that, were you even watching today? So welcome, congratulations on the victory. You guys are going down in history. Okay, that is really cute.
Yeah,
congrats. God. How does it feel? Hi.
Thank you so much for this tournament, first of all. And I can just feel like, I don't know, joy and excitement because this tournament was really professional. So it was really a pleasure to play in this atmosphere and to meet a lot of new female players in this team. So I'm really happy to be here, and I want to say bonjour to every French people in this chat as well. So hello.
Bonsoir. But when it comes to yesterday against Midnight, Clash, Midnight, you guys really struggled, but today you were a completely different team. What did you do between yesterday and today to actually make such a big change?
It's a secret, but
yeah. Leak the secret.
We just try to focus on ourselves and to try to improve as well on the draft, the mental as well, and to be better, like in the communication wise, like to be better synchronized as well. So yeah, we kinda talk about it after the game yesterday, and we kinda try to be better for tomorrow, for Tuesday, then to be better synchronized. That's it.
Yeah, well, thank you. Bluxer?
I mean, congratulations, first of all. What a performance. What do you think that a tournament like this means for Women's League of Legends as a whole, as well as what does it mean to have organizations like G2, Lions Creed, SK supporting these women's teams?
It's really great. Like even for Clash, for example, it's a really great organization. Like for female team, for female player to have like an organization to represent themselves, so it can boost a new player, new female to just be motivated in the game, to trust in themselves, that they can also do it. So like to show people that we exist with like serious organization, then in the future we will see more female in the scene, so it will be just better.
Yeah, love that. Solari, any questions from
me? Yeah, sure. First of all, again, congratulations on being the first winners of the Rising Star tournament. But my question is, what is next from G2Hell? What are we seeing from you in the nearest future? If you can maybe throw some spoilers that you're allowed to share with us.
I can't tell a lot, but what I can tell is that our goal is to be the best female team in the world, if possible, but not maybe only in the female scene or in the female tournament, just to be the best female team, like in every, tournament. So we will see.
Okay, I love the ambition. I love the goals. You guys have definitely proven that you can do it. You have the ability to do so. So again, congratulations. Have a good evening. Enjoy your celebration. I hope you guys are doing something fun. And hopefully we'll see more from you soon.
Thank you so much, and thank you again for the tournament and the organization. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was so wholesome, so lovely.
That was the cutest thing ever.
You weren't there, but unfortunately, as you guys might have noticed by now, this is going to be the end of the broadcast. And I want to say thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you to production. You guys killed it. And I want to give a special shout out to Henry or Shimzu, who did the graphics, because they also do look very lovely. But before we do, are you tearing up, Sarov? No.
Nah,
okay, I
nah,
thought you were, I was like,
nah.
no way, no.
No, that's an illusion.
No, it's just there's a ninja cutting onions.
Some dust, Yeah.
Before we close it out, though, I want to say thank you to all three of you for being here. But I also want to give you guys an opportunity to share your own thoughts or opinions, final closing remarks before we end it. So I'm going to start with you, Soph, if there is anything you want to share.
Yes, absolutely. All the things that I want to share, all the words that I don't know how to put. I am just so very thankful for having such an amazingly organized women's League of Legends tournament. This has been the best experience ever, not as just part of talent, but just seeing all these women playing. Oh god damn! And all the people in chat just being absolutely wholesome, because we know how much we need to support each other. Woo! I'm done.
Okay, Solari. No, Solari, don't. No, guys, we can't all start crying. Okay? No.
No, that would be terrible. So I will do my best not to. But I have to tell you that myself, being a woman in League of Legends, both playing and working with it, and seeing so many women participating in this tournament, and it being so nicely organized and having such a big interest from such a broad audience, I feel very seen and I feel very appreciated. And I think everybody who was participating in this tournament throughout these 2 days has to have the same feelings as I do. So a big thank you to everybody who was involved in it or who was watching us.
Aw, Luxer. I'm gonna give you the final one.
Okay. Right. First of all, thank you so much to everybody behind the scenes. Becca, Alex, I know your names specifically, but the whole behind the scenes crew, thank you so much. They've been chatting away in our ears, telling us when we've been doing something wrong, which is often, and it's been absolutely manic behind the scenes. You guys get to see us sit here look pretty. Behind the scenes, they're running around in circles, having to keep up with constantly changing challenges. So thank you so much to them. But to people watching, if you want more of this, if you want more women's League of Legends, if you want women's and non-binary League of Legends, at Riot, at the organisers of tournaments,
sign
at
the petition. Is there a petition?
We will make a petition. If they see, if they see that we want this, which clearly, from the amount of you watching, from the amount of you commenting, from how much interest there is, we do. If we want this, they will listen. They have to eventually. So show them how much we care. This is a great first start, and we can see more women's League of Legends because it's so important for the entire scene to get as diverse as possible. Speak up, be loud, at them on Twitter. You can find who you need to talk to, at us as well, and we will help fight your cause because it's been such a pleasure and we need more of this.
You guys are absolutely... No, you guys are so wholesome, so cute. I don't think I can personally top that. You kind of echoed everything that I already want to say. So again, to those of you watching at home, thank you so much for tuning in. I want to say it in a couple of different languages, but I feel like I don't really know that many, so I'm gonna keep... You know what? We can all just say it in our own language. You know, Solari,
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you say thank
lovely.
you. You go for it.
Wait, who's going for it? Who's the first one?
You wanna
okay, oh, I'm the first one. Okay, I'm gonna say dziękuję bardzo first of all, and then I'm gonna say spasiba.
Oh, thank you. So, you wanna go for it?
Thank you so much. Muito obrigada a todos.
Oh, Luxor.
I am so English.
You're gonna have to do it.
All right. I'll channel my Essex. Hey, cheers, guys. That was so much fun, y'all. Let's have it.
Cheers.
Well, from my end, thank you so much. Thank you all. Merci beaucoup à tous. And yeah, we're hopefully going to be back someday. So there's going to be a couple more clips rolling. Have an incredible evening, and we'll see you guys in the future.